Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. It's that time again. It's just after 1 o'clock and welcome to an afternoon of fun. And as everyone was saying, we're going to have such a busy and great and fun afternoon. It's going to be an explosion of colour. We've got some of your favourites returning. The lovely Hunky-Dory and Anne-Marie is here for 3 shows a bit later on. And also, really excitingly, we've got a brand new supplier joining the ever-expanding family of Hobbymaker. Janie's here representing Clever Prints. First time they've ever been on Hobbymaker, and we're really excited to have them here with us. Now, just a little bit of housekeeping, just in case you are new to the channel, which we're getting brand new customers every single day, brand new viewers. It's free to order on the phones and on the website. It's a free phone number from your landline and your mobile, and the call centre's up there, and it's a family-run call centre. So any queries, any questions, you want to place your order with the call centre, you can do that on the free phone number just down there. Also, you can order free on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can also message us via that website, or you could just send us an email at studio@hobbymaker.co.uk and we'll read out your messages. And that's the place to share your makes as well. Without further ado, let me not waste any more time. Let me introduce you to a lovely Jane who's come all the way from the Isle of Wight, my neck of the woods.
Yes, quite near, isn't it? Just up the road, really.
Just over the water a little bit.
A bit of the water just to go across as well.
Welcome to Hobbymaker.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here. Now, Clever Prints, basically, it's the first time they've ever been on Hobbymaker. Yes. First thing I notice when I look at the stamps is they are just so much fun, and there's lots of potential to colour them in and tangle in them and all sorts of things.
There is. Lisa, who owns Clever Prints, her idea is that she has crafters designing her stamps so that we know what to bring to crafters. She also likes to try and bring people who maybe haven't had a chance to design before into the sort of craft industry. But the thing is, they need to be fun and unique, and they're all hand-drawn as well.
Wow. Now, you actually designed the top row.
I did, yes.
And who designed the second row?
The second row was designed by Emma Blake, who used to be a designer for Clever Prints, and then when she moved on to design for another company, I was asked if I would like to come on board and start with a bit of demonstrating, and then quickly asked, would I like to design some stamps? So the ones on the top are part of my first ever collection, which I designed, I think it was about a year ago now, actually. Okay. So the top ones are mine, the bottom ones are from Emma Blake's collection.
Tell me the process. Do they give you a free hand? Do they phone you up and say, just make some stamps, whatever you fancy?
More or less.
Do they really?
I do have more. I mean, I do tend to, you'll notice that I've gone for a very floral. Lots of my stamps are very nature sort of inspired, I think, because I live on the Isle of Wight. There's a lot of nature around, lots of flowers, lots of sea. So it sort of is the thing that sort of inspires me to draw things, really. Okay. But they're all fantastical. They're not, nothing's very realistic.
Now, it's always very important that we give you something for everybody's budget. You know, we're all very well aware that not many of us have got an awful lot of money to spend at the moment. So we've got the option of either going for the big bundle, which is going to give you the biggest saving. That might appeal to you. But equally, any of the individuals you can buy separately for just over £10, just under £11, I think they all are each. So the big bundle is on the screen right now. That's going to give you all of the top row, all of the bottom row, all 8 sets of stamps. And I love the fact that the actual packaging shows you some coloured in ideas.
Yes, those are actually, I coloured in those, and then they get scanned and put through. So they're actually my colouring on there as well. So it's just to give you an idea. Sometimes if you sort of get your stamps and you might think, oh, I'm not quite sure what to do with them. It's sort of just to give you a starting point. But obviously I've gone very colourful, same as Emma's gone very colourful. But you can do whatever you like, and some of my demos will show sort of a bit more subdued, maybe, ways of using them. Okay, well, I can tell you that price on the screen is not the price you're going to pay. That's if you were to buy all of them individually, that's what you'd be paying, £87.92. We've got a special treat in store with a special price if you want to go for the whole set of 8, debuting today here at Hobbymaker. Now, the first set of stamps, now, thank you for the boards, because this helps me a lot. Happy Soul, this one's called. So you can see them in black and white just there, but then we've got very, very handily got some finished samples to show you
you some aspects of those stamps and what you can do with them. I mean, this one is a riot of colour. That's almost like a carnival on a card, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, some of the samples have been made by the creative team. They tend to be the ones that have maybe only got mine on because I've made the ones that are a mixture for today. Yeah, so that's got a mixture of the different flowers, the stencil in the background that's coming up, and some of the dies as well. But yeah, I wanted to go really, really colourful for that one.
This one is called Where Wildflowers Grow. So again, you've got not just one, but numerous stamps on each and every one of these sets. You've got the little snail there as well, so little characters come into play as well. And this is taking some of those elements from that board and giving you some ideas. So lots of snippability, easy to cut out.
They are very, very easy to cut. I cut out all the time, so if I design a stamp, it has to be easy to cut out.
Brilliant. Okay, so that's that one. That's the second one in the set of 8. The next one is Happy Bloom, another one designed by you. And here are some ideas with these finished cards as well. They're all really upbeat and cheery.
Yes, whenever I do the sentiments as well, I want things that are positive. I try to do sentiments that may be a little bit different, which now and again we put in like your happy birthdays and things like that, but I also want something that's a little bit different, but that could go on any occasion card.
Yeah, and those sentiments are: make today a happy day, like a wildflower, everything blooms in its own time. So that's the third, I think, set. The next one is your dragonfly. Now, this is Born to Fly. Now, look at this. Absolutely brilliant. A kind of a whimsical twist on a dragonfly.
Yeah, I was never really sure whether I'd done a butterfly or a dragonfly, because dragonflies actually don't have antennae. No. But I drew it with antennae, but I sort of did the wings more dragonfly. So it's sort of like a butter dragon, maybe.
It's artistic license, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
So there we are. Yeah, butter dragon, given its own name. Love that. Then we move on to, was it Emma's, did you say?
Yes, yeah. Emma Blake's, yeah.
So this is Emma's. Now this is Flossie. Does Flossie exist?
I'm not sure. I know that some of her characters that she did draw had names that were related to her, but I'm not sure about these ones.
And there's just so much.
She has got wings, so I don't think she possibly exists.
But I mean, you can decorate her dress. You can, tangle in the wings if you want to. You can do all sorts of wonderful techniques with them. So that one is Flossie. Next one is Blossom, and here she is. Now this is actually on a kind of a mixed media canvas. And you can colour her hair differently if you want to, give her different coloured outfits if you want to, different coloured skin, so you can kind of, really kind of make her your own. So that one is called Blossom. Then we've got Rosehip, which is away from the characters and the people. You get absolutely loads of stamps, and they're unlike any other stamps I've seen.
Yeah, they're totally unique, and the one there that's the circle with the eye, that's been used by the creative team in the past, and I've got it on front of a journal here, as a fish. So taking the round part of the flower and then adding some of the other bits, you can actually turn it into something different. Fantastic. So it's looking at them in a different way.
And then the last one is the Little Bird That Told Me stamp set, okay? And again, you get some lovely little sentiments in there as well. Happy birthday, make a wish, and really cute little bird characters. But again, all of these flowers are kind of, a lovely mixture of flowers that make you recognise them from your imagination. Now, £87.92 is the price if you were to buy all 8 sets, okay? That's the price. Now, we are going to today, if you go for the whole collection, we're not going to take a £5 off, or £10 off, or even £20 off. It's the brand new launch of these fantastic stamps. So we are taking you with over £47 off the price. They're down to £39.99. They're from £11 down to £5 per set if you buy the bundle. Now that is an absolute steal of a deal.
Amazing, yeah. Is that less than half price? Yeah,
it is below half price.
Yes.
They were 87 odd pounds. They're now £39.99. It's a way of kind of introducing you to this brand new range here at Hobbymaker, giving you the chance to kind of dip your toe in and try something new, maybe new techniques, new crafting techniques, new colouring techniques. And what a brilliant way of saying welcome with a deal like that.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, hello. £39.99. It's yours if you want it for all 8 sets. They are individually on the website, though. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you'll see them there, and they're £10.99 a set. Can we go straight to demo? Is that all right?
We can do, yes. I'm actually starting with one of the stencils. I was going to show this first. This is my journal. I do a lot of art journaling as well as card making.
Okay.
And this on the front, actually, that's where I was explaining about how I turned them into a fish, but other people have done that as well.
Right.
But the card I'm going to make is actually based on this page, so it's sort of showing that you can turn a journal page into a card, you can turn a card into a journal page. You know, the stamps are a tool to use for everything.
Totally.
So my glasses are steaming up.
Are they?
I'm not used to. I've only just recently got these. So this is new territory for me, glasses. So I'm going to start with the Mandala All Sorts stencil.
Okay, now they're in the show, and I'll give you details for those a bit later on, but they are available.
Oops, my tape's torn. I'm going to do something I don't normally do, which is actually tape my stencil down. I'm a terrible person for actually just holding it and hoping for the best,
Right.
but I'm actually going to try and to tape it down a little bit, although my tape's gone funny, so I'll just tape the top and the bottom. And the stencils that are on today I chose because I thought they went really well with the stamps, but they're also got some lovely open spaces, really good for doing your inky techniques and things.
I mean, I've said it 100 times, but it's true, stencils are really unsung heroes, and I don't think are used enough.
No, they're lovely. You can do so many different things with stencils. So I'm using Distress Oxide inks, and I'm just going to take my blending brush.
Now, if you like this stencil, it's coming up on the screen. It's called the Mandala All Sorts, and when you see the price of it, you'll be amazed. A really
Am I
good
going to be
deal on
amazed?
these.
So I like using blending brushes because you get a nice sort of airbrushed look, but it depends, the tool I use depends upon the medium I'm using. So if I'm using paint, for example, through the stencil, then I'll probably use a different sort of brush.
Now, look at the price. £5.99 for a stencil of that size. That's a really good size stencil there.
I think they're 5 by 7-ish
Right.
in size. Yeah, they're
A5, yeah.
And a lot of the stencils, especially the ones I've chosen today, have different sort of elements in them. So if you just want to pick out, for example, the hearts, you could just do that instead of using the whole thing. You don't have to use the whole thing, you know, every time. I am this time because I'm wanting to make a background, but I've just realised
you're an Oxide fan as well. I love those Oxides.
Yeah, to be honest, I do seem to stick to the regular Distress inks more, but I'm getting more into now the Distress Oxides. They give you a lovely sort of smooth, chalky type look.
That's what I love about it.
So the colours I've used, by the way, in case anybody wanted to, was mustard seed, spiced marmalade, and picked raspberry, which I have to admit are some of my favourite go-to colours.
I mean, you're looking at a sunset or a sunrise there,
Yeah.
aren't you, with those three colours?
They are such a lovely colour. Lovely colours, I should say. And then when I remove this, now if I wanted to actually, I could go in with maybe a fine liner or something like that and actually draw around into the shapes as well to highlight certain areas. But this time I just want to have the actual stencil. So you get that beautiful sort of wow impact.
Okay.
And stamp straight onto my background. So I want to use some flowers. So I'm going to use from the Happy Soul collection this flower head, and I purposefully put this flower head separate so that you could have it in all sort of different heights on your projects. So I'm going to get my block, and I'm going to be colouring with my oxide. So I'm going to stamp with Archival because that's a waterproof ink.
Okay, good.
You see my well-loved Archival ink. Archival.
Do you clean your stamps, or are you one of those people that just leave them and...
I if I'm using a water reactive ink, then I give them a wipe just because otherwise it will come all off all over your fingers. If I'm using Archival, I often actually just leave it because it actually makes your stamp better over time.
I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
It sort of gives a key then to the sort of like the next lot of ink. That sort of makes any sense. Oh, I do still need that one, don't I? And I'm going to use the long one off of here. And I'm going to get a long block.
Honestly, you're going to have so much fun with these stamps because there's so much potential with them.
Oops. With this, with these longer ones as well, if you want to give them a bit of a curve, so you could sort of like stick them on, so you don't have to stick them totally flat because they've got that long piece of acrylic there. I'm actually going to turn that around just because it's easier for me to stamp it.
And I can see these being used in journals. I can see them being used in mixed media and canvas projects as well as card making too.
Yeah, all sorts of things. I'm actually just put a lovely fingerprint across that. But I would be cutting this down, so I wouldn't worry too much. There.
And I could see that in a frame as well.
Yes. yeah. I do, because to be honest, I do more art journaling and home decor than I do card making these days.
Right.
So it's
Did you
nice
start,
to
though,
have
with
these.
card making for you?
I actually started with cross stitch. That's where I started originally. Then I sort of moved more into card making with kits like Hunky-Dory type things.
Yep.
And then I've sort of moved into stamps, and then that was it. I was
You were
down the rabbit hole.
And now you're on telly demonstration.
Yes. Right, I'm going to I've put a little bit of the ink out onto the mat there. And I'm just going to get my water brush, because I think people forget that oxides, as well as your regular distress inks, you can use as a paint as well, or as a a colouring medium.
Good point, yeah.
And if you want all your elements to sort of colour match together, then this is, a really good way of doing that.
And you could use a glass mat or indeed a silicone mat
Yep.
like you've got. Anything like that would work.
Yeah, anything that's got a bit of a sort of slippy surface,
Yeah.
generally. I often get my acrylic blocks as well and use those as little sort of painting palettes.
Good idea.
So let's give that a wipe. I wouldn't normally waste that ink, I have to say. I would normally get a piece of card and put that all in there.
Clean it up with your
Yeah.
microfiber cloth. The Hobby Maker ones are on the website if you want those.
Oh yes, I saw you had those
Yeah,
the other day, yeah. So just,
Got very posh microfiber. It's branded.
so just do a little bit of that, because I have actually got one I have prepared earlier. So if I swap out and show you what I did with this one. So this one I've cut down. I only put 2 flowers on that. It's been generous on that one. And I also then used the same stamp that I used as the stalk as my borders as well. So you can use them for borders and corners. Because a lot of people, although it's quite simple in some ways to just scribble a border, a lot of people find that quite daunting to do. And so to actually have a stamp that you can do that with is really helpful. And then I'll show you, which one's this one? Flossie.
Okay, Flossie, yep.
I'll stamp out Flossie. Again, she's really easy to colour in. She's not tricky at all. And the only reason my blocks have got that on is so that I don't lose them.
Well, no one nicks them.
Yeah. Oops. And I'll just give her a little stamp. Oops, turn the card over because I've got dirty fingerprints on that.
I love the fact when when people design stamps, they give you lots of open space to be creative inside the lines.
Yeah, if you like doing hair tones and different skin tones, and I mean, you don't have to stick to, your natural sort of hair tones. You can give a blue hair, pink hair, whatever. You can sort of be your own. It's like, is it we used to have in the 70s,
What kind of
Girls' World. Like Girls' World, but with stamps, isn't it? So you can. And also you can, if you don't want to have her as a fairy as such, or an angel, cut her wings away, and then she'll just be, not just, but she'll be a little girl or a person rather than, a fairy. So that's her stamped out.
And maybe you could colour her like maybe your granddaughter or your best friend, or, make her like whoever you want her to be. Give her different coloured hair, give her different coloured skin, whatever you want to do.
So this one I cut out, but again, to show you that if you don't want that long dress, cut it shorter. You could also stamp onto a separate piece of paper, do some paper piecing with the dress, colour her however you want. I've got one I have already coloured in. So this one, I coloured her in with the Distress Oxides again, and I just added a little bit of glitter pen over the top of her wings and on the flower. But I wanted her to be a little bit above the rest of the card. So I've just popped her on a couple of foam pads, and I'm going to put her here. And then I took one of the sentiments from, I think it's from the same stamp set, isn't it?
What, from Flossie?
Yes, it's still from Flossie's, or Fairy Wishes and Butterfly Kisses. So this now, instead of being a journal page, it becomes a card.
And also you've got on that one, always smile, it's catching. Magic is in everyone, and kisses as well, in like a typeface, which is really nice.
And then just pop her sentiment on there. But if you wanted to stamp that in white embossing powder onto black card, and
There she is.
a finished card for her.
Beautiful. So we're using, obviously, the stamps that we've got as the main focus of the show, but we've also got, of course, those fantastic stencils for you, and we have some dies in the show as well. But remember, as a welcome, to this brand new brand, of course, the Clever Prints brand here at Hobbymaker. We've actually got a set of 8. So from Jane and, of course, the other designer as well, all 8 of them are just $39.99. So that's basically £5 per set, which is crazy. They should be £11 or $10.99 each. And if you buy them individually, that's what you'll be paying. But if you buy them as a set of 8, you get that better than half price deal, a great way of welcoming this brand new brand to us at Hobbymaker. £39.99, and it's OZ 7215. OZ 7215 is the product code. Just call the call centre, free phone number, or indeed the website as well. You can order that way, and it's a completely free process to order as well. You just pay your $39.99 on a credit or a debit card to the operator on the phones or on the website, using, of course, your password. You've got an online account with us. If you haven't got an online account, you can register quite simply with your email address and then make up a password. That's all you've got to do, okay? Now, the stencils that we've used, let's have a little look at those. Now, the one that we actually used in the demonstration was the mandala all sorts. Now, we've done it in black and white for you, just so you can actually see what the stencil looks like completely. Obviously, you can use whatever colours you wish, whatever inks you want. You can use spritzers, sprays, you can use your dry inks, whatever you want to do. And of course your chalks and all that sort of thing. You just texture paste, you can use it for all sorts. So you can even use them to emboss. Run it through your embossing machine and you'll get that fantastic imprint and embossed pattern. So that's the one that we used in the demonstration, mandala all sorts. That's available for only £5.99. Really good price for a stencil of that sort of size. Then we've got flower bells, which is this one here, or bloom bells. I think we've called it flower bells, but anyway, there you go. That's what you're going to get there. So they look like actually tulips, don't they, really? Really, they look like they're having a bit of a dance, to be honest with you. Maybe they're at the Isle of Wight Festival, having a bit of a bit of a jiggle. There we go. ZY7264. And it should be £7.99, but today introductory price is £5.99. Love that. It looks really kind of playful and joyous and upbeat and cheery. And again, you'll have so much fun using all sorts of different colouring techniques and texture techniques with those. So that one we're calling Bloom Bells. Then we've got next one. Which one do you want to go to next, Laura? Moon and stars. We'll go to the moon and stars. They're all the same price, okay? So they're really different, really unusual. This one's quite kind of Aztec-y, maybe. That's what I thought of when I saw it. But it's the moon and stars. So the moon on the right-hand side and the stars, of course, on the left there. Beautiful. That's RW7224. And you don't always have to use the whole stencil. I think we kind of sometimes forget about that. You can actually, just use certain parts of the stencil if you want to, just the star section, just the bobbles at the top, just the zigzag or whatever, or just that beautiful sun that is there. And then the last one, this one is called the Half Moon Blooms, okay? So you've got those beautiful blooming flowers, really kind of upbeat and spring-like and summer-like. And that, again, is going to go down to £5.99, and it's a really good size. Lots of potential, lots you can do with it. SN7223, and they're refreshingly different. It's all well and good seeing, maybe the same sort of flowers all the time. Been there, done that. Got loads of those in my collection, but I bet you've got nothing like this in your stamp and your stencil collection at home at the moment. Now we've got lots of messages coming in as well via our website, and you can send a message in as well if you'd like to. Margot's messaged in and says, "Afternoon, Hobbymaker." Hello, Margaret. Welcome, Jane. Your stamps are so pretty. Looking forward to the show. From Margot. She's a regular in Fife.
Well, thank you so much.
Nice one, Margot. Thanks for getting in touch. Also, Julie has been in touch as well. Hello, Julie. Thank you for sending us this message. And Julie in Dorset says, "Hello, Dave and Jane. Welcome to Clever Prints, and to Jane. Great demo. We'll be trying these stamps." I think that could be my Julie that I know down in Poole. I think it is. Anyway, if it isn't, apologies, but I think it is. So nice to hear from you, Julie. Thank you ever so much. Thanks for the good wishes as well, which is lovely. If you want to send a message to Jane and myself today, the easiest way to do it is go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you'll see contact the studio, send a message to the studio just underneath the price of whatever we're showing on the screen. And it's dead easy. You just type your message, up to 150 characters, just press send. It's free to do it. We get it in the gallery, and then Laura, our producer, puts it on the screen, and the whole world can see it, which is fantastic. So £5.99 for those stencils. If you wanted all 4 of them, you'd be looking at about $23.96 for all of them, and that's a lot of stencil for your money. Right, should we go back to you for another demo?
We can do,
right?
yep. I thought that because A lot of the... I'm sorry, I'm going to have to keep taking my glasses on and off, aren't I? Because
Get
a lot of
variofocals. That's what I used to have to do, on and off, on and off.
I can see in the distance okay, it's just the close-up.
Yeah.
A lot of the samples, a lot of the packaging is very, very, very colourful. But I wanted to show that, you know, if you don't like bright colours in your crafting, you can turn it into something quite muted if you want to.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it sort of the opposite way around to the last time. The last time I had a journal page that I turned into a card. This time I'm going to have a card that I'm going to make into a journal page. So
I like the fact that there's the colouring on the packaging, because, you know, if you are new to colouring or new to crafting, it gives you ideas and you can copy it if you want to, can't you?
Yeah, it does. This is I'm using part of the, I think it's flower bells. Did I write bloom bells on the back of?
Yeah.
That's my mistake. It is
Okay.
flower bells.
Okay.
The flower bells stencil, but I'm only going to use a part of it. Like you were saying, you know, if you want to, you could just use the flowers, or you can just use this pattern. So I'm just going to be using the pattern. I'm going to be using some of the die cuts from one of the die sets. This is abstract geometry.
Right, yeah, well
Getting that one right. And just a couple of stamps from the different stamp sets, including that little tiny snail is one of my favourites. So I'm going to put that there so I remember what I'm doing. So I've got, this is just from a die that I have at home that makes a simple circle journal, but you could do this on anything. You could do it on a card or on another journals type page. So I'll move that one out of the way. So this is craft card, and I'm just going to take my stencil. I'm not going to worry about taping it down this time because I just want a little bit of interest in the background. And sometimes, you know, just having a little bit in the background is all you need for, you know, just to give a little bit extra so that it just peeks out from behind. You know, it doesn't always have to be the main focus point.
So flower blooms is what this one's called, if you like the stencil, for just $5.99.
So,
There is really something for everybody's pocket in this show, isn't there?
yes, there's the stencils are amazing. And stencils, like you say, I think they are an underrated craft product. They can do so much, and you can put them in the background, you can put them in the foreground. They can be the main part of your project. You don't have to just have them as a background element. So that's just a little bit of walnut stain distress ink, just to give, I don't know why I put that away, still need that, a little bit of interest in the background there. And then I am going to just show you not how to cut, because I'm sure most people know how to cut, but just how well they cut.
Okay.
So I'll just take a couple of the leaves. So when I designed this die set, I was sort of, it wasn't meant to be anything specific apart from obviously the leaves. It's meant to be sort of just elements that you can add behind things, because I do a lot of art journaling and mixed media. For me, it's sort of just shapes really more than anything.
Well, the abstract geometry is actually 11 loose dies, I believe, for $12.99. So just over a pound a die. That's really good. About £1.20 a die.
So just to show you how they cut. Here we go. Let's get a pokey door.
Do you get a real buzz when you've actually designed something and then you see it as a product?
Yeah, when you get it back, and usually sort of I get like a tester set so that I can check it all works okay. And it's amazing, yeah, it's lovely. In the dies as well, you get these little holes, and they're just little release holes, because they do. I like the fact that your dies stay in the die.
Yeah.
For me, that is actually something that I want, especially with the big background die, because if you want to do paper piecing, it helps, you know, to have them like that. So those are just a couple of them cut out, just to prove they cut.
Right, okay.
And what I've done is I've cut out a whole selection of different shapes out of the set. And I cut some in white, some in craft card. And I also, which I think people forget as well, you know, all the different things you can cut out of. So this is vellum. So just white vellum. So you can...
Die-cutting vellum, but why not?
And it just cuts it beautifully. So I know some people use like the wax paper to help with releasing dies. You know, use those bits as well, because, you know, you get the extra bit.
You do get parchment these days and vellums these days in lots of different colours and lots of different patterns, so give those a go. Well, why not?
So if I just put that on there, it sort of blends in a bit. So what I'm just going to do is just add a little bit of ink around the edge, so it just lifts it up. And often just adding a little bit of ink around the edge of your die cuts or images just helps lift them from the background.
And it gives them like a bit of vintage shabby chic
Yeah.
to it.
I think I've brought walnut stain, which is actually unusual for me. Normally I go vintage photo. That is my go-to brown in the distress. But I thought, no, I must branch out for the new year.
Try some new colours.
Try some new colours. People who watch, I do a lot of Facebook Lives, and people who watch my Facebook Lives will be laughing at that because they know I am very much stick to certain colours.
Right. We've all got our favourites.
Yeah. So a little bit of that in the background. And I have already decorated some, but I was going to do some more on here. So I'm going to just have, say, like a leaf. So then it's just a case of like building up your composition however you want. And I'm going to mix in some of the white.
And it doesn't have to be, you know, an object as such. It can just be a mixture of shapes that are attractive.
Exactly. So within the set, I do love circles, I have to admit. And because I think circles always just fit with everything, don't they? They just make a lovely background element. And there's also a couple of the dies that actually don't cut out as such. So if I show you this one, that there isn't a cutting blade on either end. So if you want to cut it and then put it again, you can make a whole line of them. Or if you don't just want the one, you just snip it out. And the same is with the big one that looks like a vase, that it hasn't got the cutting blades at the end.
Okay.
So you can join them together if you want to.
So don't think when you run it through it's faulty, it's designed that way.
Suddenly thought I'd better say that. It's just gives you more options, really.
Yeah, a bit more versatility.
Yeah. So I'll just add a little bit of this. I won't put as much on this one as I did on.
And again, you can make that you've got in your hands at the moment into a frame or into a right angle in a corner or something.
Yeah. So I'm sort of putting them like in a sort of composition there so that they are, it's in a corner. I usually do that. So I'm just going to use a little bit of glue.
I suppose that could also be a clock hand as well.
Yes, yeah, it could. I mean, one of the creative team, I don't think I brought it this time, but she made a lot of them look very Greek. Like you said, with the Aztec for the moon and stars, that these could be a little bit like that as well. Let's put a bit of this on here. I'm not going to stick it. Often when I'm sticking things on top of each other, I don't worry too much about how much glue because I know that the things, you know, that are coming on top will help to stick them down. That's sort of framing that bit behind as well.
And you're using Cosmic Shimmer glue. You'll find that on our website under Creative Expressions.
I have to say, I've been using Cosmic Shimmer glue for years.
Favourite for so many people, yeah.
It's so quick. It's got such a quick grab, but also it sticks really well.
And something like this is really interesting because every time you look at it, you probably see something different.
Yeah, I didn't want it just to be dies that would just be one thing. I wanted it to be that you could make it into whatever you wanted. I've got lots of these little bits now, haven't I? So, if I leave that to there, then what I've done is I have taken one of the sentiments, so you'll find me where the wildflowers grow.
Is that white embossing powder you've used?
I have. White embossing powder on craft, I think, is one of my favourites.
Yeah.
And then I've took the other leaf, but this time I've actually put a bit of foam pad on the back. So I like to have different sort of depths and dimension to my projects. It just gives it a bit more interest.
Yeah. And cast a shadow.
Yeah, definitely. And let's put that. We'll put that on here this time. And then also with white embossing powder, I did the teeny weeny snail, which is from Where Wildflowers Grow.
Right.
And I did the little flower from A Little Bird Told Me as well. So on the Little Bird Told Me, you get sort of a big one of this, and then you also get a little tiny one. So it's just to add something different. So by having sort of like the stamped elements and the die cut elements, it just gives it a different sort of look. So you're not got just one sort of aspect to it.
And if you're new to doing this sort of thing, just kind of play around with them before you put the glue on.
Yes.
See what looks best and then think, okay, I'll stick it now.
Yeah. I mean, this is to go in a journal, but I mean, you don't have to, like you said before, it could go in a frame, it could be a card, you could have a circular card if you wanted, something a little bit different, you know, on a gift bag, anything.
Yeah.
You know, they're tools to be used on whatever you want to use them onto.
And that could be a card for any person of any age, any sex.
Yep. It's so very generic in terms of, you know, who it could be aimed at. Anybody who likes snails.
Yeah.
And just stick that on there. Don't leave that.
And there we go.
There we go.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now the dies are the only thing we've not shown you in the show yet. Do you want to see the die set that, there we are. So this is the one that actually Jane used in the demonstration, the abstract geometry. And you designed this one, yeah?
Yes, I designed that one, yeah.
There we go. So again, remember, the one thing that makes these a little bit different compared to other dies, there's no cutting edge on the bottom or the top of that shape, or in the bottom or the top of that shape. Okay, and the idea behind that is, like you heard Jane say, you can easily double die cut or triple die cut to kind of continuously have that line. If you want to snip it, just get your craft knife and cut it away. But it's there without a cutting edge on the end for a very good reason. So it gives you more versatility. But all these shapes, designed by Jane, £12.99 is your price for that. And there's 11 dies in total in that. So it's really good value for money. XN7260. Maybe this is a new departure for you. Maybe it's a new style of card making or arts that you've not really thought of before, but Jane's inspiring you today. So there it is in black and white. You get all of those dies. And then the other die set we've got for you, I'll show you some finished cards with them all as well. This is the geometric background. And did you do this one as well, Jane?
I did. I have got another demo. You've got time, haven't we? Using this one next.
Okay,
actually,
cool.
So,
So this one's we've not seen yet, but you will in just a second. This is your geometric background, and you've got, of course, not only the negatives, but you've also got the positives here as well. So don't throw those elements and those shapes away, because they're really useful. You can paper piece with this really easily as well. UV7267 is the product code for this, and again a really good price to welcome, of course, the brand new Clever Prints brand to Hobbymaker. £12.99, and it works both ways, and it's DL in shape and size. Really, really lovely. £12.99 for that one. That's UV7267. Okay, so remember the ways to order if you are new, free phone number, and also, of course, the website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. And Jane did mention she's using this in the next demo. Before we go to that, let me just quickly show you some cards that have been put here by Lou's done this one on the design team, and that's mixing those geometric shaped backgrounds with some of the stamps that we showed you. Here's that one that we're doing next in the demonstration that Jane's going to move on to. Again, it works that way, it works that way, it works that way. And then again, using some of the stamps, colouring them in. Lou's done this one as well. Isn't that gorgeous? Something a bit different, very fresh. And at the moment, it's very dark outside. The days are very, very short. It's nice to be working on something that's bright, that's cheerful, that's going to lift your spirits and make you smile a bit as well. £12.99 gets you your geometric background. UV7267. The whole show is on the website for you to have a little look at. But remember, the stamps, they are the most exceptional value because they are better than half price if you want those stamps. All 8 sets for, well, just below 30 quid. Yeah, 29. Was it 29.99 for the stamps or 39.99? Yeah, 39.99 for all 8 sets of the stamps, working out to £5 per set. All right, Jane, so you're going to use that die now, the geometric one, yeah?
I am. I wanted to just show a few different ways because some people might look at the die and think, oh, I'm not really quite sure what the point of that is. It's a whole background die, but it comes in 2 parts. If I just actually get my die, it might be easy. In that you get your inside cutting part, which is here, and then you get a separate outside edge. Now, the reason you get a separate edge is because if you want to do techniques where maybe you cut to be the top of a box, or you want to put it actually into the front of a card, then you just take that bit away and you just use your cutting.
Right, so it stays attached to the card.
Yeah, but if you want to cut it out as a panel, you can, or you can use that as a separate panel.
Okay. Yeah.
But also for this demo, actually what I've done is I've cut the die 3 times and actually stuck them together to make it more of a substrate. So it's about using your dies not just as background elements or as they are, you know, stick them together in layers and you can make your own.
Well, to be honest, a lot of the guys in the gallery here thought that that was the actual die because it looks metal.
Yeah, now that's just with, what did I do with it? I have to remember now. I think I covered that in embossing ink and then I just put embossing powder over it, heated it up, and then I just went with an archival ink pad just to make it look a bit old metal-y. But I mean, if you want to just use parts of the dies, then I often do that. On the canvas, I think, that you've got over there, I took parts of this die and just used them as background elements.
Okay. Jane, let me just interrupt you for a second. We're just going to change your microphone because it's playing up at the moment. So we'll change that quickly. While we're doing that, let me remind you of the main offer of the stamps, okay? The big bundle of the stamps, that's where you save the most money. It's below £40. It should be about 87 for all of these. And remember, Jane has designed the top row, and of course the other designer has designed the bottom row, but you're going to get all 8 of them. And I love the fact it's not just a case of it being in a clear plastic envelope or something like that. You're going to get the coloured in packaging to give you inspiration and ideas. That one there was a cross between like a dragonfly and a butterfly. You've got the presents and all these wonderful kind of fantasy flowers there to have a lot of fun with. And then down the bottom, you've got a couple of really, really bold characters there that are nice and open, so very easy to colour those in and decorate them and tangle them if you want to, if you're into your tangling. Flossie and Blossom are the 2 characters that are there. And like Jane said, very easy to actually remove the wings if you want them to be just normal people rather than actually angels or fairies. But the whole thing is £39.99, saving you best part of about £47 off the price today. So that is the best deal on the show. But everything else is really affordable as well from Clever Prints. All of the stencils are available separately for about £5.99, and the dies are just about £12.99. So really good value for money. All right, we've sorted it now, I think, hopefully.
Just to show as well, I mean, as well as being able to cut into like a box or card front, that having it separate also means that if you've got a larger die cutting machine, you can sort of just use the middle part and multiple cuts, so you get like a whole lace work, lattice work sort of idea as well. Mm-hmm. But this was Tracy, who's on the creative team. These stamps aren't in the show, but this is using the die. And she must have had the patience of a saint.
Paper pieced it.
Because she paper pieced it all back in together with all the different colours, and she's turned it one way and the other. But again, like I had on here, she's cut it twice into one piece card to make a larger card.
I know it takes a bit of time, but I mean the result is pretty spectacular, isn't it?
It is, it's really lovely. And I mean that's a really sort of funky card that you could again give to anybody.
Anybody, absolutely.
Let's pop those under there.
And it's something fresh and different, that's what I like about it.
So I'm just going to use this as a base. In the next hour, hopefully I'll cut this out for you as well so you can see it cut. But I'm just going to have it ready this time. And I'm going to use some of the flowers, and I'm going to use one from the rose hip set, and these are 2 really lovely large flowers, but again, like on the little bird where you get the big and then a smaller version, but does it go the other way? No, it doesn't go the other way actually, but it's a small version, so you can do perspectives, the same with this flower in the rose hip set.
Gorgeous. And
the other thing about, especially when I'm designing my stamps, I want you to be able to sort of cut them apart, layer them up, and do as many different techniques as you want with them.
And again, you've made it easy to do that because all the lines are nice, big and bold, and easy to do. So. And
they'll usually have some kind of pattern in, or some parts that you can like cut again, so that you can do decoupage. I cannot say that word very well. So again, I'm going to use archival ink because I'm going to use the actually the prism brush markers.
Okay, and they're coming up actually in the next show. Yeah, with Hunky-Dory.
Yeah.
You're a fan of those?
I am a fan. I'm a fan of Hunky-Dory.
We've got a great deal on those prism brush markers in the next show with Anne-Marie from Hunky-Dory, so stick around for that.
Now with this stamp, I do tend to try and give it an extra bit of a push in here because it is a large stamp. But if you've got these like thinner blocks, one of the things you can do is if you hold in the middle and then just flex on the corners, but still holding it down so you're not lifting it at all, then that just gives you a little bit of extra pressure into the middle so that you make sure that it has all stamped out properly.
And look, that's stamped beautifully, that.
And I'm going to cut it out this time just to show how simple they are to actually cut out, because I know that lots of the time I say they're really easy to cut out and then don't cut them out.
Okay.
So I'll just show you. I probably won't cut it all out, but just to show you, it is a simple sort of shape. But if you want to, if you're worried about cutting, away part of the line, because I know sometimes when you cut close, you can cut away part of the line and it looks a bit odd. There's sort of ways around that. Either you can leave a bit more of a border, which some people like to do, or the other thing that I do is after I've cut out close, I just go round with like a permanent black pen and just edge around all the cut edges, and it gets rid of the sort of raw white look if you don't like that.
Good idea.
I said I wasn't going to cut round it all, didn't I? I've got carried away now.
Well, it's not taking long. So.
No, it's just, simplest shape. It's not too difficult. And I like to use small scissors, but I know some people like to use really big scissors. Big scissors will probably be handy for going up here.
Do your designs of stamps start off as just like a doodle on a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, yes, they do. And then they eventually get sent off, and obviously they then have to put it, I don't know what they do with them.
They work their magic.
They work their magic,
Yeah.
and they become stamps. It's like, it is magic.
Yeah, it is.
So that's that one. I've already done this one, and actually on this one, I don't know if anybody could see that. On this one, I have gone round it. I don't know whether it would show with the black pen, so what I was saying about. But then I stamped it again and just cut the centre part out so that I can layer that up. So I am going to use...
that without the petals could actually be an Easter egg.
It could, yes, yeah. A lot of the stamps are very, very sort of open to interpretation for whatever you want them to be. So I am going to get my little block out, as I said about using it as a little palette, because I like to put my pen onto the block and then lift it with a brush.
Okay.
I just find that works for me. I'm just going to have a look and see what colour I did it for this one.
Anne-Marie, we're using your pens. Thumbs up from Anne-Marie. Yeah. And you could choose any pen to choose, but you choose Prism, so that's great.
I do like, if you are a bit wary of your, colouring, then I think watercolour pens or water brush pens are really a nice way of colouring, because you don't have to be precise.
Watercolour's my favourite. It's the most forgiving, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose that's what I mean. It's the most forgiving. I mean, I do love alcohol pens as well, but if I want to do something quick especially, then... it's there. Then, watercolour is an ideal way of doing it. And the pens also give you a little bit more control. Yeah. Whereas I think sometimes actual watercolour paints maybe feel a little bit more like they're specialist and they're a bit more scary to use.
And I always used to think of pens as always going straight onto the cardstock, but no, why not use them in this way? No.
You can also then do, if you scribble on spritz, do backgrounds, things like that with them as well.
Is there a big craft community on the Isle of Wight?
Yeah, I think that, yeah. There's a lot of craft fairs, put it that way. Right, okay. It's harder to find groups and things. Well, I think that, there were groups, but maybe they've had to stop for a little while. But certainly there's a lot of people making crafts on the island.
I tell you what we've noticed as well is just how much busier we've got in recent weeks and months, because I think an awful lot of people are looking for other ways of maybe raising a little bit of money and selling what they make, and why not?
I think if you can just make money to be spent on some more craft, that's what I used to do. Right, so I'm not going to sort of go too mad with that, because I have got one I've prepared earlier, but just to give you the idea of how that was coloured in. So I've got this one. So obviously I did that a bit brighter, and then what I've done is I've just took a white pen and just given a few little highlights, and that's one of my favourite things to do at the moment, is just adding white pen to everything. It just lifts.
It's a good technique, actually.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's effective.
So I've got the rose hip. I don't know which ones. It's rose hips round, aren't they? Yes.
You're asking the wrong person.
So I'm a rubbish gardener, despite the fact I like drawing flowers. I can't garden.
My mum is the gardener in our family, not me. It is, it's in the rose hip one.
Yeah, so
the rose hip collection. Yeah.
With this background as well, if you're using it as your substrate, you can also use these elements to actually weave your flowers in and out of.
Also like a garden trellis.
Yeah, so it literally is a trellis then. And so I would then probably get a little bit of glue.
Have you made it look metallic?
Embossing powder.
Oh, right, okay.
It is a thick sort of embossing powder. So if I just...
It looks really cool, really effective. Bit of gel glue.
Yeah, I can't beat a bit of gel glue. I do use it a lot. And then this one as well, this one I've actually triple stacked. So I cut the whole thing out, then I did the top of the flower, and then I did the middle part as well. So it's actually got 3 layers to it.
Very nice.
And then just pop that one on the top there. And then I just, from the same stamp set, Follow Your Dreams.
And you know, we're putting the promo out at the moment saying, you know, new year, new hobby, try something new. Maybe this style of card making or mixed media is new to you as well, because you know you can make this into a door hanging plaque, you can put it in a frame, you can put it on the front of a card, you can do all sorts with it.
Yeah, all I did was I punched, because it's only cardboard, I just punched a couple of holes in the top, bit of wire wrapped around. But if you wanted to, you could just use that on the front of a card instead, if you didn't want to use it as sort of like a more sort of home decor piece.
I love that.
Whatever flowers you wanted onto it.
Beautiful. So remember, the stamps we're using are what's on the screen, $39.99, and you're going to get every single stamp up the top here has been designed by Jane herself. And it's lovely, isn't it, to actually see the face behind the actual designs, because so often you see them on a shelf or something like that, and you think, oh, I wonder who it was that actually designed them, who came up with these ideas. Well, you're meeting Jane today. We've got less than 20 of these sets left now. So if you want to get hold of yours, $39.99. They should be basically, they should be about 87 pounds. Yeah, 87 pounds and a few pence. You're getting them all for $39.99. And was it Emma, did you say, who designed
Emma,
the bottom?
yes.
Emma designed the bottom ones, including the two characters there as well. You get the whole lot, and they work together really nicely, actually. I think you'll agree with that, for £39.99. One thing I didn't show you, which I wanted to, with the stencils that we had earlier on, I just wanted to show you this little swatch that Jane's given to me to show you. You know, we said how underrated or how underused stencils very often are. I mean, this is being used with a texture paste, a pigment powder as well has been used on there with that, and amazing results. This next one, that's not using any texture paste at all. This is purely gel pens and colouring through the stencil with gel pens onto black cards. That works beautifully well as well. That stencil I just showed you, that one there was really popular actually. We went through it a few minutes ago. The next one, this is just showing you techniques really. This is reverse print with distress oxide on stencil. So actually putting the actual oxide on the stencil and using it like a letterpress, I suppose. And then this one is white embossing powder, one of my favourite techniques, I love that. Then you've got this one, which is, of course, gilding waxes. Really, really lovely. And then this one is acrylic paint on a gel plate, like a print. And then this one is black ink blended through and then drawn through the stencil with the fine liner highlighting it too. So there's loads of potential with a stencil, and it's one of the most affordable tools in crafting, isn't it? The stencil.
It is. The one that was the black with the gilding wax, that's actually using it with a certain plate setting through your embossing folder, through your embossing machine to make it embossed. And I think people forget as well that all your stencils, if you've got the right combination of mats and plates, can become like an embossing folder as well.
Yeah, good point. So $5.99 if you want to go for the Half Moon Bloom. And just so there's no confusion, if you're wondering which one that one is, Half Moon Bloom, that's the one, the stencil that I just showed you a few minutes ago, which is this one, Half Moon Bloom. There we go, that one, okay? There you go. So the swatches that I just showed you were done with this one. So that's the one I know is in the lead at the moment. Only £5.99. Very, very popular. It's like little rays of sunshine off each of those buds. Really sweet. SN7223. Now the mandala's popular, so I'll show you all four again actually, because they're all the same price, just different item numbers. And if you miss an item number, just give the call centre a call or look online if you can go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. That's the mandala one. It's called Mandala All Sorts. So the mandala's obviously over there, and then you've got these lovely kind of layered hearts on that side. Bloom Bells is the one that looks like singing tulips to me. Love that, or dancing tulips. It's actually called
Flower Bells.
Flower Bells.
That's me writing it wrong.
Flower Bells for that one. ZY7264. Again, that's going to come in at the same price, only £5.99. And just think about how you can colour those in, how you can make them look 3D, make a shade and a light. So it makes it look very rounded and very cylindrical. And then you've got the moon and stars, which is that one there. And again, that's quite Aztec-y. I love that kind of Aztec sun. And then you've got the dancing stars and moon there as well. And this one's been popular. They've all been popular, actually. £5.99, down from £7.99 as an introduction to the brand new Clever Prints collection that we've got here for the very first time here at Hobby Maker today. And Jane is our guest, RW7224. Now, this is the first show of 2. You're back at 3 o'clock with another one. Have you got just a quick demo for a couple of minutes?
I've just got this stencil back out that I used earlier and thought, because we was talking about the stencils and the different ways of using it, just to show how you can then use the ink. So all this ink was from the first demo where I was, putting it through onto the card. But really quick, sort of easy way to use them when you've inked through your stencils.
So don't clean your stencil,
No.
use it this way.
Get some water,
Yeah.
just spritz it, turn it over. In fact, I'm going to turn it that way, so, oh no, I'm not, I'm going to leave it that way. And then pop that down. I will get some kitchen towel
Yeah.
and just give it a press. And sometimes the print you get from this, you like more than the one you did in the first place. So, and then just, oh, didn't do very much there. Let's give that I might not put enough water on it. Or it might be because it's been sitting there a while. But even that
Yeah. It gives you the idea.
gives you sort of like an element to start with.
Yeah, if
So
you
like
do it before it dries, it'll be
Yeah, I
more
think I've probably left it standing around too long.
Get the idea. But really clever techniques. And again, the stencils, just £5.99. If you want the stamps, they can be bought individually. So if you've only got a budget of £10 or £11 and you've got a particular favourite, maybe you like the dragonfly, then you can choose just one or a couple. Remember, you only ever pay 1p&p per day at Hobbymaker. That's what you always tell us that you love so much. While you're on the website, if you are purchasing that, or if you're on the phones, don't forget we do have the Hobbymaker brand new calendar for 2023 with a special £20 discount, 20% discount code on the page of the calendar as well. We've covered it up so you can't see it, but when you order it, it will be there, and you can order anything, one item or one particular order during 2023 and apply that code and get 20% off. So if you're going to go for a big machine later in the year or maybe in the next couple of weeks or something, maybe save it for that and save yourself 20% on a big investment. But the Hobbymaker calendar with all the little kind of removable, kind of post-it notes on there as well, all of that for just £9.99. Ask the operator or have a look on the website. You'll see it there as well. So we will see you back at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
More demos to come with these brand new stamps and brand new stencils and the dies as well. Don't forget those dies. To get like 11 dies in one of those sets for £12.99, that's
it's
about
really good
£1.20 a die, isn't it? About that.
I'll trust your maths.
All right. So whatever you do, make sure you join us back for more ideas, more demonstrations, and new demonstrations as well with Jane at 3 o'clock. We've got the rest of the afternoon, of course, is with Hunky-Dory as well. Lovely Anne-Marie is here. 3 different shows from Anne-Marie, another one from Jane, all the way through until 6 o'clock this afternoon.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1p&p. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1p&p. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, Simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunky-Dory Crafts. Hunky-Dory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer, and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Hi everybody, how did you do that? How did you go from there to
Magic,
here?
Dave, just magic.
Magic of TV?
Yeah.
You click your fingers and you just appear. You're right.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, I haven't seen you since we celebrated. Welcome back to Anne-Marie,
Thanks.
the award-winning Hunky-Dory. You won, didn't you, on the New Year Awards?
We won 3.
3 of them.
3 awards, Dave.
Wow.
Yes.
Best takeover,
Yeah.
best
Yeah.
tool, and
That's
best
the one.
craft essentials.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
Well done,
voted for
Laura.
by you. So thank you very much to
Yeah,
all of
it's
you. that
fabulous.
voted.
Thank you.
Now, we've got 3 different shows today, haven't we?
We do, yes.
Exciting.
It's very exciting.
And we've got the pens, we've got
Yep.
the ink pads, and we've got brand new dies. A little clue as to what they do. They're called the Liftables. You can probably work out exactly what they're going to do for you. But these are brilliant. I love them.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're so cool. This concept, when Stacey sort of came to me with the idea, I was like, I love it. I love the idea. It's something that we've done in the past in like a die-cut pad format, where we've kind of done the
I
designs
remember,
for you. But obviously, with your own dies, it's just so much more flexible. You can
Absolutely.
do any colourways, you can cut into any cardstock, you can do so much more with it.
And when you want to make dimension, things pop, things kind of leap out at you, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 dies. They are available on the website separately, but if you buy them as a bundle of 3, you save the most money. That's the way we roll here at Hobbymaker. But look at the first one. Look at the sort of thing that you can be doing and the fun you're going to have colouring this in. Look at that.
Isn't it
This
beautiful?
one is gorgeous. This one is called your Blossoming Bird. Now, if you go for the big bundle, you're going to get that one. with
It's
his
stunning,
wings
isn't
and
it?
his flowers that lift up. You're going to get this one, which is your butterflies, which is the Liftables Butterfly Beauty, and also this one, which is your fabulous flowers as well. I love all of them.
I do. You know what? When I started doing my prep with these the other day, I went to the butterfly one first. That was like my instinct one.
Yep.
And then I think I did the birds next, and I was like, oh, I think this is my favourite now. And then when I did the flowers, I was like, actually I really like this one.
Actually, I just want all 3. Now, already you're checking out on this. I've got to let you know these are only scheduled to be in this one show because we don't have anywhere near as much stock as we would have liked. Otherwise, we would have put them in all 3 shows this afternoon. So I think this could be your only opportunity to get hold of them. And if I show you some finished cards, you know, not just the die cuts, but how much fun are you going to have colouring these in with your watercolour pencils or your pens or
Absolutely.
whatever.
What I love about these dies is you can keep them really simple and just cut them out of, you know, your plain white cardstock and keep that kind of clean and simple look. Or you can add all of your different colouring mediums and really kind of bring them to life with different colours. You know, make them a little bit unusual, make them kind of realistic. You know, you can do lots with them.
Absolutely, you can do loads. And each
so
one can be
pretty.
a different type of bird. That's a blue tit there. That's a totally different one. That's when my knowledge of birds runs out. After blue tit.
Yeah, there's one of Natalie's birds, that one.
Is it?
Yeah.
This one here, I'm back to drop in. That's been done, what looks like on craft card.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Could be on
Again, you know,
Sparrow.
just bringing in different cardstocks and different colouring mediums is going to give you a completely different look every time.
Now let me go on to the flowers. Let me show you this one.
one's
I
gorgeous.
love this. Natalie's done this one. Natalia. This has been made into what looks like a shaker card.
Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it? And how simple is that? Just keeping it out of white cardstock, but then adding all that colour behind, so the design just really pops.
And you don't always have to have the petals raised if you don't want to.
No, absolutely not. No, you can keep them kind of flat. You can lift them up if you want to. Colour them in with your pens, gives you a really fabulous look. Or, you know, just teaming it up with black. I mean, look at the dramatic impact you're getting there. It looks incredible, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And you've got a real mix in the way those petals lift as well. Some of them will completely lift up. Some of them kind of half lift up, you know, so you get that kind of dimension with every one.
And we've just shown you actually a rectangular card made from the square die. So yeah, don't have to keep it square if you don't want to. So much versatility. That one's your beautiful flowers. And then the last one, which is, first of all, was Anne-Marie's favourite, and I can see why.
Oh, it's lovely,
the butterflies just lend themselves to this sort of technique. They really, really do. And they're just kind of cascading across.
They are, yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And you can kind of angle that any way you like on the card as well. You know, that one's just gone completely different angle, gives it a different look again. Using your rainbow mirror behind there, how awesome does that look?
That's gotta be the law. Use your rainbow mirror, absolutely. And none of these have got outside cutting edges. They've just got, of course, the wings that cut in.
Yeah, absolutely. Even your floral one, the square one, that kind of just cuts in as well. How classic is that?
Love it. This is Laura, our producer's favourite card. Here's another one. So again, you don't have to colour accurately. You can just add a splash
No, you can do your inks and create your kind of inky, splodgy backgrounds. You could probably team this up with some of our pattern packs and things like that. You know, get all your different cardstocks out and try them. I mean, look at that one.
Isn't it amazing? What do you put behind the butterflies where the wings lift? It's entirely up to you. It could be a mirror card, it could be your duotones pads, it could be anything at all that you want to add, and then just add different colouring techniques on the front. That's the one that we're looking at the moment. What's the likelihood of that happening? The picture that you see is the one that I've just put in front of me. And then this one, completely different look again, going in a different direction.
That's using our shimmer card behind there as well, so it brings that sparkle to it as well.
And also we've got the sentiments, the 2023 sentiment pad coming up during the afternoon as well. So the whole lot, all three of these die sets should be $44.97. That is not the price you're going to pay. We always show you the price that you should be paying to start off with, and very often, 99.9% of the time, we can then lower that price and give you a cracking deal. If you go for all three, we're going to take another £11 off that price for all three of these. If you love dimension, things that kind of jump out at you, that's what these dies are going to give you. $34.99.
Amazing.
And
what
think
a price.
about using them with parchment too.
Oh, definitely. Using them parchment is going to give you such a delicate kind of finish to it, for sure. It's just going to completely change it up.
Well, they are very, very busy, very, very popular. It works out to about £11.50 per die. When you consider what they do, not only are they giving you the wonderful shapes and the wonderful images and the individual characters, the butterfly, the bird and the flowers, but they also jump out to say hello. They kind of leap out at you because everything is three-dimensional. ZIHD56 is the product code if you want these three today. $34.99 is your new low price. And remember, 1 P&P for the whole day. So if you come back to Hunky-Dory shows later on at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock and buy some more, you haven't got to worry about that P&P at all because you've already paid it once. And of course, all your orders get collated at midnight tonight by our computer system. They all get put into an email to confirm what you've purchased, and it shows you 1 P&P of £3.95. And if you're on the website, have a little look at the pens and also the ink pads that we've got back in stock as well. Now, loads of you coming through and messaging as well, so we'll say hello to you a bit later on.
Right, so we are going to use our die and cut into some watercolour cardstock because we're going to be adding our pens to this. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to cut the Ink Me one first. I'm going to cut it twice and just show you a couple of different ways of adding colour to this. So obviously we've said you can keep it completely white and you know, just go for that clean and simple look, add in some mirror, things like that.
Is your Ink Me cardstock, is that the kind of go-to everyday card for stamping and all sorts of things?
It depends what you're going to use to colour in with. So it depends on what you're going to use with it. So with your Ink Me, as the name suggests, your inks are perfect because they blend an absolute dream on here. So if you're doing using the blending tool, creating that kind of background, it's perfect for that. It's also fantastic to use with our alcohol markers. But if you're going to be adding water to anything, then your watercolour card is your best friend because that is the one that's good. It soaks up all that water, it holds the shape of the cardstock, and it just helps to blend everything around as well. So we're going to use the inks for this one. So we're going to go with the Ink Me on here. So I'm just going to pop this one through, the machine there. And then what we'll do is we'll come to the watercolour one after because we're going to do a bit of a smooshy background for that one.
You're good at smooshy backgrounds.
I like a little bit of a smooshy. So let's just grab this one here. Now I took a couple of the plates out, so I hope I didn't take out too many. No, that's cut fabulously.
10% of the stock of these dies already gone, not surprising. They are going to sell out.
Oh, I'm not surprised. They are just beautiful. When we were doing the schedule before Christmas, and well, Natalie...
you fight over shows,
we do quite often fight, me and Natalie particularly. We're always scrapping. And then it's a hen party this weekend.
Is it?
So she was like, well, I can't really do Thursday. And I'm like, that's fine, I'll do Thursday.
You go.
It's fine.
You go?
No, it's her they're going to Amsterdam.
Oh, you should have gone.
No, I don't think I was invited, Dave, if I'm honest.
Oh, have you been to Amsterdam?
I have.
Did you have a good time in Amsterdam?
It was a work thing,
Oh, was it?
to be fair. It was a work
I
thing.
shouldn't stop you.
I
love Amsterdam.
Just turn up, do you reckon I just turn up at the
Let's all
airport?
just get on a plane and turn
We
up
all just
surprisingly.
go
Yeah.
Friday morning. You're all off tomorrow, right? Like, let's do it. Let's all just... She'll be watching and she'll be like, shut up.
I could go and sit in a window and surprise her.
Yeah, I think we should do it, Dave. I think we should do it. Oh, you went to Amsterdam as well. What are the chances?
Oh, dear.
Okay, so what we need to do with this, when we're pushing this through, is we do need to be quite careful with it because it's very, very delicate around where the wings attach to the bodies. So this is, again, it's going to depend on your machine as to how kind of detailed this is, how much pressure it's adding on. So just go around quite carefully, just push all the little bits. It's got loads of release holes in for you to kind of grab all these bits and pieces. And now we could just go straight in and kind of pull this off, but we don't want to.
No.
We don't want to tear any of those delicate wings, do we? There we
For the
go.
sake of a minute or two, it's worth
Exactly. And again, it's going to depend on the cardstock that you use.
I don't know if you've seen them, but I've seen in quite a few gift shops and kind of gift shop windows. Little box frames with 3D butterflies in the picture. You can make lots of those and sell them if you want.
Definitely. And of course, you don't have to keep them like this. You can actually cut them out of the cardstock, you know, and make your own little embellishments if you want to. So we can just then go in with our dye brush. We can be a little bit more rough with it now it's out of the dye there. And just get this one here as well. There we go. And just any of those little extra bits and pieces, you can kind of just go in and push those through. So if you're going to use your inks with this, now you can do it a few different ways. You can use your inks kind of underneath. Let me just get another little bit of cardstock. So you can put the inks underneath so it kind of shines through, or you can use your inks over them. So let me grab my fabulous box of tricks.
Techniques you can use.
Oh, absolutely loads.
Dozens.
Loads. So let's get some colours. Let's go purples, because we've got a whole box of beautiful purples there.
And we've got these inks in the show, by the way. We've got them back in stock, the whole collection for 2023, the new colours.
Oh, they're wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful. So obviously we can go straight in kind of underneath here. It's lovely, this one, isn't it? This is the lovely lilac. And you can see, you know, when you kind of pop your image over there, that colour's just going to kind of shine through. Let's get our violet as well. And get this under here as well. So obviously if you want that kind of seamless ombre with your inks as well, just take that time to kind of work it in and blend it in. But for something like this, we don't need to have that kind of perfect finish underneath. And you can see how that's going to just kind of shine through. And obviously you can go in and lift those wings up so you can really see that pop of colour underneath there as well. Beautiful. But if you want to then kind of colour in just the wings, what you can do is kind of get some cardstock or some paper, doesn't have to be anything fancy, and you can kind of tuck it under the wings.
Ah, great idea.
And just bring the colour in this way. So this is if you wanted to use your inks. Obviously you can pop your inks onto your mats and you can use a bit of water and go in with the brush if you want to, but this is just such a quick
really
way.
useful way of doing it.
Yeah. And you can obviously do that with just a little bit of scrap paper or something, but you can see how that's going to look once we've got that on there. Like they look really pretty, don't they? It is just fabulous, and it is such an easy way. Obviously, you don't need a piece of card as big as this either to kind of tuck under.
It just could be a bit of copy paper.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
don't
a
use your
little
good stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely don't use your good stuff. If you've just got a little bit of scrap something that's maybe not going to get used on a project. We've all got one of those boxes, haven't we? And look at this fabulous pattern you'll actually get onto your cardstock as well. If you wanted to, you know, make a little bit of a border or something, you can do that as well. But then because obviously we are using our inks on here, we can still create that kind of ombre effect. So on one of our larger ones, so let's get this here. I'm going to go in with the darker kind of purple just on the edges of the wings, like this. So just kind of dab in on the edges. And then we can go in then with our lilac. Let's just pick that up.
Have you had the lurgy?
I had COVID last week, Dave.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you.
I know, Boxing Day, you know.
Everybody I know has been poorly over.
There's been something or other, hasn't there? Yeah, whether it's been COVID or...
I was supposed to go to Dublin for New Year, but I couldn't. The other half went down with what I went down with before Christmas. So.
Yeah, well, I had Laura's lurgy before Christmas. So on Christmas Day night, when I started feeling a little bit unwell, I was like, I best not be getting ill again already. I've literally just got better. And then, yeah, Boxing Day, I was really quite poorly, but
Bless you.
it's all good now.
I was Christmas Day I was okay. I had sore throat Christmas Eve and it went, and then Boxing Day, boom, that was me done.
Yeah. Never mind.
But we made it through.
Exactly. And it didn't affect our Christmas Day in any way. The kids still had a great time. And luckily, the weather was so horrific that we couldn't go anywhere and do anything anyway. So there we go. But look at that effect you can get doing that kind of ombre. Just taking that little bit of time and going in and look at this super cool background we've created here. So that is just a couple of ways you can use your inks.
It's like a 2-for-1. You're getting 2 effects. For
absolutely.
one technique.
But they look fabulous, don't they? And because you're really getting that colour on there and kind of saturating them with those inks, they really kind of pop from the white there.
Well, remember the stock of this is going very, very fast. I don't want to kind of, panic anyone, but they're only going to be featured in this show. If they sell out, we can't get any more stock for the time being. So ZIHD56 gets you all 3 themes. You get the bird with the wings that stand up and the flowers that stand up. You've got the flowers and the petals, and you've also got the butterflies on their own. Now, we have got a small quantity of them individually, but of course the best deal is always the big bundle. But if you want the butterflies, $14.99, still a good price, but you get the best deal if you buy the bundle of 3. There's your butterflies. If you fancy that one on its own, £14.99, KYHD 62, okay? And that will be on its way to you. Really, really gorgeous. And I love the techniques you use there.
We're going to go back to... Oh,
okay. I'll tell you what. We'll put these all on the website individually for you as well. Now, bearing in mind, we've got the ink pads in the show. Now, the ink pads, we've managed to get more stock for the shows today, which is fantastic. These only got released towards the end of last year, didn't they?
Yeah, it was October, late October, yeah.
And these are brand new colours. If you've got the previous colours, these are different to the colours that were out earlier in 2022. But look at them. You're going to get all... How many is it in total? I can't remember. 40 individual ink pads in all these different colourways. And they're different to the ones that you bought previously if you bought them back at the beginning of last year or whatever. $129.59 gets you all the collection. And these don't have sparkle in them or anything like that. They're the standard colours, the standard finishes. But you're also going to get, so you can get the most out of your individual ink pads, you're also going to get the Prism Crafting Handbook Volume 7. Now, you might think to yourself, well, why do I need a handbook? I know what to do with an ink pad. There are so many ways of using an ink pad that even professional crafters may not even realise. And it's beautifully, beautifully illustrated. And that's coming with those ink pads as well. But look at all the different colours you've got there. And the production values in that slide on that screen.
Oh, Dave, honestly. I think Laura thought I was laughing at her slide. I wasn't laughing at your slide, Laura. I was just laughing at how pleased you were when you found that slide and put that in. It was like, yes.
Yes. Now,
there we go.
Let me just show you the book as well, Volume 7. And there we go. Look, it just shows you how you can do your layering stamp techniques. I had those on Wake Up to Hobby Maker this morning. Look at all these different techniques and how you can use them to paint with as well. How you can use salt with it too, use it with your stencils.
You can't imagine there's that many things you can do with ink pads until you get this book home. There's so many fun techniques in there. It is fabulous. And just different ways of using your ink pads, different ways of using some of your crafty things you maybe already have, like your dyes and things like that. It is just fabulous.
And these are water-based things, yeah?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
So just adding water to them is just going to
Now pick a colour, think of a colour at random, you'll find it in there somewhere.
Yeah.
You've got every colour you need, really. Now, we have taken it to better than half price. We've taken it from $129.99, I think it was, down to $59.99, and it's on 2 split pays as well. So all you have to pay today is $29.99 plus your P&P. If you've paid that already, maybe with Wake Up with Hobby Maker this morning or with Jane in the last show, that's a delivered price. And then the second split payment comes off your card in 4 weeks if you want split pay. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it, but it's there for you. And we only got more stock of this today. So AOHD15 is the product number for these brand new colorways from Prism and Hunky-Dory. Try them, you're going to love them, fall in love with them. And have we got any of that storage back in stock yet, do you know?
I don't think we do.
We're trying, are we?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Check the website, there might be the odd 1 or 2 storage containers.
Yeah.
But I mean, they'll come really
You
wonderfully
should have
packed.
the little one, this one. It's just the big one that we don't
okay.
have. But you
So
should have
that
the
might be on
little
the
one.
website.
Yeah.
And you can put those in there.
Yeah, I've managed to squeeze all 40 in.
Did you?
Because you can fit 36 in the boxes, so
Right.
it just leaves 4 kind of hanging in. If you kind of pop them in the middle, where there's a little bit of give in the lid, they will go
They'll
in.
fit. Okay,
It's a
that's on the
tight
website.
Squeeze,
The tight squeeze.
but it
But it
does work
works.
for me.
There we go. So they are $59.99. They should be double that price and more. AOHD 15. Wow, we've got a big surge on the phones and loads of
She did.
loads of interest on the phones and also loads on
She
the
does know where
website
she's
as well.
going.
Evidently, Natalie's just messaged in to say that she
does
didn't know
know.
where she was going on a hen party.
She does know, and do you want me, I won't tell you how she knows. Yeah, it wasn't a surprise.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. We didn't let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, no, it wasn't us. Don't worry, Dave. It wasn't us.
good.
It was Natalie's mum.
I suddenly developed a cold sweat then for a minute. Think, oh no, what have we done? Do you want to mention the pens as well? Yeah, okay. Now, Prism pens. Now, just like the inks, these are water-based, and these were being used by Jane, actually, in the last show, and that's her pen of choice.
Yes.
And she's nothing to do with Hunky-Dory,
No,
but she
not at
uses
all,
Prism
no.
pens. Are they double-ended? They are, aren't they?
They are, yep. So you've got the brush end and then you have the fine liner end as well. So you've got both options there, depending on what you're doing with them. Obviously, that brush end just gives you lots of options. It can cover like large areas when you're colouring in, and then obviously your super fine detail will just do all your little detail bits and pieces.
Now, they come in kind of colour families, which is really handy. If you have a little look at this one down here, these are all your kind of earthy colours, like your greens and your browns. Over here, you've got like your sky and your sea and your rivers, all the blues, the blue lagoons, as they call that
That one's
one.
got your greys and your black in as well.
Lovely. This one up here is your kind of sunrises and sunsets with your yellows, your oranges and your reds and browns. And then the last colour one over here is your pinks through to your purples as well. So you've got every colour you could wish. Water-based, so you'd use these with watercolour card. That's what you suggest.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And you get the handbook as well. Now, these should be £70. The handbook is worth $9.99. We're taking them down to what price? $47.99. And they should be how much? £70. So you've got a saving of about £23 off the price. The pens are $11.99 each set, and the handbook you're not paying for. We're giving you that for free, worth a tenner.
Bargain.
Absolute bargain.
Yeah.
And again, you might think, I know how to use a pen. Why do I need a handbook? But there's loads of techniques.
Yeah. You need the handbook,
You
definitely.
do need the handbook.
Yeah, 100%. Just going back to talking about the different cardstocks to use your pens with. So this is our Ink Me cardstock. So when I was saying earlier about using your brush markers on here, let me show you how they don't work on here, basically. So once you've got your...
Well, they work if you don't want to blend them.
If you don't want to blend, if you just want to colour in, absolutely fine. And you'll kind of get the colour blend out a little bit, but you're not going to lose that edge that you've got there. Whereas if we get a little bit on our watercolour card, you can see how you can effortlessly just blend that out. And it doesn't leave you any kind of sharp edges or anything like that. It's just going to give you that much softer finish. So
the way Jane used it in the last show was she'd put it on her glass mat or on a silicone mat and then get up with a brush.
That's perfect. If you aren't very confident going straight in with the pens, you're not sure how dark the colour's going to be, how you want it to look, then that's an absolutely ideal way of using them for sure. Okay, so we're going to create like a little bit of a background for our die to sit on. Okay. So what I want to do is usually I would use my messy mat here, but because I kind of want to see where I'm going to put my colour, I'm going to put my die underneath a bag. Mm-hmm. We're going to do our scribbles kind of onto here where my butterflies are. and smoosh it up this way. Smoosh it up. So it's because I don't want the colour everywhere. I kind of want it where the butterflies are. I want to get the different colours where the butterflies are as well.
I haven't seen this technique before.
So we can just kind of use the bag as our kind of glass mat. It sounds incredible, doesn't it? It's an awesome little sound.
Like we've got mice.
It does, doesn't it? But you can be a little bit more direct with where the colours go in. We know then we can kind of look at this. I have moved it around a little bit, but you can kind of look at this and see that the colour is going over the butterflies. This is one that has been scrunched up in the bottom of my bag as well for ages. And then just add some water onto here to get this wet, and I'm just going to pop a little bit onto my cardstock as well. So I've already trimmed this down to 7 by 5, and I'm just going to kind of drop that over the top of there.
What a great technique.
Well, it just gives you a little bit more control about where that colour's going. You're making sure that you're actually going to get it where your butterflies are, where you want it. Because you can, if you don't want it as kind of precise as this, if you will, then that's fine. But obviously when we cut this out, we might have to, I think I should have flipped my die over, so we can go that way though, but we're still going to get the kind of ink where we want it there. I mean, obviously as well, ordinarily, I would use this again, upside down. Because I was that way, wasn't I? Yeah, it's because I should have flipped my die over.
Get the idea though.
Shall we just ring Natalie? Shall we? We'll pop that to one side.
I think she's otherwise engaged.
Not yet,
Literally.
she's not. She better be at work. Okay, let's just give this a dry, then we can cut this out. It's still going to give us the same kind of technique, but yeah, just remember to flip your die over. So just give this a dry off. And although it hasn't given us a really kind of precise outline of the butterflies, it has made it a little bit kind of more neater and more...
That looks a bit like tie-dye now, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, the way that kind of works. I mean, what you could do, actually, if you really wanted to be a little bit more precise, I'm trying to think, because we have a technique in the book for inking up your die and kind of using your die as a stamp.
Okay.
That's in the ink pad book.
Oh.
I think it is in, sorry. But you have...
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, it's with a flower die, one of our portrait flowers ones.
I will find it.
There we go, let's try there. But it is quite a clever technique, so you could actually create a card using this as almost like a stamp.
Can't find it. It's in there somewhere.
It's definitely in there, yeah. Okay, so just give this a little bit of a... Yeah, it is in that one.
In this one?
Yeah.
It's not that one, is it?
No, that's using it kind of like as a mask. It's a... You'll find it. Keep going.
I will. I will find it if it's the last thing I do.
Let's get this through the die cutting machine.
It's not. Oh, is it that? No, it's not that one, is it? No.
No.
No, why can't I find it? You sure it's in there?
Yeah, it's definitely in there. Do you need me to look?
Yeah. No, I don't really know what I'm looking for, so.
No, that helps, definitely, because I kind of...
You kind of know.
Ink lifting, it's not that one. This one.
Oh, that one, right.
So that's been made using a die. So the technique... they've used... it was that one, sorry, Dave.
That's right.
Oh, so they've used a die cut. So you can actually do it with your dies as well. I thought we'd done it with a die as well. That could just be me making you look for something that's not actually in here, Dave.
Won't be the first time.
Oh, no, there we go. Reverse die stamping. So you can use your die as a stamp.
Right.
So ink up the back of your die,
Yeah.
pop it through your die cutting machine, and it's going to give you...
See, I would have never thought of doing that.
Isn't
That's
it
why
cool?
this book is so cool.
Yeah,
You'll
isn't
get
it
that
cool?
with the ink pads.
So your butterfly one would actually look really good
Yeah.
done like that.
That worked well.
Okay, let's just, it did, didn't it? It did. I'm just going to turn that around and pop it back through again, just to make sure that that's completely cut. Again, this is just something you'll find with your machine, like where the hot spots are, where the pressure points are, to get your best kind of die cut.
I mean, that die is asking a lot, isn't it? There's a lot of detail in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And different cardstocks are going to work differently as well. Obviously, we've used the watercolour card here, but we can see that that one has cut through perfectly. So again, we're just going to take the tape off first. Just grab this. And then obviously the pressure actually makes the tape even stickier when it goes through the machine as well, which never helps. So just.
And I know we had a deal going on a couple of days ago. I did a deal with the Hunky-Dory low-tack tape, which probably is still on the website. I don't think it's sold out. So you'll find that there if you have a little look.
Was that the low-tack tape stack?
Yeah, all the different widths.
Yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it? That one's from there, actually.
Okay.
It is brilliant. So, okay, just again, pushing through and just kind of get in and make sure you're kind of pulling all of those out of there. There we go. Just get this last one here. Just chuck in all of those little holes. So some of them are actually die cuts and some of them are like kind of release holes. And again,
is it easy to see which one's which? Or?
So it's kind of by feel. You'll know when you push through. It doesn't push all the way through because it's actually pushing onto the cardstock, and that's your release hole. Yeah. So just pushing all those little bits out now.
I love these dies. I love all three of them. I haven't got a favourite. I love all three. The flowers, the butterflies, and remember the wings of the bird as well. All three of them, they all lift up but stay in the cardstock. So they make great tops for boxes as well.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Let's just grab that one. So just give these a little bit of a lift now, and then we will get this card actually together and made up. And I love how easy it is to just kind of lift those wings up, just push from behind there to get the centres.
Whether you put glitter card behind it, coloured card, whether you put holographic, make a shaky card, put some acetate behind it and put some sequins in.
It's going to look fabulous.
Nice,
whatever you do, it is going to look amazing. It really is. Let's just grab some tape. So we're going in with some adorable scoreable on our base card. So our base card is 8 by 6. So it's a nice larger size, not quite A5. So just covering our white card with some of this gorgeous pink from our new 2023 Adorable Scoreable.
And we've got that coming up later on in another show a bit later on this afternoon. We've got a double show 4 and 5 this afternoon with Anne-Marie.
You lucky things.
Yeah. Our money's worth out of you. That's what it is.
Now, what you can do here is I'm going to pop this on flat with some tape. But if you actually lift this up with foam pads, you'll get like kind of shadows underneath.
Nice.
So it will add even more to it as well. So it's up to you how you kind of want to pop this down.
Could you put some of those little rice lights that seem to be all the
rage?
Because,
yeah, definitely. That would be lovely, especially if you're popping it in a frame rather than like a card.
A little wall light or something would be nice.
Yeah, that would be really nice. So just making sure that we've got kind of tape everywhere. You could use glue dots, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oops. You could use whatever your adhesive of choice is.
Absolutely.
So just because we're going onto the Miri, personally, I use tape for most things anyway, but tape is my chosen one to go onto a Miri.
Do you find as well, when you're not actually on air, when Hunky-Dory isn't actually on the TV, there's still a lot of sales coming through from our website?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember, we've got the brand shops on our website. So even if you wake up one morning and think, oh, I need some low-tack tape, I need some glue from Hunky-Dory, the construction glue, whatever. If they're not on air, don't think, oh no, I can't order it. Go to our website and go to the brand shop, Hunky-Dory, and you'll see all those products there. You can order them at any time you like, any time of day or night.
We've got hundreds of products on there.
Yes.
You know, you basically have everything that we do available to buy on the website.
24/7.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, so then we'll just get this on to our...
Oh, that mirror card's a game changer,
Isn't it? Doesn't it look fab? Yeah, it looks amazing. I love that kind of reflection you get of the wings on the back as well. It really is wonderful. So I'm just going to add some foam pad onto here. So I'm going to put my strip straight onto my card, just because I've just lifted all them wings up, and obviously I don't want to flip it over and kind of flatten them all again.
No.
So just going in.
And if you're sending it to someone and you have to flatten the wings, let them know that the wings actually do stick up.
Yeah,
They get flattened in the post or something like that.
And then let's just get a few gemstones as well. See, we've got some kind of pinks in here. Of course we do.
Of course we do.
And then we can add these in, because you've got these kind of little die cut circles anyway. You can kind of just add these in and around. Oops, oops. Where those little holes kind of are, just to kind of add a little bit of extra something to it.
And again, those adhesive gems will be on the website as well.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And then we're just going to add a little sentiment, which I thought I'd lost then. We've got this from our essential book of sentiments. I'm going to have to bring it round because I can't pick it up. We'll have to slide it round.
And that's coming up a bit later this afternoon for 2023, the new sentiments.
Yeah. So this one is with love on Mother's Day. We can just add that. It absolutely will be here before you know it, won't it?
Yep.
There we go.
Look at that. How gorgeous is that? And that paper bag, not paper bag, the plastic bag technique, I think is absolutely fantastic, where you can be very specific where the colour goes. And that's a really easy way of giving colour to those butterflies. Now, let's remind you of the options we've got for you. You can buy them individually, but we don't have many of them individually, because most of you, when you see the deal when we give you all three, go for that. Because if you love the concept, let's show you those boards again. This one we've not demoed yet, but this one is the flower one. The florals are absolutely beautiful. Now, although it's a square, you can use it as a rectangle if you want to. You can trim it down, put a frame around it. It's entirely up to you. And they can be any type of flower you want them to be. I just think they look lovely plain, like
They
that.
are gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah. Just maybe a little gemstone in the middles, you know, just something like that. Nice and simple.
Now, this one I love. It can be a bird of any type. You choose. You colour it in the way you wish it to be, whether it's a blue tit, whether it's I don't know, think of some other birds. Wren.
Yeah.
It could be anything like
Robin,
that.
yeah.
Robin. Well, maybe not a robin. Maybe. But look at those wings and the plumage on the wings, beautiful. And the tail feathers, they can stick up too. The petals on the flowers stick up as well. My favourite though, and that's what we did on the demo, are the butterflies. They just lend themselves so magically to this type of technique. Thank you, Jimmy. It's recapped my lemon green tea for me. Thank you, mate. ZIHD 56 gets you all three of these $11.99 each, okay? £12 each. That's all you're paying for dies that really make a difference. And it cuts into the cardstock but doesn't cut out. 30% of the entire bundle is now gone. Now you've seen the demo and you've seen exactly how to use them and get the most out of them. Are you going to make shaky cards? You can do all of that. Use the technique that Anne-Marie just showed you as well. But all three of them, working out to £12 a die, basically, is an absolute steal for something that's a bit different. And not just card making, box making, picture making, you know, home decor, that in a box frame. Box frames, that sort of size, you can buy for a couple of quid in the high street with glass in and that sort of thing. You could probably sell that for 15.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. $34.99 is your price. And the packaging also gives you lots of colouring ideas as well. So I think the technique that you've just done is actually featured on the packaging for the dies as well. Moonstone dies is a part of Hunky-Dory, $34.99, ZIHD 56. And just to show you again a couple more cards, this is another one of the butterfly ones. That's actually got the blue Miri in the background. How cool is that? Really, really lovely. Where was that shaker one that I had earlier on?
It's the flowers, isn't it?
Oh, was it the flower one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me try and find you that one again. This is lovely. There we go. And
it's
then
gorgeous, isn't it?
This shaker, acetate behind, just leaving it white, a bit of colour in the background. Natalia's done that. And again, all of those sequins can jiggle around in there to the heart's content. And then this one, totally different.
I love how bold that one is.
Yeah, intense in the middle.
The green behind, and you can see how it kind of cuts in. You can make that into an actual card there, so it's just been used as like a card front. Love it.
And then adding a sentiment or two. And look at this one, totally different, used in totally different ways.
Just to cut the flowers out.
Yep. Actually, let me show you this. Let me just show you that. Look at that, tone on tone. A lovely wedding card. That could be. Can I pop that in my back pocket and send it to Natalie?
No.
Oh. Pretty please. Cool though, isn't it? And here's another one. Look at that.
Ooh, that's jazzy, isn't it?
Very jazzy. And this is
Really
totally
cool.
different. Never seen a card quite like this
Oh,
before.
I love this one.
This easel card. Look at this.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So just cutting it out of black and then just using
A gold gel pen.
a gold gel pen just to add that detail back in. Looks
Love
like it's
it.
been stitched, doesn't it? It's
And
fabulous.
although that flower die is square, Rachel has turned it into a circle. So it doesn't have to stay the shape that it actually becomes. Look at that. How cool is that? $34.99 gets you all three of these dies. There's a lot of metal for your money and a lot of engineering as well, which you can really enjoy. And hopefully, if you raise funds for good causes, make an awful lot of money for those and also for yourself along the way as well, because you could charge quite a bit of money for one of those cards.
Definitely,
I reckon.
yeah. I think if you see these kind of cards on the high street and they've got that kind of raised effect, that die cut effect,
You pay a premium.
instantly
Yeah.
you add a premium to it, don't you? So yeah, you 100% can get a little bit more for them.
So the bird next then, yeah?
The bird next, yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of cut in and cut out a shape as well.
Okay.
So for this one, I'm going to use our duo stitched nesting dies. Let me just double check my shape, my size. It's definitely this one. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to cut the larger one out of my card. So my card is 6x6 and it literally just goes to the edges. So what we're going to do with this, we're going to add some acetate behind it to give it that kind of stability.
Lovely.
And I'm just going to pop that one in the middle of there. We're going to cut this separately because it doesn't quite fit without damaging the die. So
Right.
we'll have to kind of cut the circle out and then...
Yeah, never overlap your dies.
No,
That
no,
ruins them, so.
we don't want to be doing that. No. Definitely not. So just line those up. It's not really important that there's an equal gap in between them. It really doesn't matter. We just need to have the larger circle kind of cut out and then the smaller circle available for us as well. So just pop that on there.
Okay. We're trying to see if we can get any stock of the nesting dies, so if we can, I'll let you know.
Apologies.
They've not been on
Should have
since
them.
September, so it's been about a quarter of a year. We'll try and see if we can get some more added to the show for you.
That's fine.
Through the machine? Any machine?
Any machine? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was using the MIDI at home, Gemini MIDI. So yeah, you can use absolutely anything. So let's grab this out of here now.
I think I read somewhere this weekend we've got a very special offer, a new special offer for the new year on the Gemini. So watch out for Crafters Companion shows from now through the weekend. I'm not sure what the offer is, but it's going to be worth it, I'm sure, tuning in.
Okay, and then this is going to sit in here to create our kind of like topper, if you will. So let's get this down now, because remembering that this cuts in, so it isn't actually going to cut that shape out. And then pop that through.
Oh, now good news, we've got them.
Oh, she's fabulous, isn't she?
The circular nesting dies, 9 going down in equal increments in size, usually $19.99. We've got them. It is $19.99. MGHD 72. Okay, you're going to get how many dies? 9 dies for $19.99, so around about £2 a die, and that you'll use those day in, day out.
Oh, you will. And
all
you know
the
what
time.
I love about them is, like, let's look at what we've cut out here. So we've got the stitched edge on the actual card.
Yep.
We've got the stitched edge on both of those edges there
Yep.
of that piece that we cut out of, and we have the stitched edge on here.
Beautiful.
So no matter which bit of the die cut you use, you're going to
got the
get
stitched edge.
that stitch edge,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
So let's just grab this one off here. This one's not as delicate when you're kind of taking it off. You don't need to be as careful as you are with the butterflies, and it doesn't have as much kind of cut out detail. It's mostly kind of in the
Well,
leaves
in
here.
real life, butterflies are more delicate than birds, aren't
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely, there we go. So just get those kind of leaf details out. And then we're going to add a little bit of colour to here using our pen. So I'm going to kind of keep it neutrals. I'm going to go in with my Forest Walk because this has got all the kind of brown shades in. And I'm just going to grab from our Heavenly Sunset. There is just a couple of shades in here. So this one has got your mahogany and your nutmeg.
I wonder
as
how many
well.
people unwrapped prism pens at Christmas.
Oh,
What a gift.
what a lovely gift.
What a
that would
treat if
be.
someone's giving you a hobby maker gift card.
Yeah,
Treat yourself
definitely.
to the pens.
So let's just have a little look at these colours on just this little tester one that I did beforehand. So that mahogany is lovely, but it's very kind of dark, but I like that. Let's have a look at this one here as well. Nice. Let's get our water brush. Already got that out. And let's get a bit of this as well, again, just so that we can water this down.
So now you're using the plastic bag as a water
Yeah,
palette.
they're always come in handy.
Yeah.
Always.
Paint palette.
And then we can just add this colour onto here. So we're not going really heavy with this colour first of all. And again, if you want to, you can tuck a little bit of card, a little bit of paper underneath the lift up areas if you want to really kind of keep that pen detail to the wings. Let's just go along here.
Who'd have thought you could use pens in this way? There's just so much versatility with the watercolour pens.
They're just wonderful, they really are.
The two ends, you've got one that's a brush and one that's a fine liner.
Yeah, I'll show you the fine liner one in a sec as well, because we can add that detail in with that as well.
Right.
So let's just get this kind of base colour on, keeping it quite light around the kind of head of the bird there, the little face. And then we can bring in a little bit of this mahogany, which is obviously quite a lot darker. Adds a little bit of a ready tone to it as well. And we can just add a little bit to kind of like the tops of the wings there and bring that down. You don't have to kind of mix your colours. If you want to create that kind of tonal effect, that graduated effect, just with one colour, you can do that as well.
Well, some of you are actually buying two sets of the pens. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, they're such a cracking deal. They really
are, yeah.
With
they
a free
really
book
are.
as well, which is worth $9.99. And it just means, yeah, even if you've been colouring for years, there'll be loads of hints and tips in that book you never really thought about or realised.
Definitely. And then I'm just going to bring in some of our kind of reds and oranges. Again, just have a little check of the colour. Just make sure that you're happy with how these are going to look once you get them kind of on. And again, just do a little bit of a scribble onto our bag here. And then just add this colour onto the flowers. So this is how you can create that really delicate effect.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we go in straight with the colour onto here, so if I show you with this one, we can add a little bit of colour to kind of the centre, and then you can wash this out. If you want something kind of a little bit bolder, you can do it this way as well. So
also, if you're not very good at staying in the lines with colouring, if you poke the petals up, it's easier to colour them without going over the edge.
And just slide a little bit of card underneath like we did with the butterflies earlier. And just
it's the easiest way of doing it.
Definitely. And you don't have to be really precise with these flowers anyway, because they don't really have like a definitive kind of edge.
No.
The way that they have been designed. Let's get a bit of this colour, just come down here and get this little flower, and then just up to the top for this one as well. And then
now these water brushes that we're using, or that Anne-Marie's using, we've got those in the show. I think they're a set of 3, aren't they, if my memory serves? Yeah, set of 3 for how much? $9.99. $3.33 each.
So then with our fine liner, let's just move this out of the way. With our fine liner, we can go in now and add this kind of detail onto the bird. So we can go over that cut detail that's already been done for us. So if you're not, you're not very artistic and you're thinking, well, actually, I don't think I can add that kind of detail in. It's already been done by our lovely Jen and Stacey back at the office.
I suppose you could also use the fine tip to actually go into where the faux stitching is as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you really can.
If you've got the time and the inclination.
Definitely. But we can just go in and add all of this lovely detail to the feathers. And then again, just on the wings here, I'm just going to kind of go in. I don't want to go too heavy around the wings. Just want to kind of get some of that detail that's kind of already there. And just going around. So You want to do the kind of cut detail rather than the cut out, because the pen just kind of disappears around the back. There we go. But that's when your fine line is really going to kind of come into itself and just help get all of that detail there. So we can just push out these last little bits and pieces. Oops, I nearly rolled everything off then.
Or your multi-purpose tool is on the website as well. Remember, it's a pokey tool, a die brush to clean your dies.
It's got a
shovel. It's got a little shovel at the bottom.
Okay, and then just giving this a little bit of a lift there, we can kind of just go in, and you can really kind of shape this as well. You could even get it onto a embossing mat and get your embossing tools on there to help really shape those kind of bird wings.
You can shape your tail feathers too.
Absolutely, you can. And think about maybe cutting these flowers out, layering them up as well. If you want to create an even more dimensional look, you can do that too. Just lifting.
It's such a satisfying thing to do too.
It is. It really is.
You're making a flat picture become three-dimensional.
It is fab. It really is. I love it. It's just such a cool technique. So let's get this together now. So we're going to get our tape. We need to get the skinnier one because we need to put that acetate behind here, so it's going to give it that stability, because obviously we've taken out so much of the card with the die, which we wanted to do. It was part of the plan. But just to give this that stability again, we're just going to go in with some acetate. And then it's going to give us that kind of floating effect with our topper.
I know Hunky-Dory is multi-award winning, but so should your nails be.
Oh, thank you.
You never ever cease to amaze me. They must take you hours to do.
You know what? They actually don't, because they...
Are they a transfer or something?
They're like stickers, yeah.
Okay. Oh.
So...
You've ruined it now.
I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, they are just stickers. They're fantastic. But I got an allergic reaction to like gel. Oh. So I had to stop using like gel nails, which I was like, oh, I can't have naked nails. And nail polish kind of just chips.
Now you use transfers.
So now, yeah, I use these because there's so many jazzy patterns. I can change them like every week. It's very addictive though. It's just like, I'm bored of these now. What's next? It's the only downside. Okay, let's get this on to here like this. Trim off the bottom because it's a little bit bigger than I needed, but I'd rather that, and then we can trim. And this is going to give us that kind of effect of a floating kind of topper.
Okay.
So let's give that a nice crease there. You could run over this with your anti-static bag as well if you wanted to, just kind of stop anything sticking to it that you don't want on there.
I've just got this picture of you at home with the family, and you're doing your nails and your other half's on the Xbox or something.
That's pretty much life, Dave, yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I've known you long enough.
It's quite amusing. Yeah, Joseph picked these ones for me this time. Sometimes I'll ask Mark, but then he never picks the ones I want him to pick.
Oh, okay.
Which, you know, I could kind of just pick them myself, but
yeah.
I'm like, you pick. So yeah, Joseph picked these.
Okay. And he watches mum on telly going, oh, I picked those.
Yeah. Okay, so that is just going to sit in the centre. Going to get a couple of our gemstones again, just to go in the middles of our flowers. So let's get out our sepia tones, because we can get some of those really nice kind of...
That's lovely subtle colouring, isn't it, from those pens? Really lovely.
Yeah.
And a little bit of bling, can't go wrong.
Love this. And then just get some of the little tiny ones. Like this last one. Oops.
Well, all I can say is if you've gone for the trio of the dies, congratulations. They are beautiful. They're not going to disappoint. For card making, box decorating, the box lids, for wonderful box pictures to put on the wall, artwork, you know, home decor, the whole thing, the whole lot for $34.99. Now, let me quickly show you, again, the three that you're going to be getting. I'll show you I'll show you the black and white ones first. So, firstly, you're going to get this beautiful floral. Oh, so many of you have gone through and ordered. Congratulations. Wow, look at this. Debbie's got it in a basket at the moment. Lorraine, Teresa, Brian, Diane, loads of you with it in your basket. Loads of you already checked out as well. I mean, that is stunning. They all are. This is the bird that Anne-Marie just used. And you can make it really whatever type of bird you want it to be, really. It's like a generic bird, but it's how you colour it that makes it different. And then you've got your butterflies. There are your butterflies. And of course, it all stays in the cardstock, so that's why I say it's great for the tops of boxes, great for wall art, all that sort of thing. $34.99 gets you all three. So you're looking at less than £12 each. Less than £12 per die, and there's a lot of dye for your money. And the fact that it kind of, as soon as you lift up the petals, as soon as you lift up the feathers, the whole thing kind of jumps to life. Now we've got 3 minutes left.
I was just going to I was going to say, can I show you this?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get it onto a card fast enough, but I just wanted to show you something that we hadn't, that I've just not had a chance to show you yet. So this is 3 of the flowers cut all together,
right.
Well, not cut all together, cut separately, and then layered up so that we can get like a little bit more of a layered effect here. And I wanted to kind of just do it in all of our beautiful craft card. And let me show you how it was going to look. If I, tip that over.
I love that. No colour needed on.
No, absolutely not. And because we've layered up 3 of them, you're getting that even more kind of dimension.
That looks like a wood carving now.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So lots of effects you can achieve. I mean, going completely the other way, another one of my favourites, and I know it's one of yours as well, is this black one, using a gold gel pen or a gold paint pen if you've got one of those, a Posca pen.
This one? Does it have a name on?
No.
Oh.
Whoever's done it, we love it.
Dan, apparently.
Dan, our director, yeah. It's credit for everything. But isn't that amazing? And then this one, completely different again. This one's got a name on it. This is actually Barbara that's done this one.
I love that one with the shimmer card. So actually cutting them out and layering them over the top gives them a completely different feel.
And another firm favourite is this one. Valentine's Day, a few weeks away now. Bex has done this one.
So yeah, just changing the shape of that square by using your nesting dies. So if you've got a heart, you've got a square, you've got a circle, you can really change it up.
Wow, we've had such a busy show. And remember, there are 2 more shows to come with Anne-Marie and myself at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock this afternoon. 2 totally different shows.
Yeah.
So whatever, please, you do, check out your basket because the stock is going very, very fast indeed. And this is the only time this afternoon, well, I say that, as I know, or as I'm assuming, this is the only time you're going to see them this afternoon. If you want either individuals or all 3, they're all on the website. The operator can help you on our free phone number as well, which is 0800 001 4433. If you want to order and you've never ordered from Hobbymaker before, you've just discovered us, maybe you discovered us over the festive weekends or whatever, just call the operator and they'll set an account up for you, or you can do it yourself at hobbymaker.co.uk. All you need is your email address and then make up a password. And that's it, you're in. And you're part of the family here at Hobbymaker. Now, to mark the fact that Hobbymaker's got such a loyal following, we've got a very special treat for you. Our calendar, new for 2023, launched this morning, and we're going to show you what's left of stock of it. Anyway, coming up in a few minutes. See you in about an hour?
See you in a bit.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Welcome back. Now, our brand new supplier, Clever Print, will be here in a couple of minutes' time, but you always know when this gentleman appears, something special is going to happen.
Usually planned. Hello everyone, how are you? My name's Andy.
Planned, actually.
I am the head of sales here at Hobbymaker, sometime presenter as well. I haven't had the opportunity to wish you yet a very, very happy new year from us all here at Hobbymaker. And to you as well, Dave.
And to you.
Let's do it, shall
Let's do it.
We can touch hands now. Hands, touching hands. That's by Grace, that's one for the teenagers. Now, one of the reasons I'm here is because I did want to highlight something to you that we were hoping to bring you Christmas Day.
Yes.
Which was the Hobbymaker calendar.
I love this.
Do you know what? The demand for this, since we actually launched it at 7 AM, has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
A lot of you joined us at 7 AM. A lot of you have been ordering since.
And you might think to yourself, what is there to get excited about a calendar? But this is a calendar with a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. We wanted to create something that became a little bit collectible. This is actually on the back of something that we did during our 6-month anniversary, which I'm actually still wearing. This, of course, is the Hobbymaker pin badge.
Yep.
Now, it is the most oft item I get asked about when I've been at like events at the NEC earlier on this year. It's not something new. It's something that Sewing Street have done in the past and Jewellery Maker.
I think so many people want these because it says to everyone, I'm part of the family.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's what we were looking to do. So we wanted to create a calendar, our first Christmas as it were, and we planned to bring this to you, as I said, on Christmas Day, and we wanted it to be something practical, also something beautiful as well. So it's got beautifully designed right the way throughout. It's got obviously your months on the front. These are all just tear off, but at the front you'll see you've kind of got 3 additional areas as well. You've got your kind of small post-it notes, as it was, at the bottom as well. Ideal, you'll see if we're putting things like item numbers, phone numbers, that kind of thing. This side, you'll see you've got the same idea, slightly larger, but you've got something really rather interesting on the top there as well. I'll come back to that in just a couple of seconds. But then what you've also got is you've got little translucent tabs.
Yeah, these
now,
are cool.
These are great for you to utilise for a number of different ways. They could be something that could be part of a bullet journal. There could be something that you're maybe referring back to in terms of a textbook. It could be a recipe. It could be sewing instructions. And you can actually highlight elements that you can go back to when you're going back on those
If I just put
instructions.
one, I'm doing this back to front, but if I just put this on here, you can see the numbers through it, you can write on it, and you can also see what's written underneath it as well. So that could be marking when you go on holiday, it could be when you have to do the washing, it could be when you've got to walk the dog. Well, you don't walk the dog, you do walk the dog every day, don't you? But you know what I mean. Whatever you have to do as an individual or as a family, you can use these, and then you can literally pull them off and then put them into your journals, into your organisers, your filofaxes, all that sort of
Because
thing.
if you're like me and Dave, you might have all the technology available to you, but if it isn't written down, it doesn't happen.
No.
So there still is space for a desk organiser like this. But what we also wanted to do, and we did this when it came to the pin badge, we also wanted to bring an extra special element as well. Now, at the top here, you'll see that there is a little circle. Within that, it'll give you a highlight of one of the reasons why many people went for this morning and why so many of you should get this in your baskets right now. For every single person who has this calendar, you will have a 20% discount code that you can use with us here at Hobbymaker. Now, it's one use per calendar per year, so it's any time between now and the 31st of December 2023, 20% off.
Wow.
Which is very, very exciting.
Use it sparingly. Don't use it when you're spending something or buying something for, say, $5.99. Wait until you need that machine. Maybe you're going to buy yourself, I don't know, a cricket machine, a Cricket Maker 3, and maybe it's, you know, £450. If that's the case, 20% off that's £90 off.
So that's well worth doing. So listen, so let's go through. So when we launched this for you, we were hoping to bring it to you. We were going to bring it for £19.99. We figured with the exclusivity, because it is a limited run, the fact that it's branded and the fact you're getting the discount code, £19.99. But we are late, so we had to do something extra special. So what we're going to do is we're not going to ask £19.99. We'll put a clock on the screen. We will bring it down to a lower price. So when that clock hits 0, we're going to bring this down to a price that we will do as an apology for it being late.
Do you know what? It's so really well made as well. I mean, the cardboard it's made out of, the way it's been decorated and covered, it's really been designed beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that, again, kudos to the marketing team for doing this. This is something that actually fits with regards to the brand that you'll see on our website. It's right the way across our graphics and everything. It really is a piece of Hobbymaker memorabilia, collectible, whatever you want it to be. And this is something that we'll continue to do because we know that a huge part of Hobbymaker is building up the community. And the community is nothing without you guys. And for us to be able to offer you something that is collectible, something that is a little bit special to own, is something really, really rewarding. But we're well aware that they're not free. But when it comes down to the price we're going to go down to, you'll see that having that 20% discount in your back pocket makes it well worth it.
And remember, only one P&P per day, so if you bought something already today, whatever this price drops down to will be a delivered price for the brand new, first ever Hobbymaker calendar for 2023.
All right, so let's bring this down. So £19.99. Let's go down to, do you know what? Let's go the whole hog. Let's do half price. Let's do £9.99.
No messing. Let's go straight down to the price we went to this morning at 7 a.m. If you were watching then and you bought it, then it's on its way. If you want it, £9.99, half the price it should be. You'll have it on your desk, in your craft room, at work, wherever you choose to put it. Many people actually were buying more than one of these.
They were. We saw that earlier on. We can obviously see exactly how many of you are ordering at any one time. So again, if you are thinking of getting this a gift for someone, they can use that 20% discount code, but it is a use once code, okay?
Yes.
So my advice, so listen, £9.99. Let's talk about brass tacks. If at any point this year you think you're going to spend one day in the next 360 odd, you are going to spend £50 in that day. Save this voucher for that day because 20% off £50 is £10.
Yep.
So think of it that way. You are buying a 20% voucher that you can use against anything with us here in Hobbymaker for the next year, and you are getting this calendar for free.
Absolutely. And it doesn't matter if you buy more than one item during that day, provided it's in the same order, all of that will be discounted by the 20%. So not just one item. You can put 10 things in your basket at the same time. It's the order that will get discounted by 20%, okay? Now, if you buy 2 calendars, of course, one for you, one for somebody else.
Absolutely.
They can use the discount code. You can use the discount code.
Absolutely. Again, I'll talk you through exactly how it comes to you. There's no construction or anything like that. This is how it comes to you. Come in a cellophane bag, so it comes nice and easy for you to construct. And here's the thing, folks. You know, you might not think about this too often, but when we looked at what else was out there, you made this point earlier on. The construction of this is rigid. It's not indestructible, but it is designed to be something that, you know, if it gets dropped to the floor, it's not going to smash, not going to fall apart or anything like that. It's designed a smooth surface on the bottom of it, so it's easy for you to manoeuvre around. Because every craft I know ends up working a smaller space each time. So if you need to move it out of the way, you can easily move it out.
And I mentioned before earlier in the 7 o'clock show, these colour completely see-through, transparent stickers here. These could represent different members of the family.
Yes.
Also, of course, they kind of represent the different coloured dashes that we have at the bottom of the Hobbymaker logo.
Yes, absolutely, they do. Well noticed, Dave. We try to do that. It's branding right the way throughout. But yes, you'll see that a lot of the items that we bring you, for example, the pin badge that I mentioned earlier on is teal. well, that is one of the colours that you'll see within the Hobbymaker brand. It's not just thrown together this,
I
you
know
know,
it's
Dave.
not. I know it's not. It's 3 or 4 things in one. That's what I love about it. And it goes across your journaling, your filofaxes, all that sort of thing as well, because you can use these in all sorts of ways. I just think it's a fantastic thing. And at $9.99, it's an absolute steal. Loads of you ordered it this morning. We've only got a limited edition quantity of 1,000, and that is it. We're not having any more done until 2024. So this is really a 1 or 2 day opportunity as far as we're concerned. So TBEA42 is the product code for the brand new 2023 calendar.
Lovely. Right, well, I should take my leave of you. What have you got coming up next?
Clever Prints, yes. We had a brilliant show with them at 1 o'clock. A brand new supplier to us at Hobbymaker. Jane is here with more great demonstrations, more great stamps. See you soon.
See you soon. Bye.
See you in about 2 minutes. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Welcome back. Wow, just seen how many of you are coming through for the Hobbymaker calendar. Get yours now. It's on the website, or if you want to call the operator, they can sort that out for you as well. 0800 001 4433. Enjoy it. Jane, welcome back.
Hello again.
Be honest with me, how was your first show on Hobbymaker? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, a little bit nervous to start with, but
Didn't
soon
show.
got into it. Oh, that's good then.
I mean, this is the most chilled out place I've ever worked.
It is very chilled out. It's lovely. Everybody's so kind and lovely.
Great, good. Glad you're enjoying it. Now, Jane is here. Clever Print is the brand, and we've never had them before until today. So the first time we've had Clever Print on the channel. And tell us about the actual kind of philosophy behind it. It's the stamps and it's stencils and it's dies, yeah?
Yeah, so Clever Prints is run by Lisa. And her idea is that she has brings in crafters who might not have been able to design or not given the opportunity to design, to come in and design quirky, hand-drawn, fun images. And we do stamps, stencils and dies and sometimes paper kits as well.
That's a really nice philosophy though, because a lot of people who've got crafty knowledge and are interested and passionate about it haven't got the resources to produce stuff.
Exactly. I mean, although I have been crafting for probably about 20 years, I would never have thought, to bring out my own designs, and they've given me that opportunity, which has been fantastic.
And these stamps, or half of the ones we've got in the bundle, have been designed by Jane. Is it a nice feeling to see what you've drawn?
It is. It's
come into
amazing.
a product?
It's like a magical process where you draw something and then it's a stamp.
Absolutely. Now, we do have them available as individuals. Now, Jane has designed everything on the top row, and I love the packaging in particular as well, because it shows you and gives you ideas as to what you can do with the stamps when you get them home. How to colour them in. If you are a novice to colouring and it daunts you and it kind of scares you, intimidates you a little bit, you can copy those colours if you want to, or go your own way. So you've done all these on the top.
Yes, so they are part of a whole collection that I designed, and then I mixed them in with the ones on the bottom, which were designed by Emma, who designed for Clever Prints before I came in. She moved on to design for another company.
Brilliant. So half of them are yours, half of them are Emma's. The whole lot should be £87.92, and you're going to get 8 sets. It's not 8 stamps, it's 8 sets of stamps. You've got verses on most of them as well. Some of the sets you've got 5, 6, 7 stamps in possibly. Now, half the stock went in the first show.
Wow.
Now, that's all the stock we've got at the moment, so we kind of planned it right. That's good. So hopefully there's enough stock for this show. If you weren't watching 1 o'clock, this is the last show scheduled for Jane at the moment, and Clever Print, brand new launch today. Let me show you the black and white boards. And if you want one in particular, if your budget's like £10 or £15 and you just want one, this one's called Happy Soul. They're $10.99 each, so you can buy them individually if you just want to try one or two of them. And they're just gorgeous, and they're whimsical. They're kind of made-up flowers, aren't they?
They are, and I also wanted to sort of have them as separate parts. So you've got sort of like leaves separate as a sort of border / stalk sort of stamp, so that you can build your own flowers. My whole ethos when I'm designing is that I want everybody to be able to become their own designer using my designs, but make it their own, so that it doesn't have to look the same as somebody else's.
Now, with that one, I could be in Rio at the carnival.
It's a bit of a colourful one.
It's
That one.
great. I love it. And, you know, all of these stamps will work together, so that's a mixture, really, of a few of them together. But that's the first one, so that one's called Happy Soul. This one is called Where Wildflowers Grow. And you've got little character snails in there as well, a large one and a smaller one. And that beautiful flower, look at that. That reminds me of the 60s, kind of Carnaby Street flower power.
Yeah, I mean, it has a sort of a daisy-esque sort of look to it, but when I design them, it's really just coming out of my head. But obviously, there's influences from what I see around me as well.
Beautiful. So that is available separately as well. They all are. But remember, the big bundle half stock went in the show at 1 o'clock, the debut of Clever Print here at Hobbymaker. This next one, let me show you this card. This has been done by you. Yeah. There we are. Look at that. Isn't that great?
And that one, I think that one's layered up as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes,
so
it is, yeah.
So that was really important to me, that they could be sort of used in different ways, that people, different techniques that people like to do.
And that could be a stack of presents. I mean, that works kind of that way and that way, doesn't it?
Yes. So you can also use it. One of the creative team did a card the other day where she used it as like the ground and put the flowers on top of it, so it became like
flower pots.
Or more sort of, she did it in greens, but if you did it, you could do it like flower pots as well.
Yeah. So there's lots of potential with these. Next, we've got this one, which is a Born to Fly. Now, this is a kind of a crossbreed, isn't it? We reckon this is, what did we say?
A butter dragon. Or
butter dragon, yeah. Or
we
a dragon.
came up with, I think, a butter dragon or I can't remember now. Before we've come up with other names for it. But
it's like a cross between a butterfly and a dragonfly.
Yeah, I think I started drawing it thinking dragonfly wings, and then I put antennae on, and I didn't really think about the fact that they don't have them.
It doesn't matter.
No.
In the world of craft, it doesn't matter. You know, it's anything goes. Absolutely anything goes. Beautiful. And I love the fact, I said this earlier on, that there's a lot of open space. So you've got a lot of potential to colour in, but also to tangle if you love your sand tangling. All those wings could be sand tangled very, very effectively if you're into that. Then we go on to the next ones. Now, these are from Emma, and this is Flossie. Meet Flossie. Now, she is an angel, but she needn't be. If you didn't want the wings, you could easily just cut those wings away.
You could very easily. And she's got such a lovely open space on that dress that you can do all sorts of techniques, all different mediums, whatever you like. And again, she's got quite a big space in her face and her hair. So if you want to practice, for example, your alcohol marker colour in different skin tones, she's an ideal one for that.
And you've got that lovely typeface up there as well with these verses. You've got Fairy Wishes, Butterfly Kisses, Always Smile, It's Catching, Magic is Everywhere, Magic is in Everyone, and Kisses as well. So those are the verses you get with that one. Next one, we've got Blossom. Now, Blossom is again another angel, but she needn't be. If you don't want the wings on there, you can cut them away. But she could have dark hair, she could have dark skin, she could have different colour outfit. It's a blank canvas.
It is. It's got so many options with these ones that I think that's why I put them in, because they can be put with the flowers or with totally different products that you have. They would just fit in anywhere.
Brilliant. That's Flossie. Blossom, that one. This one's Rose Hip. Now, again, this was one of the demos that you did in the first show, which you can watch back a bit later on. It's the 1 o'clock show that Jane and I did this afternoon. But, I mean, that could even be a little animal. That could be a fish, couldn't it?
Yes, that's immediately what a lot of people see when they look at that one. And also there's like little feathery stamps on there as well, and they can quickly become the fins of and the tail of the fish as well.
Do you know what? They're just fun. It's like you're looking at, I don't know, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory in the garden, or Oompa Loompa Land, or whatever it was
Very
called.
fantastical.
Yeah. And then this last one, I don't think I've got a card for this one, but this one's called A Little Bird Told Me. Really beautiful. And that actually looks like it's been tangled already.
It does. I mean, so that one's lovely. If you want to do all your little sort of intricate colouring as well, you've got all those little spaces to do that.
Okay, less should be $87.92 for all 8 sets. So you're looking at $11.99. Now, this is one of the biggest savings. The only reason we're giving you this amount of saving is that it's the launch today of Clever Print. Okay, so look at what we've done. The whole lot, better than half price. It's like you're getting either Emma's or Jane's stamps for nothing. $39.99, only because it's the debut and it's the launch of Clever Print on Hobbymaker today. OZ 7215. That's not an easy number and letters to read. 7215. OZ 7215. That's the product code if you want all of these. If you just want the individuals, go on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see them individually and you can buy them individually as well. Right, Jane. Demo first of all, if that's all right.
Yep. So I have, I think I said in the last hour that I would show you the cutting of the trellis background. Well, it's not called the trellis background. I've decided I've renamed it. It's abstract.
The geometric background.
Geometric. I named them as well. You'd think I'd know, wouldn't you? The geometric background. It's the one that comes with the outside edge as well, but I'm going to just cut it because I've cut my piece of card in the right sort of shape. I'm just going to cut it just to show you how it sort of stays in the die when you cut it, so that you can paper piece if you want to. I
think the reason you said trellis was you made it into a trellis.
I did.
On the first show, didn't you, with the flowers?
That's what I think I look at it and I always see it as a trellis. Right.
And these will work in any die machine, electric,
yes,
manual, whatever?
Just whatever plate system you have for sort of like thin metal dies, that's what you need to sort of put it through. It has got a lot of cutting areas in there. So, I mean, depending on your die cutting machine, you might want to put extra shims or whatever into it. But if you look on the back, you can see where it's cut through. But it stays in the die, which is what I wanted, really.
Now, this die, we will show you details of in a minute when we've done the demo. So.
If you wanted to do paper piecing, you can easily, obviously you do black into black, well, you might do, I suppose. But if you was doing it into another colour, you can then specifically pick out the pieces that you want.
Yeah, I mean, keep those shapes in a little wallet or a little envelope.
Yeah, I do. I pick them all out. Even when I'm just using like the actual background, I keep all of these little bits to just be little elements. But it is a little bit, these bits here, the lines, are a little bit delicate. So when you're taking it out of the die, I just would recommend that you just very gently tease it. So you don't sort of, especially on this part here, you don't want to be pulling it too hard. Just
well, it's a bit like with Anne-Marie with the butterfly dies we had in the last show. Just gently does it because they're
just
quite
be
delicate.
A little bit careful. So I won't take it all out for you now, but that is just wanted to show you that's how that comes apart. So let's put that there. On the card that I'm going to sort of make a version of, I actually took a piece of card that was bigger because at home I've got an A4 die cutting machine. So if you've got a bigger machine, then you can obviously just put that straight on and cut it through and score, and you've got your card straight away. So I wanted to make a card front that was a little bit different so that I could decorate the inside and then you see it through, so it's like a different effect.
And what a lovely contrast between the black and the vibrant colours behind it. It really pops.
Yeah, but just to show you that if you haven't got an A4 machine, you can still do the same thing. All I did was I cut that with a bit extra, another panel, so you can cut that. That will fit through my normal size. It's a normal size, you know, what do you A5 die cutting machine, and then I would just stick it along, so you can still get the exact same effect with using a smaller die cutting machine. So you don't have to have a big A4 one to do that sort of card.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm going to put that to the side. I'm going to make the inside first with my piece of watercolour. I'm going to put it this way around actually because it'll be easier for me. And I'm going to use the moon and stars die, but I'm not going to use that straight away. I'm not going to ink through that. I'm actually going to ink onto the card first.
Okay. So the stencils we've actually got in the show, we've got a selection of 4 of the stencils at incredible prices, $5.99 for, basically it's an A5 stencil.
Yeah, it's fabulous and so very versatile. So I'm just using my Distress Oxides. And I am just going to pick 3 areas. I'm back into my comfort colours, which are peacock feathers and
we've got
picked
Distress
raspberry.
Oxides on the website as well. I think quite a few suppliers actually offer them, so check the brand pages. I know Bert and Gert does them. Someone else does them as well, I can't remember. Could it be Creative Expressions maybe? I think so.
Yes, I think I've seen Gwen.
Yeah.
Not that I'm obsessed with craft and
the
watch everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen her bring them. So that's just, and I'm not worried about this looking a mess. You know, because I'm going to be using my stencil. So now I've got picked raspberry, and I've picked 2 colours that I know that when I mix them together, they're going to make another nice colour. So the pink and the blue together are going to make a purple for me. So it's not, you know, it's going, they're two colours that go together.
I just love the chalky effect you get with the oxides.
Yeah, they're really juicy. I find they're a lot more juicy than the regular distress inks. But it might be because I don't use them as much. So let's just fill that in.
Lovely.
So this time, rather than inking through the stencil, I'm going to actually do a ghosting technique where I'm going to put the stencil on the top. And I'm going to get my spritz. I'm going to make sure it's... And then I'm going to spritz through the stencil. So I'm actually activating the oxide underneath with the water. Because when you spritz water onto your oxide, it gives in even more of that chalky effect.
Right.
But then what I'm going to do is, because they are water reactive, I'm going to lift, come back, some of the colour off of the image.
So it's like a reverse technique that you normally use the stencil
So instead
for.
of putting your ink through your stencil, you're taking the ink off through your stencil. So it's just yet another way that you can use your stencils to get different effects. Now, you might get a little bit go underneath, but it doesn't matter. It gives a sort of tie-dye, I always think, sort of look.
I like it.
So I can then just, if I want to, and it might take a bit more off, but it gives it a sort of distressed kind of look.
And each of the stencils, there's 3 or 4 different things going on them. So if you just wanted like the circle, like the Aztec sun, if you just wanted the moon and the stars or whatever you wanted, you can isolate different parts of the stencil if you don't want to use the whole thing.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, this one is a very good one because, you can, like you say, you can just take that part if you just wanted that sort of statement piece. Now, from the Born to Fly, I'm going to take, there's a little tiny butter dragon that's in a silhouette. So I'm going to take that, and I'm going to use...
between a butterfly and a dragon.
I'm going to use my same inks. Now, usually I always say to people, take your ink to your stamp, but because it's such a tiny little stamp, I'm not going to worry. And I'm just going to put some of these into the background, and that's what I like about this little one. And there's a few different little ones. So there's the big, obviously, the feature one in there, but then there's these little ones as well to add into your backgrounds or to have as smaller elements.
It does look really good.
And then I have some coming sort of like off your page as well. That always gives it a more natural look. And just one more. And there we go. So that's your background to go inside the card. Now I have got one I've done earlier just because I wanted it to be totally dry. Let's see how it looks. Oh, I hadn't stamped on that one. But actually, you can see on this, I must use a different colour, didn't I? I think I used Seedless Preserves on that one, but it's exactly the same technique. I haven't put the little dragonflies on, but I won't worry about that too much. And then that is just going to stick inside my card. So I've already put my tape on. Sometimes I use glue, sometimes I use tape. It depends. Sometimes I find if you want something to be flattened out a bit more, the tape actually helps with that. Sometimes the glue doesn't always make it as flat as you would like. But obviously when you use glue, you get that little bit of wiggle room, so you can, if you're going to stick it slightly wrong, you can always...
Do you know what comes to my mind when I'm looking at the stencils and the die sets as well in particular is totally unisex cards.
Yes,
totally.
Yeah, even though they're sort of, with the stamps and things, there's lots of flowers, the stencils are, got some just lovely patterns, really. Now, let's give that a wipe. In fact, I'm going to perhaps move that. Right, so, also on the card, I've got the other dragonflies, so let's put that one back. So there's one that's got like a square pattern, you've got a spotty pattern, you've got just an outline, so you've got some different ones there to work with. I'm going to go with this one, just stamp it out. I've got some already stamped as well. Always like to have them ready, just in case. So, where did I put that? There.
How many stamp sets do you design a year then? Is it a monthly thing or 6 monthly?
It doesn't really have a time.
It's whatever the phone is.
It's whenever, well, it's usually whenever I've designed.
Oh, okay.
I could probably design more than I design, to be totally honest.
But when the mood takes you, you do it.
Yeah.
And just send them off and see what happens.
Yeah. So I'm going to just stamp with a little bit of archival just to show you the pattern.
Yeah, beautiful.
But I've already got some that I've stamped and cut out.
I mean, some of the stamps are very large and also very open, which is great for colouring in and adding your own detail. But that one in particular is quite small and really detailed too.
It is, yeah. So I've already coloured in a few, but I'm just going to show you how I coloured in this one, because one of the things I like about, especially with like the dragonfly look, is that you can get a lot of your sparkle and things like that out. So this is the Sakura jelly roll pens.
Yeah,
this is
love
the
those.
Stardust ones. They're some of my favourites. So again, like I said with Emma's stamp that's got like the Zentangly flowers, these are ideal for if you like just sitting and relaxing and colouring in, you know, little tiny elements like this. Is ideal because it's, you can't really go wrong because they're so small.
Think of it as like a little bit of you time.
Yeah.
You know, if you think to yourself, I haven't got time to do that, make time for it because it is incredibly relaxing. And before you know it, an hour or two's gone by and you've had a ball. You know?
Yeah. And one of the things I do sometimes when, you know, if your mojo may have gone a little bit and I'm not quite sure what I want to make, but I know I want to do something, just stamping out and colouring in images and cutting them out, popping them in a box so that you know, it's not something you've got to think about. You haven't got to plan a project, but they're there then so that if you do suddenly think, oh, I'd like to do this, you've got some things to already go on to that project.
And also a lot of these flowers as well and the stamps are very fantasy. I mentioned like, you know, the Oompa Loompas in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That's what it made me think of, the kind of total escapism.
Yeah.
And that's what these stamps are all about, I think.
Thought that was a silver, it wasn't. It was a clear.
Oh.
It's always tricking me, that one. So on my original card, I thought I did it with greens and blues and golds. But on this one, we've now got the blues and the purples and silvers. So, you know, it's sometimes taking something you've done yourself and just changing the colour way of it can really, you know, change how it looks.
Yeah,
you know.
totally.
But you don't have to keep reinventing things. You know, don't keep inventing new things. I mean, you can sort of just practice or, you know, go with something you've already designed. So I've got these, so they would stick. So what I did was, because obviously you've got this trellis work, so you don't want to put your glue all through into, you know, the holes. So what I did...
Your choice is Cosmic Shimmer. That's from Creative Expressions that will be on the website.
I have got some glue gel in syringes and I just can't find where I put it. So what I do is I look, because obviously it's very small thing, so I just choose where it's going to go and then put the glue onto the trellis rather than putting it onto the butterfly and sort of like then not getting it where I want. So I'll go there. So I know that I'm actually going to get the glue on the card and not through the hole. And then I have just cut, on that one I did thank you, so this one I've just done make a wish and I've just done silver embossing onto black. Now you could raise these up, on this one I raised it up with foam pads, or if you are, you know, conscious of keeping your cards flatter so that for postage, just stick it down flat and there we go. So
there it is. Now, let's remind you of the stencils, and also we'll show you the die that Jane's used in that as well, because that's in the show at a really good price too. And if you're watching this live, it's just after 1:30 on Thursday. Great to have your company. But of course, a lot of people watch our shows later in the evening on Rewind on our website. So if you're watching us like 9:30 or 10:30 or 11:30 at night or whatever, I hope the stock is still there for you, because half the stock went in our launch show at 1 o'clock this afternoon. This is the second and the final show of this offer. And we're down now nearly to single figure stock on the big bundle. Okay, so £39.99 gets you the whole lot. It should be £87 and a few pence, but not today. I want to show you the fantastic stencils though that we talked about and used. So this is the one that you used in the demo first, Jane. This is the moon and the stars. We've just done it in black and white for you, just to show you exactly the effect that the stencil can create. And stencils, unsung heroes, without a doubt. You know, you can emboss with them, You did that reverse technique with spritzing water on the oxides rather than putting the ink through the stencil. There's all sorts of wonderful ways of using stencils. And of course, there's about 3 or 4 different kind of designs going on here. You've got the zigzags down the bottom, the stars on the moon up the side, and that beautiful, like an Aztec sun, on the right-hand side of the stencil there. $5.99 for an A5 stencil is brilliant value. Really, really good. This is one of my favourites. I love this because it looks like those flowers are dancing. We're calling this the, what did we call it? Not bloom bells, it was the...
Flower bells.
Flower bells. Flower bells is what it's called. And yeah, they do to me look like tulips, but they look like having a bit of a dance. So you can have a bit of fun with those as well. And of course, a totally different pattern at the top there. That could actually be a snowman if you wanted it to be, couldn't it be? But you know, it just is fun and it works and it's escapism, isn't it? This next one is, they're all $5.99 by the way. Mandala All Sorts is this one. Mandala All Sorts. We've got the hearts there for love, engagement, Valentine's, whatever you want, brotherly love, sisterly love, motherly love, whatever you want it to be. And another kind of sort of mandala on that side too, and kind of waves at the top there. So there's lots going on, really, really different. And then the last one is the half moon blooms. And this was, I think, one of the most popular ones actually in the earlier show at 1 o'clock. You've got what looks like ray of sunshine coming off of all of those beautiful flowers. This has been the most popular stencil, and it's SN7223, $5.99 for your A5, and that's the half moon blooms, okay? Now the dies, while we're at it, because we did use the die in the demonstration, so there's 2 dies in the show. Did you design both of these, Jane?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay, so let's do the background one first of all, the geometric background. So that's the one that we used in the demonstration a few seconds ago. So again, it's got kind of an Aztec feel to it, possibly, but in the earlier show, Jane mixed it up with some of the fantasy flowers and it made it then look like a garden trellis.
Yes, yeah. I think when I designed it, because it was obviously to go with the flowers, it was sort of in my head that I wanted something that could be a good trellis background for the flowers as well.
And of course, don't forget all the positive cuts that come out of it. Keep those because they're useful and handy for other projects. Look at that price for a DL size die, really good size, $12.99, and there are 2 dies to it in that you've got the outside cutting edge, but if you want to actually just cut into like a lid of a box or something like that, it can stay attached. So you've got the option of either cutting it out completely or leaving it attached to the cardstock. And you can, if you've got a big enough die machine, actually repeat pattern. So you can do quite large surface areas with that one too. UV7267 is the product code, $12.99. And then this one is your abstract geometry. Now this is the first time we've seen this in this show. Now, 2 things to point out about this. This die here and this die here doesn't have a cutting edge at the top or at the bottom on either of them. Now the benefit of that is it stays attached to the cardstock, but you can snip it out with a craft knife or a pair of scissors, but you can easily then layer it up to continue to do a larger border or a larger base or whatever. You're making a bigger frame, you can kind of link them all together. So that's why Jane's done that. And then all these other shapes, you've got leaves, all sorts of things. That looks a little bit like a TV aerial, but you know, it's just basically geometric shapes you can have fun with. $12.99 for all of those. There's 11 dies in that set for that price, so about £1.20 a die. XN7260. XN7260 gets you all of those. Something a bit different. That's what I love about all these.
Yes, that's what I wanted, something that you wouldn't have seen anywhere else before.
No.
That would be good for just background images, or if you layer them up and use them as chipboards in your mixed media, but they're not specifically, apart from the leaves obviously, specifically anything.
Okay, well, we're busy for everything. Remember, it's a phone call away, free phone number as well at our call centre, 0800 001 4433, and it's free to order on the website. Even if you've never ordered before, just get your email sorted, your email address, and make up a password, and you're in, and you can enjoy shopping with us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And don't forget, the call centre is a free phone number, and that's manned 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The next 6 people to get the big bundle will be lucky. That's all we've got left. 6 of the entire collections remain. We've got some of the individuals remaining, but 6 only left of the big bundle. Wow.
Thank you, everybody.
Everybody's loved it, which is great.
I can't see it.
You've
really
steamed up again?
No, it's just that when I'm looking at you at a distance, it's blurry.
Right. That's what I had that problem for years. I was always taking my glasses off and on.
Like on and off, on and off.
Now I've got varifocals. I don't have that problem. So.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got 2 journal pages. Like I said, I do a lot of art journaling. I see art journaling really as it's like a selfish card making because it's something you then keep. But everything that you do on an art journal page can easily be converted into a card. It's just a different place to put it.
How many journals have you got at home that you've made? Loads.
I asked my children to buy me another, because I have a lot of pre-made journals that you buy, and I have a lot I make myself, and I asked them for one, and they refused to buy it because they said, we think you've got enough.
Oh, no, really? Yeah. Wow. But they're all works of art. They're all your... Yeah.
So this one I've done on a bigger scale, and this one is slightly smaller, just to show that you can use them in different size projects, but also to show that just by leaving them black and white as well can be just as effective. So if you don't like colouring, or that day you don't feel like colouring, you can leave your images black and white. So I'm going to do something similar, and I created these by using masks. So I've already cut all my masks because I didn't.
Do you do a mask for every stamp you have?
I only because I don't do masking loads.
Right.
I only cut masks when I know I'm going to use them.
Okay.
And I use the masking sheets. I know you can often keep them, but I'm usually so heavy-handed that mine are never good enough to keep. So I'm also going to use the half moon blooms.
Right.
So I'll put
Stencil.
that aside for now. But I'm going to start off by doing some stamping. So I've picked out 5 mixed flowers from the set. So I've mixed up this one from A Little Bird Told Me. Then we've got A Happy Soul, I want to say. Oh no, Happy Bloom, or the other. But I'm going to stamp that one first. So I'm going to pick which one I want to be at the front first.
Yeah.
Because that's the one I need to stamp first.
So masking basically allows you to create the illusion of something being behind something.
Yes.
Which is really clever.
Yeah, so then you can stamp your other images on, and it's one of those techniques that as you're doing it, it looks a bit of a mess. Yeah. But as soon as you take all those, I'm going to have to turn it this way because I find it easier. As soon as you take all those masks off, it comes to life. So I always put my stamps down on my table when I'm inking up, just because I find that way I make sure that I do get a good coverage. So I'm going to put it, I think, about here. So that's going to be the one that will be at the front. And I'm using archival, even though I'm not going to colour them in, because it's an oil-based, oil/solvent-based ink, it dries a bit quicker than one that would be dye-based. So I know that I can sort of put my masks on pretty quickly, although probably you might want to waft it with a heat tool or something. I've got a heat tool. I haven't actually used it, have I?
All right.
So then you just, these ones, this masking sheet, just stamp onto it and then cut it out. And when you cut your masks out, you want to cut either on or even slightly inside the line. You don't want to cut outside it, because when you go, you put it down and then you sort of go over it, you don't want to have like a halo, unless you like that effect. Of course, you could do that.
I suppose if you do get a gap, you could always fill it in with a fine liner or something like that. Yeah.
So let's do this one next, and we'll have this sort of down here.
Okay.
So now that image is protected.
Now this is what Jane was talking about when she said it can sometimes look a mess because you can be stamping over the mask, but the mask is stopping the ink going through to the actual image. So.
Yep. So when you're pressed, like where the mask is underneath, you might want to just give that a little bit of extra pressure.
Right.
Because it's sort of now got a little bit of a lip. Although the masking sheets are really lovely and thin, it's still, an extra. So so now that looks a right mess.
Yeah.
But
you wait until the reveal.
Yeah, when you reveal it, it all comes together. So let's get that one off.
So you're masking up the second one, yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm putting my head in now. I really do have to put my head in the way. This is where I'll go all quiet because I... Concentration. Right. Now, if I don't do them perfectly, I hope everybody just forgives me because obviously I'm trying to do it a bit quicker than I would at home or how quickly you would. Obviously, you'd take your time. Right, so I've got the big one from the A Little Bird Told Me.
I mean, if you're ordering the whole collection, everything that we're using and Jane's using is going to be coming your way at better than half price, which I think is fantastic.
It's an amazing price, isn't it? Now I'm going to go with this one here. Now, I'm not worried that stalk isn't going to go right to the bottom, because if I wanted to afterwards, once I've done everything, I could sort of see where that would come out and just use a fine liner just to draw that in if it bothered me, if it looks odd, it'll probably look fine. Because usually by the time you've put a few flowers on, you know, your eye's drawn to those and not to the little bit that you might have done missed out. The only thing is I find these bits.
Was that the plastic film?
Yeah. And always when I'm at home, I just suddenly find this plastic bit of flower. Ooh, that one doesn't want to come off. So I say you can you know, put these back on your sheets.
I know people that use them up to like half a dozen times each before they need to throw them away. If you treat them
I was going to say,
gently,
they must be really gentle people.
And also, you'll find masking sheets on the website as well.
I'm not too worried about that bit going over there because obviously that's all masked anyway. So if I don't put that directly in the stalk, it's not actually going to affect it. Actually, I might just leave it at the 3. I quite like the 3.
Yeah, looks good.
So I not nearly always go with odd numbers for everything. Right, so nice dirty finger marks. So I'm now going to leave those in place whilst I get my stencil, and I'm going to get, no, they're here. That's too organised there. What's it? This one. So I'm going to go with the regular distress inks this time. Actually, no, I want to go with the orange through the stencil.
Okay.
So I'm going to do.
Oh, that's a fiery orange.
This is, I think this is carved pumpkin.
Right.
So this is now only going, you know, on the unmasked areas. So although, and another reason why I can't reuse my masks, because I tend to do things like this. Now, I don't want it all over the card, but I want it sort of around where I've done the stamping. I'm going to lift that up.
Okay.
And then I do need to just clean that off slightly.
And this particular stencil that Jane's just used, that one is called, this was the most popular one earlier on, Half Moon Blooms.
And I'm going to get a bit of yellow and just go around. So I'm sort of filling a bit of that white space so that when I take the masks off, the white will really sort of pop against the colours. And now is when I need to remember which was the last mask I put on. Oops. See, this is what I mean about being heavy-handed. If you start also on the mask and come and pull your ink away from it, you're less likely to have that happen. So there's that. So that's the colour. So that was mustard seed and carved pumpkin.
Right.
Like I say, carved pumpkin is a really...
Now, this is the moment of reveal, okay? Yeah. Watch this. Watch the magic take place.
That's that one there.
That's the first one. That's behind the other two. That's in front. Oh, wow.
And there you go. And because you've got that bright pop of colour, put those straight in the bin, they really, really do stand out. Then what I do like to do with my sentiments, I know that often sentiments are used, you know, just as one part of the card. What I like to do is actually take them. Let's do this one. You'll find me where the wildflowers grow. Let's get to...
On the Isle of Wight?
Yeah. Especially in my back garden, but people call them weeds.
Oh. They actually say, don't they, that it's a nice idea to actually have like a wild section of your garden for the wildlife.
That's our whole garden.
Okay.
So I stamp it, and then stamp again, and I like to use my sentiments as like a background feature. So.
And is that one of the sentiments out of that stamp set?
That's out of where the wildflowers grow.
Okay.
Oh, that must be why I called it.
And you have actually got loads of verses on lots of those stamp sets, actually. Yeah, there's lots. Things like live like a wildflower, make today a happy day, everything blooms in its own time. So sayings and verses that you probably haven't got already in your collection, which is good.
Now, if I was making that into a card, I would then probably stamp a sentiment, raise it up and put it on as card. But because that would now be a journal page, I'm not worried about actually adding any more sentiments. But if you want to, like with this one, afterwards I actually went and I coloured the flowers in as well. So, you know, you can do it either way. And I've used...
What did you use to colour those in?
I used Distress watercolour pencils for that.
Oh, okay.
And this is, I do believe that Taylor Dirty Gertie was on a few weeks ago. This is one of the shimmer shots,
right.
the tequila that she had on.
Oh, terrific.
So that's just to make it a little bit different. So, you know, it's using exactly the same stencil, but it looks entirely different.
I mean, these flowers, it makes it look like a fantasy land. It's total escapism. Yeah. It looks like they're alive. You know, they could easily have faces on them, some of them, because they're that kind of quirky and beautiful and bright and cheerful. That's what we need at the moment. That's what we want, a bit of an uplift. And I think these stamps are definitely going to give it to you. And remember, Clever Print is the first time that they've been on Hobby Maker. We're getting brand new suppliers every week here. More and more are coming through the doors because they've heard how good it is to be here, how much fun it is here, how many people watch. So thank you for making that happen. And yeah, I love the fact that on the Clever Print packaging, you've actually got the stamps that are inside coloured in for you. So you can either look at that and think, no, I'm going to do my own thing, or you can look at that and think, I'm going to do it exactly the same. I like the way that looks. It's inspiration, basically. And you get the two characters, of course, as well. And Jane, remember, has designed all these four at the top. I can't imagine what it must feel like to actually do like a sketch and then suddenly a physical product arrive that you've done. It must be a great feeling.
It's amazing. And people will probably think, well, why would you want it in a stamp when you can draw it? But the thing is, when you draw something, you draw it again, you can never get it the same. And I like it to be able to reproduce it lots and lots of times.
But also, not everybody is as talented and as gifted in drawing and that sort of thing, or hasn't maybe got the imagination to do it. So this is giving everyone the chance to use Jane's artwork, and people can make what they sell what they make.
It's a full angel policy. You can sell what you make with any Clever Prints designs.
Terrific. That's really good to know. So those are the stamps. We're nearly out of stock of them. Please, if you want them, put them in your basket and check out. The last couple, I believe, remain. And they've been such a success. They really, really have been, which is fantastic. We also have the stencils. We also have the dies as well. And they're available too. And they're all geometric. They're all very beautiful and different. So if you want the stencils, for example, which I always say they're the most underrated tool in your craft room, which ones are most popular? Half Moon Blooms. Okay, let me remind you of that one. That's this one. There we go. And if that doesn't say happiness, I don't know what does. There you go. There's your Half Moon Blooms. How beautiful is that? And that was the one that you used in the demo, wasn't it?
Yes, that was, yeah.
So that's in the lead as far as popularity goes. We have got the mandala all sorts as well. And what I love is you've got different elements in each of the stencils. You've got the love hearts on one side. You've got that kind of mandala on the other side. You can use just that or parts of this. You don't have to use the whole thing. And whether you're spritzing, inking through it, whether you're taking it away by spritzing it after you've inked the background and use that kind of reverse technique that Jane showed you. This is my favourite one. It's called Bloom Bells on here, but it's not. Is it Flower Bells?
Flower Bells.
Flower Bells. Flower Bells.
I did need to change that on there, don't I?
And then Moon and Stars is that one, which again is lovely, with your Moon and Stars that side, and then that beautiful kind of Aztec sun on the other side as well. So they're all $5.99 each if you want them, and the item numbers and everything. If you go to the website, you'll be able to see them there at hobbymaker.co.uk. We've got 6 minutes, enough time, hopefully, to do another demo.
Hopefully, yes. I've got the abstract geometry.
Yep. Dies. Yep.
Abstract geometry dies. I made a tag using the dies, and what I did was on here, I just layered the die cuts on, and then using my Distress inks, colour over the top. And what you get is this lovely sort of effect with your inks. It sort of lifts it.
That die there, on the black and white card, that one, you turn that one into a vase.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you how that cuts out as well.
Okay.
But what I did on this canvas here is I've took the die cuts and I've layered them. So some of them are one layer of die cuts, some have got two, some have got three. And obviously, the more you layer them up, the thicker you get. So you're almost getting like a chipboard sort of effect with them. So I thought rather than doing it onto a tag, I'd do it onto a canvas just to show you that you can, put these onto different things. So let's go with... Just trying to see what I used. Did I use oxides or did I use... Let's use normal Distress inks. We've got picked raspberry. We'll use my favourite three. I have got other colours, but just these were the ones that I always seem to gravitate towards. So when you then take your ink and you catch where the die cuts are, it goes darker than the rest of the surface. So whether it's on a piece of card or whether it's on a canvas, you know, whatever you're gone onto, it just gives a different sort of effect. But if you wanted then to, at the end, really lift that even more, that's when you can get things like your gilding waxes out, or even your acrylic paint, and dry brush it over the top so that you get, you know, even more of definition of your die cuts. But it's like seeing your die cuts as not just, you know, a flat 2D element. You can really layer them up and do different things with them. Just realised, my carved pumpkin is newer than my others.
I love this. I really do. Wouldn't have thought of doing a canvas with them, but why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's if you're obviously if you're going to be handling something a lot, you might consider, you know, what products you're using. But with my things, if they're going to sit on the wall, nobody's going to touch them. So that obviously, because with your distress inks, they are water reactive. But I'm sure if you could always spray some sort of varnish over it, if you wanted to have to spray rather than brush, because obviously if you brush it, it's going to move the ink about. Let's put a little bit.
You know, if you look at that and say, "Oh, I don't know what that is," it doesn't have to be everything. It's
very
just
juicy.
It's just a really lovely shape or shapes that make a lovely object and a wonderful image. And it's just pleasing to the eye. It can be really whatever you want it to be. What do you see when you look at that? Do you see a bit of steampunk? Do you see industrial? Do you see piping?
That's the thing, like with when I did the trellis earlier and did it with the embossing powders and made it look old and rusty, you could do exactly the same.
Yeah, make it look like
these
metal.
ones and make them look like metal. So I'm not going to add any more to that, I think. I would probably, if I was going to add any gilding wax, I'd probably go for a gold or something like that over the top of that one. Especially because I'm going to go with, I've got a piece of gold foiled card, and I've got the vase-like die, I will call it. But just to show you how
it's a quirky vase for quirky flowers. So
it is, yeah. So let's go.
And this one, you said, this one on the small thin die don't have cutting edges at the top and bottom.
So you'll see that when I get that out of here, and again, keep all your little circles, especially your little metal circles, you've got little, like rivets and things.
Rivets, yeah.
But when I take this off, you'll see it's not going to lift that out of the card. It's actually in the card. So if I wanted to cut it again, I would line that one up. And I could cut a whole obviously depending on the size of my card, I could cut a whole line of that out.
But also, I'm looking at that now, I'm seeing a vase, yes, but I'm also seeing a fish.
Yes.
I'm seeing it on the side for you, so fish with fins?
It could be, yeah, and you could use the fins from the rose hip stamp. So I'm just going to cut across, so that just snips that out. And the other side. But you could cut it, you know, to whatever size you wanted. And that can go, that's going to be my vase on here.
Lovely.
And I've already, this is what I was talking about when I said about preparing when you can't think of what else to do. So I could have, sort of thinking that one might go quite nicely. And then you can sort of fiddle about with all your different bits, all coloured in different. I'm going to go with that one because it's, even though I know it's the same, but, and then that could go in there.
I love that.
And if you wanted to, like on this one, I wanted it to be a bit lower down, so I just snipped off the bottom. So if I don't want it to be quite as tall as that.
And that flower with the leaves kind of drooping down as it does, it makes it look like a tropical skirt or something, maybe a Hawaiian skirt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think somebody in the design team did do some
they?
things like that. Remember them just, or some people have that turned it up the other, just chopped that bit off and turned it up the other way and made it into bushes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so.
I mean, there's a lot of possibilities with all of these stamps. They really are fantastic. All we can say is thank you for loving them as much as we thought you would, because the stock is almost sold out. If you're watching a repeat, it's worth a try. There may be one or two possibly left of the big bundles. They're on their own available as well. We've got a few of those individually, so if you like the dragonfly or one of the other stamps, they're all photographed for you on the website. And of course, we've got the stencils liftables, and we've got the dies as well. Jane, we're out of time. Thank you ever so much for coming all the way from the Isle of Wight.
That's all right.
Safe
Thank you.
journey.
It's a day out.
Yeah, well, safe journey, safe sailing.
Thank you.
And you'll be back hopefully very soon.
Hopefully, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, and well, it's great to have, of course, these fantastic dies and stamps here. We've got 2 hours of Hunky-Dory to come between 4 and 6 to round us off for this afternoon. Whatever you do, though, check out the website hobbymaker.co.uk and see the range that we've got here today. Brand new from Clever Prints.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's Thursday afternoon. Hope you're having a nice week. Is it all kind of getting back to normal? Are you back to normal now?
I think I will be next week when I've done like a full, proper week at work. Do you know, it still feels...
I think I was out of the, because I was off for about 10 days and I got out of the routine of getting up at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That was hard.
Yeah, I've not had to do that just yet.
We're getting back to it. Great to have your company here at Hobby Maker with you through until 6 o'clock. Anne-Marie's here for both shows, but they are different shows, aren't
They are, yes.
Okay. And we've got for you a really, really popular collection. This is what Hunky-Dory does, and this is what they do the best as far as I'm concerned. Everybody I know that loves card making loves Hunky-Dory because the quality's so good.
Yeah, definitely.
The stories are always so good.
Yeah.
And the value here at Hobby Maker is just off the charts. It's
Always,
incredible.
yeah, absolutely.
Look at this display, because what we've got here for you is the complete collection of the heartfelt occasions. Now, this launched on Tuesday.
Yes, yeah.
Now, look, you're going to get all of this amazing topper and printed cardstock, printed and foiled cardstock. It's 8, 8 and 8.
Yes, I thought it was, but now you've just looked at me funny. Like, you don't believe me, so now I'm not sure.
It seems I've got an awful lot here.
Seems like there's a lot there, doesn't it?
I think I've got 2.
Maybe there's more. I think there's more than 8.
Yeah. Is this what you get?
Yeah.
There's not 2 collections there.
No?
Oh, wow.
No, there's definitely only 1. You must get more than 8.
Okay. You get a lot. Is that right?
Let's have a look.
All right, let's have a look. Let me flick through it, and if it's wrong, you can tell me. But there just seemed an awful lot here. Let me show you everything that you've actually got in here then. Now, these are for any occasion that you can think of through anyone's life. Happy and sometimes sad as well.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Everything covered here. It's brilliant. Absolutely amazing.
Okay, so cardstock, printed and foiled first of all.
Oh, yeah. So the way we're looking at this is cardstock and then toppers. So you
Gotcha.
can see the little sets.
Okay.
So
like
you
mini
have-
sets within the
Yeah, yeah. So for everyone, every topper, you're going to get a foil card and a printed card. So we've got kind of driving test there,
Yep.
covered with that one. This one,
You get 16 topper sheets, 16
16.
printed cardstock, 16 printed and foiled.
there
So
we
double what we
go.
normally expect.
Double what we normally get. Upside downy.
Oh,
This one is obviously for sort of sympathy, thinking of you, any of those kind of occasions. Then we're going on to kind of DIY dad.
yeah.
Fantastic for anyone who is into DIY, and I love that topper. I think it's fantastic. I love how it's been made into a bouquet, like with the
Oh, yeah.
the tools.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Laura, this one is in a demo, but it's my dad's birthday on Saturday, so I
Right,
win.
tough. What about, is Laura's dad into his greenhouse? Has he got a greenhouse, Laura? Has he got a greenhouse?
Does he like
Does he
wine?
like wine? Oh. So look at all of this. This is off the charts. There's so much content in here.
Oh,
and
it's
you
so
got
cute, isn't it?
little
New baby.
Here's one new
yeah.
baby.
It's so cute, and I love the colourways are like kind of greens and those softer kind of pastel colours. We've got the
The
super
birthday
cute
party
dogs.
for the dog. Love it. And then the ticker tape. There we are. Look. He looks happy.
Brilliant, isn't it? This one's a fantastic kind of happy birthday, you know, just great all-rounder for absolutely everybody. We've got this beautiful floral here, which is kind of great for Mother's Day, maybe female birthdays, thank yous, again, retirements, you know, anything there at all.
Oh, there's just so much in
Oh,
it.
there's
I thought it was a
loads.
standard 8 configuration, but it's not. It's 16.
No, and when you
think-
asked me before, I looked and I read 16 and said, yeah, it's 8.
It's
Yeah,
16.
it's
Thank you,
16.
Natalie. There we are.
Then we've got that
Oh, talk of Natalie.
fabulous wedding one, isn't it gorgeous? Really, really beautiful. You've got the kind of classic car there. We've got new home, all the little houses. Look at those, they're so cute.
They are adorable. You can make up your own little town there.
You
couldn't
can, yeah, absolutely. You can
they're all
create
die cut.
like little 3-dimensional villages there with that one. We've got Good Luck
Yep.
with the little cat.
4-leaf clovers.
It's very, very sweet, isn't it? I love the colourways that we have in that one. Then we've got kind of graduation. So we've got the You Did It.
Brilliant. And that could be celebration for anything. It could be that you passed your test. It could be that you passed an exam. It could be
Yeah.
that you, I don't know, achieved whatever. It's there. Love it. New job, maybe, yeah.
Oh, look at him.
It's adorable. Really, really
He's
sweet.
so
Look at his little
cute,
face.
isn't he? So this one is kind of maybe sorry you forgot
Yep.
your birthday, thank you, thinking of you. This one is a lovely get well soon. So you have all the books there that have got like, it says first aid on there, it says get well wishes. It's just really clever how that's been put together. And then this one here is I think it's our Bon Voyage. Yep.
Up and away. There you go.
So you get the fabulous balloon there. Look at the foil, it's incredible, isn't it?
Stunning.
It's so cool.
I love that. I think it's my favourite sheet. Look at that.
I just love how that foil moves on the balloon.
I know.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, is it kind of lasered or something? I don't know. It's very, very clever.
Just magical, isn't it?
Engraved. Yeah.
Fabulous colours in there as
And
well.
then a sympathy as well.
Yeah, or kind of Easter, confirmation, christening, that kind of thing. Again, just covers lots of different occasions.
Okay, now, you're going to get all of that. So 16, 16, 16,
Yeah.
that is 48 sheets we've just gone through. As well as that, you're going to get 48
Inserts. Toppers.
48 inserts. Again, all in the theme of what we've just flicked through. Absolutely beautiful. And again, in true Hunky-Dory style, they've been printed with like a ghost print. So it's a nice light touch of ink. It's not heavy at all or anything like that.
So you're going to get those 16 different designs, 3 of each. To give you your total there.
Okay. And is that one enough? You then also, with the icing on the cake, going to get your Heartfelt Occasions little book, 144 pages. Now, there's going to be some of the artwork in here that's in the topper kit, but also some that is not. So you get multiples of each of them. So if you wanted to cut into them, decoupage them, you could do that. Potentially, I always say this, with each sheet, that's a potential topper.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it really is. You've got so many fabulous designs inside there. Like you say, just use them as individual toppers. Some of them don't really call for decoupage. You know, maybe the image is a bit too intricate. You know, but they are fantastic if you want to just use them as toppers, use them with your Miri mats, or decoupage some of the designs up.
Now, if I just show you quickly some of the finished cards, we're flicking through there some of the sheets that you're going to get in there. In total, 144 sheets, 24 different designs. Is that 6 of each?
Yes.
6 of each. There we go. All of that included in the kit. And if I show you some finished cards, I mean, everyone went at the same time when the little guinea pig came up. Let me show you a couple of guinea pig cards.
It's so cute.
Look how cute these are. He's absolutely adorable. Really sweet, and the quality of the adorable scoreable will absolutely blow you away. Look at this.
I mean, he's got an accent foiled nose. I mean, come on.
Who wouldn't love a card like that? It melts your heart, it really does. This is the one that we were talking about. Dad's into DIY, or anyone in your family into DIY, and that is such a clever design. Making a bouquet out of hammers and chisels and spanners and tape measures, really, really cool. And this is another twist on it. How really cool is that?
I love that. It's brilliant, isn't it? Great for Father's Day, obviously, but perfect for Dad's birthday as well.
Good luck card, a black cat.
Look at him.
There we go.
He's really cute, isn't he?
Really
Just peeking over. And that could be good luck for anything, couldn't it? It could be for a job interview, exams, driving tests.
$64,000 question. How many cards can you make out of this kit?
Dave.
It's got to be hundreds.
Well,
if you made a card as a topper out of the sheet of the little books, that's 144 cards straight away.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we're quite conservative when we come to the number of cards that you can make. And what we would say is that you've got 32 sheets of card there that you could fold over in half and make it a 32 A5 card. So we would say that's the minimum number of cards that you can make. However, like you say, straight away with our little book, we can make 144 cards if we use them all as toppers. Using our stash that we've got at home for our actual base cards. Just looking at the number of toppers you've got on every sheet, you know, you've got at least three
big ones.
Decent size cards off every single topper there. So that's another 48 cards that we can make minimum just with our toppers.
So it's absolutely off the charts. You can make it go so far. And it's lovely to have a collection like this that isn't just specifically about one theme. It's going across every occasion you can think of during your family life during a year. Everything you could ever possibly be asked to make a card for, it's covered in this.
Definitely. It's one of my favourite collections that we do at the start of every single year because I just know that every occasion's boxed off.
Yes.
It's just all in this collection.
No nasty surprises when someone says, can you give me a graduation card? You're going, no. Yes, you can. It's in there.
Yeah.
Under £40, $39.97. Now, the topper collection on its own is $34.99. That's just the toppers, the cardstock, and the printed and foiled cardstock. That doesn't include the inserts. That doesn't include the little book.
They're both £10 each.
Yeah.
So that value is insane.
The value is great. $39.97 for everything that we've just flipped through. There it is laid out in front of me on the stand there. It's just nice to know that you've got a collection by your side, that when that phone goes or you get an email from your best friend or a text and it says, can you do me a card for 99.9% certainty you can say, yes, I can. NVHD 40, it only launched on Tuesday. This is the first time I've actually seen this. So if you fancy getting your hands on it right now, get it today, $39.97. Very busy for it. It flew on Tuesday and it's flying again now. Oh, right. Now, DIY card then.
We're doing the DIY card.
For your dad's birthday.
Yep. Absolutely. I was looking at it and I really wanted to use the Father's Day topper sentiment. I was like, no, I can't because I need it.
Getting 2 birds with one stone, make your dad's card and work at the same time.
Exactly. So it's my dad's birthday on Sunday, and then it's my dad's birthday on Saturday, and my granddad's on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
The two most awkward people to buy for are literally
at the
same time. It's typical, isn't it? Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make an 8x6 card. So let's just trim this down first. So I'm just going to trim this down to 6.
Okay.
So just taking one of our 8x8 card blanks there to do that.
So if you use your own cardstock that I'm sure you've got at home anyway, and mix it in with this, you can make this go on for such a long time.
And how many times have we brought you like those card blank mega buys where you get, you know, loads and loads and loads of cards? You know, that's the perfect time to build up your stash of your kind of plain white card.
Do remember, Hunky-Dory's got a brand shop with us at Hobbymaker, so anything you need, even if it's not on TV, on show, have a look on the brand shop because all their stock that they have available, is available through us.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's everything, you know, tape, foam pads, everything, all of those essential bits and pieces.
Tools.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we're using some silver mirror for this one because it's all foiled in silver, so it all just matches perfectly. And we're just going to pop this onto here, so it's just going to have that silver edge down the 2 sides.
Right.
And then this is going to go on the inside of our card. So let's just pop this into here. So kind of just going up to our score line.
Did the team ever run out of ideas as to what to do for card kits?
Not really. No, it's more of like how do we squeeze everything in?
Right.
It's like
so everyone's really coming up with
yeah,
loads of great ideas.
yeah, definitely. It's always a little bit tricky.
Can't have too many ideas.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And then what I've done is I've taken some of the rest of the cardstock. So obviously you do get 2 sheets in there. And I've just got some craft card as well because I thought it just kind of works. It kind of all fits together theme-wise. You know, it gives
garden
it
shed-like, isn't
yeah, it gives it a little bit of a rustic kind of feel. So let's just get this as well onto here and just pop that in the middle of there. So that's just going to give us that kind of rustic edge to this, and this is going to go down the center here and we're going to trim away the white panels.
Okay.
So it gives us that kind of front of the card just in the center for us to put our topper onto. So let's just get these out the way. Just kind of line this up. It doesn't have to be exactly in the center. You know, you can kind of measure it if you want to, but it's not essential.
And I mean, I've noticed over all the years that I've been doing crafting TV that you've got, as a company, the most incredible loyal band of crafters.
Oh, definitely.
I've never met a company like it that's got such a loyal band of
yeah,
fans.
we really do. Yeah, and I think that's just reflected in the quality of the product because once people get it home and they use it, you know, they don't really want to use anything else.
Well, there is no other product like it.
No, definitely not.
It's a UK company, family run. It's great.
It is indeed.
Ticks all the boxes.
It does, definitely. So just using our craft knife just to go along the edge of our cardstock there. You could use a trimmer, you could use a ruler if you're not confident doing that, but you can kind of use that cardstock as a guide. And then you're just going to come and do the same along the top edge there, just to get rid of that white edge at the top there. So that's kind of created the front of our card. And then I've just got some more of the craft card. We've got that fabulous border that's got like the measuring tape around the edges of there that can kind of just sit in the middle.
You're making it look like a little bit like an easel now.
It does a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, it is fabulous. And then this frame kind of comes out of the middle of there. And I really wanted to use this because it's got like the screws in the corners, but it felt like it was a bit too much. So I thought I'd just show you how you can use all of these extra inner frames with your little book page. So see how we can instantly add that onto our little book page and then we've got a foiled topper straight away. Because there's so many of these extra little inner frames that you might have in a stash, you know, because we always have them. So you can just see how easily we can just transform that little book page and we've got another topper that we can use on another card. So let's get this bit together now. So we're going to go in with our strips to get this on so that we can get some depth around the edges of this frame. And obviously these are ideal because you've got the different widths as well. So you can use super skinny ones if you need to. And obviously if you're doing kind of like circular frames, you can shape these around as well.
I do remember it's absolutely brilliant that if you suddenly realise you're running out of double-sided foam tape or foam pads, anything like that, glue, just go to the website. It's only ever $3.95 for the whole day's orders from midnight to midnight. So maybe you rang in on the first Hunky-Dory show earlier this afternoon at 2 o'clock and you bought something then, you suddenly realise you need some construction glue, well, you need these foam strips. Just phone in again or go on the website. You won't pay any more than £3.95 P&P.
It's still one of my favourite things ever.
Mine too.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Everyone says they love it.
Definitely. It's just, I don't know, it's just a little bit of a game changer, isn't it? Because it happens all the time, doesn't it?
Oh, totally.
You know,
it's not until you sit down at your craft desk.
It's the
you open up the drawer and
worst.
think, oh no, I've run out of this and run out of that.
Happens to me all the time when I'm cooking as well. I get like all the main ingredients in and then I'm like, oh, we've no tomato puree. That's like,
darn it.
so frustrating. We've got a thing with like our neighbours now. We'll just text each other and be like, have you got a stock cube?
You're not one of these people that ring up these kind of delivery services and just get them to deliver one.
No.
Okay.
No.
I know people that do that.
No, definitely not that. No, we'll just ring the neighbours.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's get this into here. Right in the centre. And just using your foam pads just adds like so much more to it. It adds loads of like lift and it's worth doing. And then there's just a couple of different sentiments. So we've got number one dad and you're the best. So let's get our number one dad on first. So put that there.
I'll tell you what, if there's one card kit you buy this year, can I suggest it be this one?
Yeah.
Possibly the Christmas one, of course, when that comes out later in the year as well, because it covers everything.
Definitely, yeah. It's just fantastic. It's such a good one to have in your stash. Like you say, there's some occasions that you don't need to make a lot of cards for, like graduation. You might only need to make one all year, but you've got just that one in here, and it's just ideal, isn't it? It's just knowing that you've got it and it's there.
Retirements, new home, get well soon wishes, good luck. Yeah, it's got everything going for it.
Yeah, definitely. So then we'll just get the insert on the back of the card here, because obviously we've got the printed card on the inside of this one. So we will just use this on the reverse, and I can't decide whether...
How do you fix your inserts?
I use double-sided tape.
Okay. Do you have it loose?
It depends. This one I've not done loose because it doesn't... It kind of goes top to bottom and I need to trim a little bit off. Right. But I like to do them loose if
you open it.
If I open the card, yeah. But just because the way we've done this one, I've stuck it down all the way. There we go.
Yeah, because it's not in the card, it's on the back, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's on the back. And then I've just got a little DIY Dad extra sentiment, which I'm going to pop on here as well.
Do it yourself, Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them's the rules, right?
Yeah.
So just pop that on there as well.
Oh, that is
there
a
we
lovely.
have.
And that's the first thing I thought of when I looked at that and I saw that. I thought, easel.
Yeah, it gives that kind of
Wooden
look,
easel.
doesn't it? The
Yeah.
style of card.
Love it. Now today, $39.97 is an exceptional deal. It really, really is. So much content for such a great price. Now we're getting lots of messages coming through. Now our very own Mark Smith, Jewellery Maker, he's one of the biggest Hunky-Dory fans. Ever since we've been on air, since March this last year, he spent a fortune on Hunky-Dory. And he says, Mark in Oxford said, hello Anne-Marie, I've just had such lovely feedback from family and friends regarding the Christmas cards.
Doesn't it make you feel
good?
good?
To you and Hunky-Dory's inspiration from Mark.
Oh, that's amazing. There's nothing better though, is there, than it's kind of a twofold experience when you're making cards, because you have so much fun making them, but then when you actually give them and the feedback that you get and people's responses.
And I don't think Mark actually was a card maker.
No, I don't think he was.
You came along,
No.
Hunky-Dory and Pauline and us at Hobby Maker, and I used to see him here, sat getting ready for his, or just come off after his show, and he'd sit here and watch us start our show with Hunky-Dory.
Yeah.
Just glued to it, and now he's one of the best customers, I suppose. Right, if you want that NVHD40. Now, something that you do want individually is the fantastic little book. These little books are collectibles. So many of you I know buy maybe a couple, use one, keep one as a keepsake, because the art in there, the artwork in there is amazing. A lot of the artwork in there is featured in the card kit, but some of it isn't. Like the greenhouse, for example, I don't think that was in the card kit.
It is, but it's not as big.
Oh,
so,
okay.
and like the same with the wine and the cheese there, it's only a small image. So it's really nice in the little book to see that kind of larger scale image, see the full kind of design there as well. And you know, you get options in there as well. So like with the wedding couple, you could use both of those on one card if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
There's lots and lots you can do with this. Don't just feel that you have to keep them this shape, this size either. Use your dies, cut them down, cut the images out and use them as embellishments rather than as a topper. You know, there's loads you can do.
And as ever, the quality of the printing, the quality of the colour, the paper as well. If I just angle it to the light, you can see just that lovely kind of shine that comes off that paper. It's not cardstock, it is paper, but equally, it's good enough quality that it deserves to be a topper, or you can decoupage it if you've got the will to actually cut out the decoupage and decoupage it. It looks great, whatever you do with it. But what a brilliant idea. And at $9.99, 144 images, and you get 24 designs, so it's 6 of each. Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant quality. COHD 86 for all that artwork, £9.99 if you just want an extra one of those. Maybe you ordered the collection a couple of days ago and you're thinking, do you know what, on reflection, I wish I got 2 of the books. Order it today, £3.95 P&P, but if you've ordered something already, that's a delivered price for you. £9.99, 0800 001 4433. But remember, in the big collection, you're going to get 16 of each, 16 of the sheets of the toppers, 16 sheets of the printed cardstock, and 16 sheets of the printed and foiled cardstock as well. Plus, you're going to get then 48 of the inserts, and you're going to get, of course, the little book as well. Now, what was the update on the stock of the collection? A quarter of a big stock. I mean, after the Christmas collection, this I would think is probably the next most popular card collection of the year because of its versatility. It goes through everything you could want from a card during the year. Now, if you just want the toppers, and you want the printed cardstock, and you want the printed and foiled cardstock. In other words, you won't get the inserts and you won't get the little book. That is $34.99. But for $5 more, why would you not go for the big bundle with the inserts and the little book as well?
100%.
Okay. PGHD 31. PGHD 31. If you want to go for it without the inserts and the little book, it's $34.99. Go for it with the inserts and the little book, £5 more, different item number. You can see where the best value is. Go for the big collection if you can go for it. Right now, we've also got a lot of interest in the Adorable Scoreable. Now, this is actually 60 sheets of the bendy ink technology that everybody loves about Adorable Scoreable cardstock. And these colourways, are they specific for any collection or just?
No, this is our core range of colours. So these are brand new. We launched these in December. We gave you almost like a little bit of a 2023 preview
new
back in
colours for
December.
2023,
yeah, and these are the brand new colours that we have released, and they kind of last a couple of years. So you know that once you've got these in your stash, if you're wanting to add particular colours to it, maybe you run out of one of the pinks or one of the greens, you can add that kind of single colour pack in as well if you need to. But it's just such a lovely selection of colours.
And you get quite a few of each colour as well.
Yeah, it's 30 times 2, so you've got a real kind of spectrum of colours within here. You've got like your deeper rich tones, you've got your pastel shades in here, you've got your essentials.
Think about your boxes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always think when I see Adorable Scoreable, they make the most amazing upmarket, luxurious boxes you can make out of Adorable Scoreable. RUHD 17, that gets you 60 sheets of the Adorable Scoreable. Look at these colours, that pumpkin, that beautiful pumpkin orange. You've got your banana yellow. You've then got the subtle kind of that candy floss pink. Look at this green.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Racing green. Wow, that's a pink.
It's a real shocker, isn't it, that one? It's lovely. And this colour's gorgeous. It's almost like an evergreen, isn't it?
Oh, is it dark green?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. On camera it looked black, but it's a dark green. Then you've got this lovely biscuit colour, really beautiful. Chocolate brown. Chocolate biscuit, yeah, why not? Then you've got that lovely Hunky-Dory purple. Blues. And then
just the number of different blues that you've got in here and different greens.
Look at that.
And when we pick our kind of colour selections to go with collections, they're selected from this set.
Right.
So you know if you need a little bit more of a certain colour, you know that you can always kind of come back to this.
Yeah. So if you've got cardstock at the moment that you're not particularly impressed with, maybe you've scored it, you've creased it, you've tried to make card blanks out of it, you tried to make boxes and box bases and box lids out of it, and it's let you down. It's the ink is cracked or whatever. Try Adorable Scoreable. It will not let you down. It gives you professional results. And I remember when you first launched it somewhere else a couple of years back or a few years back, and you actually broke the computer system.
Yeah, it was mental.
Yeah,
yeah.
And it
we
wasn't fixed for about 3 days. Absolutely. Such was the demand and such was the hoo-ha over it. And ever since, you know, people that use Adorable Scoreable never look back. They never go back to their old cardstock because once you've used the best, you know, everything else isn't good enough.
Yeah.
So buy it and try it and see for yourself. Now, what price are we going to go to for this today? RUHD 17. RUHD 17. 60 sheets. Normally, how much would 30 sheets be?
Well, 60 sheets should be £17.99.
Okay.
For 60 sheets.
We are taking it to £14.99 for 60 sheets of Adorable Scoreable. 2 of each of those amazing colours, new for 2023. And we'll deliver it for £3.95, or we'll deliver it for no P&P if you've already bought something today. I mean, that would be, if you took that to the post office,
That's a whopper, isn't it?
That would be £6 or £7 postage, wouldn't it?
It'd take a good while to get there as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's a phone call away, or it's literally a click on the internet. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, put this in your basket. It's on the website for you right now. You can see what's in the show. This is part of the show. 60 sheets should last you a while. If it's not going to last you long enough and you're thinking, well, I'll get through that in maybe a month or two, order a couple while we've got the availability. £14.99 for 60 sheets. If you want 120, it's just under £30, and that P&P will stay at £3.95. RUHD 17. 2 of each of those colours. Free phone number 0800 001 4433. Talk to the operator. They'll sort you out with Adorable Scoreable. What would you say to people who've never tried Adorable Scoreable?
Oh, you just won't be disappointed once you've tried it. I think you'll find it hard to go back to another cardstock once you have tried it, because it is just so fantastic. I mean, we're quite blasé about it now, because it's just like, it's Adorable Scoreable. We use it for everything, so it's kind of normal. But once you actually get this home and you feel the weight of it, you feel how substantial it is, and then the fact that it doesn't crack when you score it, I think that is, you know, I still remember the day when we kind of found it, and it was like an absolute eureka moment.
Was it your mission then to find a non-crackable?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah, we wanted a cardstock that was, you know, a really good GSM. So 350 was kind of the minimum that we were going for. It couldn't be any less than that, because you need your cards to stand up. We wanted it to have a kind of coated finish to start with. Then obviously we brought in our matte version as well. But the ink being just sort of flexing around with that cardstock and making sure that you're getting that professional finish was massive for us, because so many people have, you know, I've done it myself, I've scored card, and I've, you know, especially when you're new and you do that and it cracks and it looks awful and you're like, well, actually, I'm not very good at card making, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah,
and it's not you, it's your tools. Yeah. So having the correct cardstock to kind of work with at the, you know, at the beginning is just fantastic. And then the colours, you know, the colour range is just incredible.
Now, can you imagine how much of stock we made sure we had for this when it was first out? We've basically got a lot of stock available at the moment through Hunky-Dory, and 10% of that enormous stock is gone. £14.99 for 60 sheets, 30 colours, 2 of each. It is by far the best way to order your Adorable Scoreable. Get the 60, that's the best value for money. The daffodil yellow in there is gorgeous, the pumpkin orange, the blush pink, that racing green. Oh, all the colours are gorgeous. Okay, well, also going to remind you of the sentiments that we've got in the show as well, but the Adorable Scoreable will not let you down. Many of you are multi-ordering this as well, so good luck. I hope you get it. Now, another thing that is a must for 2023 are your sentiment pads. Now, these are fantastic.
Yeah.
These are going to match the colours of the new Adorable Scoreable.
Absolutely perfectly, yeah. So you know that you can kind of team it up with this cardstock. You can grab, you know, any of the colours in there. We fold them in gold, we fold them in silver. There's a real kind of mix of colourways in there as well. But, you know, that hot pink we just saw is the very hot pink that's on the front there. Yep. Sentiments for absolutely everything. You know, you've got kind of relatives featured in here as well as occasions. So you've got like kind of Easter, you've got Mother's Day, we've got thank you, thinking of you, birthdays, New Year. You know, it is jam-packed, and so many little extra bits and pieces in here as well, like little images within there. They just look awesome.
So you've got daughter, you've got grandma, granddad, son, nephew, to my precious wife. But if you look at that fleetingly, it looks like previous wife. It's precious wife. Yeah, we had some fun with that. Dad in there as well, fiance. Every relation you can think of in the family, in all the different colourways. And if you go for the adorable scoreable A4 cardstock, you are going to find the coordinating and the matching colour. If I just go to the pink, can you see that?
Yeah, it just matches perfectly. So if you're wanting to do those kind of tonal cards, you know you're going to be able to pull those sentiments out and it match absolutely perfectly.
So a forever friend, no colour clashes whatsoever. So all the colourways in your 60 sheets that you've either got already that you've ordered from us or you're buying today, this is the way forward. And where silver foil is more appropriate than gold, that's what they've done.
Yeah.
So the blue and the silver really works well. And then next one.
It's quite
Grey and silver.
tricky decisions to make, some of these, because some of the colours can really work with either. So we have to kind of just be like gold, although it could be silver, but we've said gold now, so let's go gold.
There's the pumpkin look with the orange and the gold.
Love that one.
So yeah, they vary as you go through the pad, but you've actually got in total 660 individual sentiments in this pad. Just keep this by your side in your craft.
Definitely, so handy. I mean, I had it with me on Tuesday when I was doing my prep for these shows, and you know, sometimes you don't want to use a stamp, you don't want to use the sentiments that come in the collection, you want to make it a little bit more personal, and this is just perfect because you can, you know, say Happy Mother's Day to my fabulous mum or whatever it says.
And also, some of them have actually got little holes that have been punched in the top of the tags as well. So if you want to put some twine on there, baker's twine, something like that, to hang it off a gift or hang it off a card, hang it maybe in a journal or something, it's entirely up to you. Others, you'd use your foam pads or glue.
Yep, definitely.
But it's a great thing to have by your side. It really is. $9.99, LG HD 98, and it's not paper, it's cardstock.
It is, yeah. It's the same 350 GSM, so it's really fantastic weight. It is absolutely wonderful.
You'll love it. You really, really will. Okay, I go for that together, actually. $9.99 for the sentiment pad. There's 60 sheets of your adorable scoreable at $14.99, so that would be $24.98 for both, and they all work together so well. LG HD 98. Right then.
Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of scoring. Now, I'm going to bring the little one out because the big one's not in stock.
Okay.
So let's...
Oh, the award-winning scoreboard is out of stock?
It is, unfortunately.
Again?
Unfortunately.
But we've got the smaller one in.
We've got the small one in, so we'll go with this one. And it means I don't have to move the award either now. We're using the smaller one, so it's all good.
That is true.
So what we're going to do...
What the guys did for you, that? A mini Oscar.
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to score along here at 1.5. I'm going to have to double check my measurements before I completely make it up. We're going to do 5.5. We're going to do 7. And then I'm just going to move this up so that I can just do this one. So we need to do 4. So I'm just going to pop that into 1 there and score at 5.
Always a good idea to record our shows or watch back our shows when your card kit arrives to get all the measurements and just jot them down as we go.
Yeah, definitely. And then let me just double check my width. And what I've done is I've kind of tested this on some white cardstock.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to do it on this and then it not quite be right. So it's always like if you've got...
Do a dummy run.
Some cardstock, even copy paper, just so you can get it, double check that it's going to be exactly what you want. And then cut this to 4.5. Because there's nothing worse, is there, than kind of putting all your scores in, doing the cut and then it not being quite right.
Oh, no, I've ruined the...
Exactly, and you only get one of everything in here.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that it is going to do what you want it to do.
And all of this in the card kit, remember, is adorable scoreable as well. So this is proving the point. Everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Technology.
It's just perfect, and it will be so substantial as well when we've actually stuck that together. So what we're creating is like a little pop-up box.
Excellent.
So we've got that kind of base there, and then we're going to create some little kind of tabs to go on the inside. Now, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use this section here now. You don't have to, you can make them out of white cardstock, but I am just going to use these. So I'm just going to cut kind of 1/2 inch there and another 1/2 inch there. And that should be enough for us there. So I'll just pop that back out of the way. So if I just cut them in half there, what we've created is little tabs that are going to sit on the inside of here so that we can attach our little like houses onto them. So we've got that one there, and we have that one there, and then if I just take one more off here, again just cuts in half there.
Is your office constantly full of people making things?
Yeah. I mean,
morning, noon and night?
Yeah, creative is, I'm trying to think how many there is in creative. So there's me, Nat, Bex, Kat, Jane, Rachel and Barbara. 7?
And you're all making all day long?
I'm not necessarily, but...
They're cracking the whip?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. But yeah, no, yeah, it is wonderful. And then when you see like how many cards we actually make every single day, like Jane's like a machine. Jane can make like between sort of 15 and 20 cards a day.
Wow.
Like Jane's crazy. Yeah, she's so fast.
Wow.
And she does lots of kind of constructional work. So Jane's done a version of this in the magazine actually. So if you're wanting to make this style of card.
Magazine's coming up at
there's
5 o'clock.
There's one in the mag that Jane has done. She does some incredible like dimensional makes. She's fantastic, but she won't come to Hobby Maker, unfortunately. I can't even get her onto Facebook. No, she just doesn't want to be on camera. She doesn't like it.
Everyone's cup of tea.
No, she just doesn't. It's not for her. So I know it's just sad because she is very good and everybody would love her. And she used to be a teacher, so you know she's brilliant at just teaching people. I'm like, Jane, you'd be great. Okay.
Oh, I get it though, because you know some people get very nervous about.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not for everybody, is it? No. Okay, so let's pop these in here. Oh, I'd be a terrible teacher as well.
Well, you're pretty good on TV.
Yeah, but there's nobody here like asking questions like kids. I just couldn't do it.
I'm here.
I couldn't do it. I think I'd just get cross.
I'm like a big kid.
Okay, so what we're doing is just popping these at different kind of, different kind of depths there. And then I'm just going to really trim this down a little so that we can get this one.
I'd like to come up to Hunky-Dory one time to have a little.
Would you?
Yeah, it'd be nice. See how it all works.
You'll have to get your jabs and everything to come up.
Have to give me what?
Get your jabs to come up to Preston.
Oh. I'm fully jabbed. Don't worry. It's all manufactured on site, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So all the design, all the manufacture is all done in-house in Preston. So it is brilliant because we can really keep an eye on the quality.
Yeah.
We can really keep an eye on absolutely everything. And it is fantastic that by the start of the day, it's just massive sheets of card. And at the end of the day, it's a product packaged. And, you know, it is brilliant.
I find it fascinating.
Yeah,
and you can tell, actually, you know, the amount of TLC that goes into every collection, every magazine, every product, every tool that's sourced and manufactured as well. Everything about Hunky-Dory just ticks all the boxes for quality and value as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I'm just going to decorate the front of here first before we get on with the other bits and pieces. So let's just get that kind of right in the centre there. And then we're going to get some acetate and we're going to cut this into some strips now so that we can create those kind of little stem stalks for our little houses to go on, so we can create this kind of little dimensional box.
So it's like an exploding box?
Yeah.
Okay. And this, or a version of this, is in the magazine that's coming up at 5 o'clock?
Yeah. So we've got 4 of those, and then I'm just going to get a couple of 1-inch strips. There we go. So let's just pop that there in case we need more.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Don't knock him over.
It's back. Nothing. Don't worry. It's fine. Don't panic. It's all good. You can't be trusted.
Don't damage the precious. And that award is for the awards that were voted for by the viewers at New Year.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Very exciting.
Best takeover show.
Yeah.
What was the other award?
Best, was it tall or gadget?
Best tool gadget, which is the scoreboard.
Scoreboard. And then best essential was construction glue.
Ah, right. 3 awards.
I know.
Well deserved.
It was marvellous. Okay, so our new home is going to kind of sit on the back here.
Oh, I like that.
Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get my houses in first though, so I can see like kind of how high they need to go.
Got the bunting out. Good.
We've got the bunting already. So let's get our little houses in. So just popping them all on the little strips here. And the acetate obviously gives that impression of them kind of floating as well. So it's much more fun, but you could use cardstock if you didn't have acetate. And these all come pre-die cut on the sheet, but on the cardstock, you have all the houses that you can actually cut out.
Yep.
And then obviously you do get, I think you get the houses in the little book as well. So if you wanted to make more of this, you could cut them out. I think they're just a little bit smaller. So you could cut them out of the little book and do smaller ones.
I've lost the little book. Here it is. Let's have a look.
So these can kind of just go in where we want them to go, kind of jaunty. So I'm going to pop this one.
There are the houses. Yeah, so you get 6 sheets of these with actually 2, 4, 5 houses on each sheet.
It's cute, isn't it? So they are a little bit smaller.
Yeah, but you could have them in the background, so
Yeah.
it looks like there's kind of, perspective.
Definitely.
Yeah. So you could easily cut those out, nice and easy with straight lines. Yeah.
So we'll just pop that one in first. Just give that a little bit of a curve so it sits how you want it to sit. This one will come down a little bit. Oh, who's on the phone?
Makes you jump, doesn't it? And the phone goes in the gallery.
Hello.
All
So-
the concentration, and then suddenly the phone goes.
Pop that one there. And this one will go in at a similar sort of angle. So just
It's a
pop
great
that
idea
on.
to do the exploding box with houses. I like that.
It's cute, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I like that a lot.
It is cute. I'm just going to bring this one down a little bit because it's a little bit top heavy.
And you've not used every element in that particular part of the collection, have
Oh no, I have been quite extravagant with the toppers because I've obviously used the circular one on the front as well. But you don't have to, obviously. You could be a little bit more frugal than I've been. And then this one's going to go in the front here. But then actually put in all of the segments on the inside at different levels as well, just gives you even more kind of shape to it. So then we can pop the 2 new homes kind of either side here. Sorry, I'm kind of, if I turn it round so you'll be able to see.
There you go.
So
It's like the town's having a street party.
it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll have to come back round, apologies. So let's get our new in first. So this,
It's amazing actually how completely invisible the acetate
I
is.
know, it's fabulous, isn't
You
it?
really can't see it.
And then we'll put our home over there. We might just move this one over a little bit. So you can, obviously using your double-sided tape, and because it's acetate, you do get a little bit of flexibility as to like where you're going to put all your bits and pieces. So we can pop our home in. So let's get that one.
So if you find your house kind of bends a little bit or sways a bit too much, just make the acetate a little bit shorter.
Yeah, it's just that your acetate's probably a little bit too top heavy.
Yeah,
So just
too
make
long.
it a little bit shorter. I've been a bit too happy with my tape there. I think that's going to end up kind of poking out a bit at that side. But it's okay, it's okay. And then I've got a little extra bird somewhere. Dan, you're being so mean to me today. Just today. We've lost a seagull.
Have you? Oh, here.
Oh,
he
he's
is.
there, he's there. We've got him.
There you go.
We've got him. Don't worry.
Don't panic.
Do you know, I went to services like round the corner from here
Oh, yeah.
before, and I was just like there's a Starbucks and there's a little Waitrose, and there was just a pigeon mooching around. I was like,
Oh, really?
hello. And I was like, I said to the woman, I was like, hey, there's a pigeon out there. She's like, I know, it's always here. I was like, okay, great.
It's probably waiting for the old
A random
food remnants and crumbs and stuff like that.
random pigeon.
Yeah, why not?
Just trotting around in the services. So we can pop our little scent with love. And then there's some extra little flowers that you can add on. I'm actually going to leave it because I just don't think that it really needs the flowers on there.
Now look at that.
But isn't it super cute?
Now you can see it head on. Don't you think that's effective?
It's so cute. And because of the way that this box is designed, it will fold flat.
Oh, great.
So we can still pop it in an envelope, you know, as you would a normal card. And you can play around with how they're looking. You know, this one here, we could probably bring over this way a little bit more. You could bring everything down a little bit if you wanted them a bit closer to the box.
And of course, you've got lots of those die-cut houses actually in the sheet with the toppers. They're in there as well. But you've also, if you're going to go for the big collection, got all of these separate houses in the little book as well. And you get 6 of each of the designs in here too. So, you know, you potentially could make this go an awfully long way.
Definitely.
Just by using a few strips of acetate. It just brings the whole thing and makes it animated. $39.97, this is the best value. For £5 more than what you pay for the toppers, the printed cardstock and the printed and foiled cardstock, you're going to get that plus the little book and the 48 inserts as well for an extra £5. They're £10 each.
Yeah.
So you're saving about
value,
£15 by buying it like this today. NVHD 40. You get that half price and that completely free. If you keep it like that. And that's what's actually in the little book. 144 pages, 24 designs, 6 of each. So you've got all of the artwork that's in the actual collection, plus extras that aren't, and maybe some of them that are different sizes and things like that. So you've got the cute, you've got the marriage, you've got the sympathy or religious, you've got the wine, you've got the greenhouse there, the cutes as well, the travelling one with the hot air balloon. The whole caboodle in that is only $9.99 in the little book, and that is in the main collection that's on the screen now. This is what everybody's wanting for. You've got toppers, inserts, and the little book. And when we say toppers, we don't just mean the topper sets. I've actually got some more finished cards here. Let me just show you. I got these out of the tray a few minutes ago to give you some ideas. This, I think, is my favourite out of all of the collection. I love that to bits.
It's lovely, isn't
look at the gold.
I love the colours as well, and here the kind of geometric shapes that we've got.
It's like it's been lasered or etched.
Really cool, isn't it?
That's really lovely. I love the colours as well, like you say. This one, Pooch Party. There we are, look.
It's really sweet, isn't it?
Let's party. There.
They're just such good fun, aren't they? They're, you know, you can send that to absolutely anybody for their birthday, couldn't you?
I mean, that could be a dog owner, but could also be, can you make a card for my dog? It's its birthday.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
You did it. I love that one as well. This is real kind of showbiz.
It's really cool, isn't it, that? Great for sort of graduations and exams.
This one, the DIY enthusiast. Obviously, one of your demos was about DIY earlier on. Happy Father's Day. There we are. That's done by Jane.
Using, like, kind of bits from that topper sheet.
Yeah.
You know, we use the main kind of focal topper, but look at all the little extras and, you know, the size of card you can make just with the extras.
Look at this.
That is very cute.
The most little sheath.
I know whose card that one is. That has no name on it. That's one of Rachel's, because Rachel makes cards and doesn't always put them on cards. And that doesn't have a card on the back of it.
Oh, right, got you.
So we know when it's Rachel's.
This is Rachel's too.
And
this
she's
is
made a card this time, yeah.
The lucky feline. There we go. Good luck in your new job.
Very cute, that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Dead cute. This one could be a passing your driving test. There we go. Cat's done that one.
That's fab, isn't it?
And that's like the steering wheel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
folds up. It's an easel. Yeah. No, you're all right.
There you go.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's like looking in the rear view mirror. And a little baby, new baby.
Oh, I just love the colours on the baby one. I just think it's got like a little bit of a vintage feel to it. I love it. It's really cute.
And remember, the cardstock, you can leave it as A4, but a lot of the time, you, Natalie, Pauline, you always kind of cut into it.
We do, yeah. We just find it's the best value for money.
Yeah.
You know, you can easily make...
And that's the sort of style Pauline does a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
She gets a craft knife and then just cuts around the edges.
Just fussy cuts around, yeah. It's a really cool technique, that one, isn't it? Because you're using that whole sheet there.
But Rachel's made that one. A few more.
There's so many, isn't there?
Oh, there's loads.
There's
another new
loads.
home one here as well. I'll show you that in a sec. But that's the one that's Get Well Soon.
I just love the little stack of books and the titles of the books. So they say, like,
First
thinking
Aid,
of you.
Thinking of You. Spoonful
Yeah.
of sugar? Yeah. Thinking of you. Grapes?
Grapes, everything you need to know and more.
And this is another one of the new home cards. Again, using the bunting, so that's like a stepper card.
It's cute, isn't it? You can create that dimension so many ways using those little houses, whether it's like steppers, on easel cards, on the styler card that we've just done. It's just fab, isn't it?
Well, $39.97 gets you one of the biggest collections you do, isn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely. After sort of our Christmas
After
blockbuster,
Christmas,
this
yeah.
is definitely one of the biggest ones. And, you know, there's just so many occasions, it's quite hard to narrow it down. But I think we've, you know, kind of boxed off all the big important occasions.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, in a nutshell, covering everything you could ever possibly be asked to make during a year, whether it's a birthday, whether it's an anniversary, whether it's a good luck in your new job, new home, sympathy. Hope you don't need that one very often. But yeah, it's all here. So when someone says, oh, my other half's a DIY fanatic, can you do a card with DIY? You can say yes, you've got that one in there. You've got cute little animals. You've got passing your driving test, new home, as we said before, get well soon. It's covering everything you could ever possibly wish for, apart from Christmas. There's no Christmas in there whatsoever, because that's a dedicated collection in its own right later in the year. Yeah. So that's why it's been so popular. NVHD40, $39.97. And remember, the kit without the inserts and the little book is only £5 less than this one. So this is by far the best value for money, because you get the 48 inserts and the little book as well, with 144 pages in it, for just £5 more than what that is without it. And don't forget the adorable scoreable, 60 sheets, $14.99. That's going very quickly as well, and so are the little sentiments. We've got enough time to do, hopefully, one quick last demo.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, so I do need to use the big board for this, unfortunately, because I need to score my card in half, kind of diagonally.
Back, do you reckon?
Do you know what? Because it is manufactured in the UK, and it is literally manufactured about 20 miles away from Preston. It'll be in within the next couple of weeks.
Hey.
Yeah, so it won't be long.
That is refreshing.
I know, isn't it?
That's made in just outside Preston.
Yeah.
I was going to say because it's coming from China.
No. It's coming from Blackburn, which is literally kind of 20 minutes away from Preston.
Brilliant.
And it is really good. And again, it's just another kind of quality thing. When we sort of designed it, the design was done in Leeds, like the CAD design. So again, not too far away from Preston. It's like an hour and a half away. And then we've been able to manage the quality of that, like literally from the very start. There was a couple of things that weren't quite right, and we could iron it out straight away and get it absolutely spot on. You know, we weren't kind of having a substandard product.
That's what you want.
Exactly, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're doing a twisted easel. So we've scored kind of corner to corner, and then we're just going to take out a little segment in this corner here. So I'm going to cut it two. I'm obviously just being really careful because my card is actually folded over there, because we have to, sorry, I do just need to move you over, so that we can get that little section there. So we're just kind of cutting to that score line. So you might find you might have to go in with your scissors just to help that little bit out there. And then just get that little section there. So we're kind of creating a twisted easel, but it's just giving us a little bit of a different look on this panel here. So rather than going straight into the corner. So let's get this little baby down. So we're going with the Babas for this one. And I love that it's quite neutral. You know, you've got the welcome little one sentiment is in green. So maybe you want to get ahead. Yeah. You want to make the card.
I mean, everybody always seems to assume that people want blue for boys and pink for girls. Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily at all. And maybe you just don't know what it's going to be, but you want to get ready.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody
ticks the box for both.
Yeah, definitely. Like my sister's quite particular about what my nephew wears. He's 18 months now, and he doesn't really wear a great deal of like blue things. It's kind of neutrals and creams and things like that. So, you know, something like this would have been perfect when he was born. So then this section is going to kind of go onto here, but we are going to trim this off. So we're going to kind of stick it as one, and then we can cut it as one. It's a little bit wasteful with the top section.
Do us a favour, if you're buying the main collection today that's on the screen for $39.97, when you actually run out of it in 6 months, 8 months, 10 months time, however long it may be, make a note of how many cards you've actually got out of it.
Yeah.
Let us know if you've already got the collection, and maybe you've been doing a lot of batch making over Christmas, maybe you've had some time off and you've really got stuck in to make cards for selling during the year. Let us know how many cards you get out of a kit this size, because obviously this is about 3 times the size of the normal kit, isn't it? Oh, double the size.
Yeah, double the size, yeah. Now I'm just going to have to do a little bit of trimming because I've cut this bigger than my mirror. Let me just double check this one now. I don't quite know how I manage this. That's better. I was just about to stick it and I was like, that's not quite right. But at least we realised before we stuck it, because that is something you can't really pull back from. It's very tricky. So at least we managed to fix that. And then that should hopefully, but now I think this is going to be a little bit skinnier, isn't it? So let's come to this edge and then we'll just cut that little bit more out.
Okay.
So let's just turn this over first and trim this down. So going back to our craft knife, so that we can get that nice clean edge there. And obviously this section you can probably use on another card anyway. So we'll pop that over there with our little clouds on. And then I'm gonna just, for time, just gonna go in fact, we'll just do this with our craft knife as well. So obviously I would normally go back to my trimmer for this bit here, or cut it the right size to start with. But we can just go in.
Got a very steady hand with that knife.
I know, I do love it, a little bit of fussy cutting. There we go. So that can kind of sit like this. So it just means that we get to see this bit of the image better, you know, just because of where you put your easels. And then we can pop our little bambino on there. So let's get some foam
That'd be a really
pads.
good card to do if you had twins, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would, yeah, definitely, because you could do the old double twisted easel as well, if you wanted to.
Now, also the frames that are around the toppers, they are independent. They're already die cut.
They are,
you can
yeah.
keep them as Anne-Marie's done there together, or you can separate them. Use them separately.
Oh no! I just put one at the top that we shouldn't have put at the top. So we need to just pop that there. And then we've got a few different sentiments. So we've got, it's a boy, congratulations and welcome little one. So I think we'll use a few of these. So obviously we need one for our stopper first of all. So I'm going to go with our welcome little one. So I'm just going to double up those strips so that we can kind of create that stopper. Let's just move that round. There we go. And then we'll go, it's a boy up here. Let's put that there. And then congratulations.
And you always get quite a few of these little sentiments on the sheets,
do,
don't you?
yeah,
So
you get absolutely
they're
loads.
not out of the sentiment stash or anything like that. They're actually on the sheets with the main toppers.
And then we could put congratulations down there.
Does it take you a long time to put a collection together?
Sometimes, some are really easy, some are really quick, especially if we've got like a bank of artwork, you know, something like that kind of comes together quickly. Something like this takes a bit longer because every one is individual.
Got a hunt for each different theme.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's a lot of hard work to put it together, obviously, and it's paid off because this is tackling and really solving all the problems of card making for any occasion you could be asked for or any occasion that's happening to you and your family and your friends. It's all in there. I can't think of anything that's not in there, to be honest.
Pardon?
I can't
Sorry, I
think
was
of
miles away.
I can't think of any occasion that's not in there.
No, absolutely not. And like I said, it's quite tricky to kind of narrow it down because there are lots and lots of occasions that, you know, you could do cards for. But I feel like we've kind of got all the major ones featured in here. You know, you've got kind of new baby, you've got your christening, you've got your marriage, you've got graduation, new home, sympathy. It's everything.
Stay with me.
I will stay with you, I promise.
We've got one more hour to come. And it's the brand new magazine on the way from Hunky-Dory right after a break.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 PM to 6 PM every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Good afternoon, hiya, welcome to our last live hour here on Hobby Maker for this Thursday afternoon. Hope you're well. Just after 5 o'clock, and we've got another Hunky-Dory show with the lovely Anne-Marie to squeeze in between now and 6. Now, whenever a brand new Hunky-Dory card kit gets issued, there's a massive surge of interest. Everybody wants to get hold of it. Whenever a Hunky-Dory magazine gets issued, a new version of a magazine, everybody wants that as well.
Yeah.
Now, this is the very last few of the big offer we have for you. We literally haven't got hardly any of the big offer left at all. But for the first few of you, we try to get more, but we can't. The first few of you to get through, to put it in your basket and check out, you will get an absolute steal and bargain. You're getting not only the magazine with a card kit, you get 4 sheets of toppers, and it's the Meow card kit from Meow to You. You get 4 sheets of toppers, 4 sheets of printed cardstock, 4 sheets of printed and foiled, plus you get 4 double-sided papers as well.
Yeah.
On top of that, you also get 24 sheets of adorable scoreable in colourways that coordinate with the card kit. You've also got your sheets of your foiled cardstock as well, which is over here. There we are. You get 16 of the foiled cardstocks. You're getting your embossing folder, and you also get a mask as well, or a stencil.
Yeah.
All of that for $24.47.
It's crazy, isn't it?
That's why we've only got a few
I know, I was
left.
going to say, you can see why we don't have many left.
No.
I did say last time we did the magazine bundle, though, that we needed more. So I need to have words with people tomorrow.
Yeah.
And be like, why didn't we have more? Because it's hardly lasted one show.
This is all we have left. We are down to the last few, and I'm not joking, I'm not over-exaggerating. If you want it and you're thinking, well, I love cats, I love everything to do with pets and that sort of thing, this is going to sell out in a matter of minutes. We do have another offer on the table for you as well, but it doesn't include everything that you get here. Okay, we can bring you the magazine, but this bundle, we've got more people wanting this than we've actually got stock of. So the other offer we'll bring on when that sells out, which is going to happen any minute now. But if you want the big bundle at $24.47, ridiculous value for money, please pop it in your basket and check out either on the phones or on the website. PSHD 26. Okay, imagine that's gone, which it will do any minute now. Let's focus on what we've got a bit more stock of.
Yeah.
And this is the magazine, but you are still going to get the card kit.
You are, yeah.
And you are still going to get the embossing folder as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So still incredible value.
And let's get that price in so you can see exactly how much this is. If you miss out on the big bundle and you set your heart on that big bundle's sold out and gone. We can let you have this offer, which is still the brand new magazine from Meow to You, and the embossing folder and the card kit, which I'll flick through any second, for $9.99.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me show you the card kit.
Oh, how cute it is.
These are gorgeous. How sweet.
It's so fluffy.
So fluffy, so cute. 4 sheets of toppers. Then you get your 4 sheets of printed cardstock.
These ones are you foiled, I think.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yeah,
Sorry, yes,
yeah,
you're right.
sorry, yeah.
Printed and foiled, yeah. So
Although I think they're mixed up.
I think they're mixed up, yeah. Doesn't matter. They're all mixed up. There we go.
Oh, look, he's got a little butterfly on his nose.
He's cute. Really, really cute.
Love
Aren't they adorable?
So, so cute.
Yeah. Really, really lovely. So 4 printed and foiled. And then you also get your sheets of your double-sided papers, which is something relatively new, isn't it?
Yeah, so it is wonderful because it just adds another kind of crafting element to it, doesn't it, getting your papers. You can also as well, on the Hunky-Dory website, you can head over to our hub and you can download free inserts as well that you can print out at home. So obviously with that you can print out as many as you need. You can add your sentiment and then print it out.
And
so
inserts don't take up much ink either.
Exactly, that's why we did that, because it was like, should we do the papers as a download or should we do the inserts? And we're like, well, inserts are absolutely ideal because they don't take up a lot of your ink because they're like a faded version.
I mean, look, what would you pay for? I love this embossing folder, by the way, the balls of wool. What would you pay for that? £7 or £8?
Oh, easily. They're quite pricey now, embossing folders. I remember when they used to be like really quite affordable, sort of under £5, but now they're sort of closer to 10.
Yeah.
And it gives you such a fabulous emboss as well, that folder.
Now, let's talk about the actual magazine, because not only have you got that fantastic card kit and the embossing folder for $9.99, but you get the magazine as well. And it features the card kit you get with the magazine in the first few pages.
It is fabulous. So you have got over 100 projects in here, absolutely jam-packed, full of all sorts of ideas and inspiration. You have got very few adverts in here, and the adverts that are in there are adverts that you want to see. They're of new products, you know, new and up-and-coming things.
So it's like a tip-off.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I counted the other day that in here, there's around 7 or 8 brand new launches in here that you won't have seen yet.
Okay,
so
great.
It is absolutely jam-packed. This is brand new. This
is a great way to get a sneak peek as to what's coming from
Definitely,
soon.
Definitely. So, I mean, we don't want to show you everything, you know, but we can show you these.
Here's the From Meow to You.
It's so cute, isn't it? I absolutely love this. And I love, our instructions are really comprehensive as well. It gives you a list of everything you need, tells you what size card they are as well, so you can see, because sometimes it's hard to get the scale, isn't it, to see that that's actually a card that's 3 inches bigger than that one, you know. So having the measurements there tells you if you're going to need a card blank or whether it's a card that you can make from the actual cardstock. This is obviously your front cover card, so if you want to make that exact card, you can do that as well. But so many projects here featuring your card collection that you're going to get with the magazine. This I love with the mask as well, just using the mask there to create an outline. Then we've got all sorts of secrets being spilt here from our big boss Dan. So we'll just quickly go over that because there's all sorts in there that you really shouldn't be knowing yet.
You don't want to spoil the surprise. When the magazine drops through your letterbox, all will be revealed.
One of them, though, one of the secrets, I mean, I can probably tell you one. Right, because they're in here.
Okay.
You know, you're going to see them when you get it anyway.
Tease us with one then.
So, construction glue. is potentially going to be getting a Big Brother bottle.
Ooh. Hold the front page.
I know. It's very exciting.
Oh, yeah.
We've got my little cuties in here. This is my Sophie and my nephew Theo. This is all about my crocheting, because I crocheted this for Sophie, then I had to make this for Joseph, then I made them matching jumpers. And then I made Natalie's
Natalie
scarf.
was telling me about that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. Natalie hates this photo because she says she looks like death, and I'm like, don't be ridiculous. You look fabulous, and look how amazing your scarf is. And then we've got some dies that we brought you back in December. Our kind of stitched essentials and our patches are featured in here. We've got all sorts of cards made with Miri. This is another brand new launch that I'm just going to quickly bypass. We've got a create your own calendar, which you can download off our website. Nice. So you can just print this out, print out blank. We've got them here with photos, we've used stamps, we've used little book pages, we've done brush lettering, so some really cool things you can do there. And this is our Alan, he's one of our design managers. So you've got a little chat with Alan Kenyon in there. His little family pet, Rocco, the little bunny. He's super cute.
It's a behind the scenes as well as a look ahead to look forward to.
Another sneak peek we need to shimmy on past. Keep going, keep going. We've got a great feature here using one stamp 3 ways that Lovely Bex has done for us. If you remember this when we brought you Enchanted Moments, that was the stamp that was used there. So she's just showing you different techniques just using that one stamp. Oh, keep going, keep going. Whoa!
Don't give too much away.
Whoa! Oh no. No, you've had this, it's fine, we've had this. This is a lovely Jane. That is fabulous at her 3-dimensional makes.
Oh, okay.
That we can't get on. This is the lovely Anne who writes the magazine.
Yes.
So Anne is actually the mum at Hunky-Dory. So she's Daniel's mum. Right. So it was Anne and her husband David that first set up the company.
It's a real family business.
Like years and years and years ago. Yeah. So she always does a feature in here. There's our Liftables that we brought you at 1 o'clock. So you're going to get some projects here using all of those.
Anyone would think we planned all this.
I know, right? Oh, no, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
You know what? The magazine is time. So I say this about other magazines, that you go to a supermarket, you buy a magazine, you read it, it's topical, then you throw it away, you give it to the doctor's surgery. These magazines, and all crafting magazines, you keep, because they are always relevant. You can always pick up design ideas, compilation ideas, how to put a certain card together. Even if you're not using the same toppers and cardstock, you get ideas every single page, don't you?
This is the one that Jane made from the last show. So, you know, I said there was a style of that kind of pop-up box. Yes. So that's the one that Jane has made. But, you know, just, again, so many different ways of making new home cards with that one topper set, you know, just there.
I can't believe you're going to get the magazine, an embossing folder, and the card kit for $9.99.
It's amazing, isn't it?
If that was $6.99, to be conservative, that means you're getting the rest of it for £3.
And the card collection as well, they are designed exclusively for the magazine as well. So it isn't, you know, sometimes when you get a freebie and you're like, well, that's just been found in the back of a warehouse. You know, that is not the case with our magazine.
The magazine bears no relevance to what you get for free.
No, that is not the case. That collection, we plan them out at the start of each year, what all of the 6 magazines are going to have with them. And, you know, they're kind of seasonal when they need to be. We get every kind of topic covered. You know, we've got cute, you know, we kind of got cute boxed off with this one now.
But you know, you may have been a card maker and a crafter for a long time, but think about maybe someone in the family that's saying, oh, I'd like to do what you do. This is a perfect entry.
It is, yeah.
And you can copy these demonstrations completely. All you need is a bit of adhesive and you're away.
Definitely. Or if you're a bit more kind of seasoned, then these are great to kind of get you going if you've lost your mojo a little bit. You know, it does happen to us all. Sometimes a quick flick through a magazine to give you those ideas and inspirations can get you going again.
To my favourite person. I love that.
So cute, isn't it?
Look at his eyes. Really sweet.
He's just so fluffy.
There you go. So these are just some of the cards. I believe these feature in the magazine, don't
they?
They
do, yeah, absolutely.
You can be making these exact cards from the magazine if you pop it in your basket. YXHD62. YXHD62, that's the product code. Now, we've also got the foiled cardstock available as well as a separate item, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so here we go. Now, this is the only way to get this now. And this is foiled cardstock that relates to From Meow to You, from that collection. So you've got the little tiddly tiny little love hearts on here. So that's not kind of pet specific, but it's little love hearts. You've got your gold stars as well with a blue sky background. You've got the same with like a burgundy brown background as well. And again, Hunky-Dory is famous for the quality of its foiling. It really, really is. Again, you've got these lovely daisies. So looking to spring, a perfect filled cardstock. You get 2 of those. And you get it in a lovely springtime green as well. Then you've got your pink love hearts. Reminds me of the pink ladies from Greece.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's the colour pink, isn't it? It's fabulous.
And then you've got your paw prints. This is the only foiled cardstock that is, completely collected to pets, dogs, rabbits, whatever. So you get your black and gold paw prints. You also get your cream and gold paw prints. And it's not obvious that it is a paw print until you look at it closer. From a distance, it could be just a floral collection, but you get in close and you can see all the pads on the paws. So these, how many sheets do you get in total? 16. 16 of them for $9.99. EBHD10, if you want to add that into your order. That's a lovely order and a lovely collection. And only, 4 of the sheets are pet specific. The other ones with the flowers and the stars and the love hearts are just beautiful generic foil cardstock. So that is EBHD10. Nice one. Should we do a demo? Is that
yes. Right? So I was going to use the mask for this one, so we're going to have to change it up slightly. It's fine, don't worry. So what we'll do is we'll use the embossing folder instead. So this is fantastic because it gives you a really deep emboss. It's brilliant. So we're going to emboss this onto Adorable Scoreable. You can emboss a lot of different things. You know, you can do mirror card, you can do parchment. It looks incredible in parchment because it gives you kind of like a cracked look as well. You can use your Adorable Scoreable, you can use your Ink Me and then you add your inks to it. So there's lots and lots of different things. It's one of those things that you just kind of need to play around with and just try all the different kind of cardstocks.
I think the results will amaze you as well.
They absolutely will.
I love the design of this, the balls of wool. Never seen anything like that.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Our lovely Jen designed this back at the office. So Jen and Stacey design stamp stands and embossing folders. And when I saw it, at first I was like, what is it? And then I was like, oh, it's wool.
My cat doesn't chase balls of wool, it chases reflections.
Oh, Tia does that.
We had crystal drops on the Christmas tree, and that's all she wants is to play with the reflection on the carpet.
It's funny, isn't it?
Hilarious.
It is funny. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to try and stand this back. Now, we've got a little bit of a nail file here, so we're just going to kind of take off the ink of the embossed areas. So that what that will do is it will reveal that kind of white core that's underneath the ink. Okay. So you could use sandpaper, you could use like a little sanding block if you've got one, or you can just use a regular nail file, whatever you might have, just to take off the top layer of the ink on the embossed areas. So let's just have a look at this. And this is much more noticeable when you're doing this on your kind of darker colours. Yeah. Because you can kind of see that it goes white. Let's just get all of this here because I want to add we're going to add something else onto this. I want to make sure that I've got all of those areas. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add some ink onto here. So what we've done is we've taken off that ink and we've revealed like a porous core. Right. So that means that we can go in with our inks now and they're going to kind of adhere to the white card that's in the middle.
Now, by the way, these ink pads, they were on the 2 o'clock show this afternoon, hugely popular. It's still available in stock, all 40 of the ink pads at a really good price with a handbook as well, a crafting handbook with it worth £10. That's on the website right now and you can watch that show back a bit later if you want to. 2 o'clock this afternoon it was.
Okay, so we're going to go with the earth red. So I've got the letterbox red there and I've got the earth red, and I think because I'm kind of using it with this cardstock, I'm thinking the earth red is going to be quite a good match here. So let's just take this off. Now, what you can do, there's a number of different ways you can do this. You can kind of swipe over like this, or you can take your blending tool and your sponges and go in like this. So it depends what kind of finish you want, whether you want something a little bit heavier,
if
you want something a little bit lighter.
When you've got the actual pad
and I'm going to go with that, I think, because I think that gives the best kind of look. So you want to be quite light. You can press on a little bit heavier because you can kind of buff it off the Adorable Scoreable. Okay. So if it gets onto some of the area that isn't embossed, because the Adorable Scoreable is coated, it will kind of just wipe off there,
Okay.
whereas it will sink into the white core of the cardstock.
That's brilliant.
It looks so cool, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And obviously you could do this with any kind of colour combination as well, you know, depending on what base card you use. This is just one of the colours out of the Adorable Scoreable that's been made to go with the collection. So I'll just, do we have a little bit of blue roly kitcheny roll, something or other? Thanks, Jimmy.
It's on its way.
Oh, they're both getting it, my goodness.
So you asked, they all run.
Thank you so much. So what we'll do is we'll just give this a little bit of a buff, just so that we don't get ink like everywhere. In fact, you could probably go in with a little bit of a baby wipe to kind of really grab it off the...
Or your hobby maker microfiber cloths, maybe?
Oh, that's exciting. I don't know about this.
Oh, yeah, we've got branded hobby maker. Yeah, absolutely. Our microfiber cloths are on the website, pack of 10, $6.99.
Wow.
Branded and embroidered hobby maker.
What a
It's
bag.
basically dedicated microfiber cloths for your crafting. Because microfiber cloths are normally, you clean the car with them, clean the windows with them,
Yeah.
clean the floor with them, clean the bathroom with them. Hobby maker ones are just for you in your craft room. There you go.
You can use them for buffing up your mirror card now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Rid of all your paw prints on mirror
Yeah.
card. Brilliant. Yeah.
They'll be good for getting all that dust of that ink that we've just buffed off as well.
Yep. And yeah, if you are going for the microfiber cloths, they're on the website. Don't put fabric softener in the washing machine when you wash them. That's the only thing I'd say.
Yeah.
It stops the absorbency.
So let's get some of this fabulous foil card on first with the stars. Love the stars. It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that.
And then we're gonna take some of this now. So let's
We've got
just
the
see.
microfiber cloths. Jimmy's going to get you a microfiber
Oh,
cloth to show you.
very excited.
Yeah. This is Andy's pride and joy.
Is it? Bless him. Okay, we're going to trim this to just under 2 inches, and then we're just going to trim at the top. And I'm just going to stick it onto the mirror and then kind of trim it off that way, rather than getting it the right size. You can, of course, if you wanted it the other way, you could put your cardstock in upside down and it would emboss the other way, you know, like the reverse of the pattern that's on the front. Let's get this onto, oh, that's a bit, it's not quite right.
Isn't it?
It's not right size. It's not the right size. Let's cut that to 2. There we
That's
go.
better.
That's
Yeah.
better. I missed a 1/4 inch off there.
Yeah, look.
Oh, look at this. Wowee.
That's for buffing off your excess ink.
Oh, look at all the colours.
I know. Hobby maker colours.
Wow.
Match the logos. Yeah, pack of 10, $6.99. They're in stock now. If you want to hold them.
Fabulous. I won't wipe up my ink with it because it'll just make it messy and I don't want to ruin it.
All right.
I'd feel...
There was that look of disbelief on your face. That's why I asked Jimmy to go and get it. I haven't lost my marbles. We have got Hobby Maker branded microfiber cloths.
Wonderful. Absolutely essential though, aren't they?
Every home needs one.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't forget your calendar as well. Yeah, the Hobby Maker calendar got released yesterday. And I'll show you, before we go to 6, exactly what they look like. They're $9.99. They're in stock now. Only 1,000 available. When they've gone, that's it until next year.
Okay. So I have cut this a little bit shorter than I need to. So we're going to fix it by just adding our sentiment to the bottom of there. So no one will know. So what we'll do is we're going to put the sentiment on, and then I'm going to actually trim off the bottom of the sentiment so it matches the foil design like that. And we'll then cover up that little bit we were short by. We're going to take out this inner frame. So let's just snip along here. Obviously it is all die cut. You don't need to snip. It's just, I prefer to. And then the same around here. So we've got that lovely...
I suppose if you're using the scissors, it just gets rid of the little pips that hold.
It does. It's kind of like a two-in-one job. Yeah, definitely. And especially with the frames, because they are really delicate, and any kind of slight pull on them, you could kind of put a little fold in the foil, and you don't want to do that.
No, no.
And then obviously you can have a play around with the kind of shapes on here as well.
Is this cat modelled on anyone's cat?
No, we just absolutely fell in love with the artwork when we spotted it. We were like, oh my word, that's just too stinking cute. Who's Doug? Oh, does it?
Dan, our director's
We need
cat
a picture. Find us a picture.
Can we put a picture up on TV, Dan? Can we do that? Can we show the world what your cat looks like? He's going to send an email in from his phone so we can see his cat. Yes. Mine's a tortoise shell, so looks nothing like this.
No. Tia's black, so she doesn't look like this one at all either. Oh, she's so funny. The other day, we have a new sofa, and we have no, I know she's okay with it. She's not really much of a plucker, to be fair. But on the back of the sofa, we have a throw that's like kind of folded up on there when it's not being used, and it's a new throw as well, and it's quite like slippy. So she'll be like fast asleep on this throw, and then all of a sudden she like, do you know how they like stretch out and stuff? She just slipped off, like landed on the windowsill behind it in the bay window, knocked a plant off. Oh, but it was
brilliant. The classic.
So funny. It's like, you're such a clumsy little sausage. She's an old lady now.
Mine is too. She doesn't stop talking.
Oh, really?
Constant.
Oh, it's funny, isn't it?
But it doesn't got any nerves, it's fine.
Oh, it's just cute, isn't it, though? So
wouldn't want to be without them.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, we've got Miri Card on the way, and the new colours of Miri Card. So if you're in the market for that, stick around. They're coming up next.
You are in the market for it, you just don't know it yet. Wait till you see them.
I tell you what, my favourite colour in Miri is this new steel colour.
Oh, so nice.
Gorgeous.
There's some fabulous colours, isn't there? So let's just get this last little sentiment on there. There we go.
Oh, amazing. And remember, this is the card kit you get with the magazine that comes with an embossing folder for £9.99. I mean, that card kit is worth £9.99.
It is,
that embossing folder is worth £7 or £8 any day of the week. And the magazine, well, that's invaluable. You can't put a price on that, to be fair. And remember, the magazine is also not only showing you demonstrations and tips on how to use the card kit that you're getting with it, but also it's giving you little sneak peeks as to what's around the corner, what's coming up in the future. You can meet the team that you never usually see on TV. It's just an insight into maybe what is your favourite crafting brand, Hunky-Dory. And I think for so many people, that is the case. But do you want to meet Dan, the guy behind Hunky-Dory, and his mum who does the editing for the magazine? You can do in here, but without this, you wouldn't get to know them.
No, absolutely not. No. We need to get Uncle Adam in next. So that's Dan's brother.
Okay.
So we need to, he's quite elusive. So we need to try and get him in the next issue, I think.
All right. So there you go. Magazine, card kit. 444, okay? 4 sheets of toppers, 4 sheets of foil cardstock, 4 sheets of printed, and then you get your 4 double-sided papers as well. And you get the embossing folder, all for under £10. What can you buy for 10 quid that's worth having? There you go. That's the answer. YXHD 62. Now, here is Doug.
Oh, my word.
Hey! Oh, Blue Eyes is back. He's great.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Yeah, I think Dan's just told a joke and that's his expression.
Oh, he's gorgeous, isn't he?
He is lovely.
What a stunner.
Yeah, and that could be...
Definitely.
What's his name, Dan? Doug. That could be Doug as a kitten. Easily, couldn't it? Take that picture home and show it to Doug, and I bet he'll go, that's me. Now, If you want this today, remember, the big collection is sold out, $9.99, embossing folder, card kit and magazine. Now, Miri, tell us about Miri, because it is a brand.
Yep.
And it's a brand that works with you, or it's part of
Yeah,
Hunky-Dory?
absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a brand that we work very closely with.
Right.
You can't actually call Miri card Miri if it's not the brand.
No.
So obviously you can get Mirror board, you can get Mirror card, but Miri is the actual brand, which is the highest quality reflective finish that you can get.
Okie doke.
And because we work so closely with them, we obviously print so many hundreds of thousands of sheets that we can bring it at such an affordable price as well.
Oh, so you print it for them?
Yeah, so we print those colours onto, it all starts silver. Yeah, so it all starts silver, and then we actually choose the colour selection to pop onto there.
Okay, now blushing pink. Is it this one? I think this is blushing pink, must be. Yes, that is blushing pink. How many sheets do you get? Remind me, I can't. 16 sheets, okay. 16 sheets of the finest quality Miri card. Now, when we launched this, these are new colours for 2023. We've been able to get a bit more stock of it as well. But honestly, if you use mirrored card at the moment and you're happy with that, use Miri. You will not look back. You really will not look back. The reflection of this, the only drawback in the studio is that we've got black walls and we've got black ceilings, so we're reflecting the black of the studio. But it is so reflective. $6.99 for what I consider to be the finest.
Yeah, definitely. If you pop one of the sheets down so the white side's up and it kind of reflects into it, you can kind of see the colour a little bit more. There you go.
Oh, you've done this before. Look at that.
It just kind of reflects up a little bit more, so you can just get a little bit of a more true image. It's lovely, isn't it? It's such a lovely pink because it's not a hot pink, it's not a baby pink, it is a blush pink. It's got like that kind of red tone to it as well.
Lovely, isn't it?
It really is beautiful. So these are added to our core colour selection. So we've just increased the core colours. And these were ones that we just kind of felt we were missing, you know, across our selection.
16 sheets for $6.99, and that's a delivered price if you've ordered anything today since midnight last night on Hobby Maker. You only ever pay the P&P once, so anything you're ordering now, you don't pay P&P for if you bought something. Now, my favourite is this. On first inspection, it looks like silver, but it's actually...
It looks like blue from here. It's fabulous, yes.
It's
such an amazing colour.
Look at this.
It's beautiful,
it's like
isn't
platinum.
Yeah, so it's not like, it's not silver, it's not black, it's just like that real gorgeous...
And mercury.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it?
Love it, love it, love it. And you can see how reflective it is. It's actually reflecting all the colours of the other Miri card. I'll try and see if I can show you Callum on camera too. Always try to do that, but don't often succeed. Oh, there he is. There he is, doing his little jig. There we go, look. So that one is the second most popular, okay? SGHD 60, that is, if you want it, what do we call it? Steel grey.
Yeah.
Steel grey, 16 sheets of that. And if I haven't got a silver here to show you, but if you put it next to silver, this is slightly darker. Silver would be much brighter, but it's got a richness to it. That's what I like about it. Have you got a silver?
I do have a silver.
Ooh, thank you. So if I put silver next to steel grey, see the difference? That's much lighter. If I angle it forward a little bit more.
There you go.
See? That's silver, that's steel grey. Thank you for that tip.
You're welcome.
You're making me look good now. It's good, I like that. $6.99, SGHD 60, I'll give you the silver one back.
Thank you.
Fabulous. So that's steel grey. Okay, what's next? Peacock blue, that's easy.
This one's nice.
Yeah. This is really popular. This sort of colour always is, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, it's just one of those kind of in between tones, isn't it? Because it's not a baby blue. It's not that kind of like royal blue. It is just like almost like an electric blue, isn't it? It's fabulous.
Love it. Like a car in that.
It's nice, isn't it?
With Go Faster stripes. $6.99 for 16 sheets of A4. That's another lovely, very, very popular and very different colour actually. And it hasn't been in the collection before. And remember, you're getting, as far as I'm concerned, the best mirrored card out there. It's Miri, the one and the only. If you do get fingerprints on it, microfiber.
That's what your microfiber cloths are for.
Yep, absolutely. TNHD 94. TNHD 94. That one is $6.99. So that's another popular one. Then what haven't we done yet? Vivid Violet. That must be this one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at that colour.
Oh. chocolate,
Oh, it's gorgeous.
but they're not in the middle.
So nice, isn't it?
That's what it makes me think of. Christmas coming all over again. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Okay, let me move and put that down there, and
Oh, it is lovely, isn't it?
lush.
It is. It's really beautiful. So the purple that we have already is like a much darker purple. So this is really, really lovely. Again, it sits in between that kind of pastel and that dark purple.
Okay, $6.99 for 16 of those then. And then the last colour, I think, is, this is another firm, okay, rich burgundy and holly green. Okay, rich burgundy is this one.
I like this. These two are potentially my two favourite colours that we're going to look at. Yeah, because this is, again, we've got that real kind of Christmas red in the range already. But this is a really nice kind of addition.
Yeah, this is like the finest wine.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're thinking ahead to Christmas, I know we're done with it, but if you are thinking ahead to Christmas and you're wanting a bit more of, I don't know, I always feel it's got a bit more of a vintage feel to it when you go kind of burgundy and your forest green rather than your bright red and green. This is going to be really lovely.
I mean, let's face it, in the world of craft, we're never done with Christmas.
Well, no, we're not. We'll be looking at it very, very soon back at Hunky-Dory. So it's a year-round thing for us.
I was going to say, yeah, it's year-round for you, but it's also year-round for like big department stores.
Yeah,
planning
definitely.
their windows for next year already.
Yeah,
you know.
they're much further ahead. They're probably on to 2024s,
yeah,
aren't
maybe.
they?
And now this is a really unusual colour, and I
it's my
love
favourite.
it. I love it for
My
that.
absolute favourite.
Holly green. I when I first saw this, I thought, do you know the colour chartreuse? It's like yellow green.
Yeah,
That's what I thought it was. What a wonderful colour that is.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's kind of like an olive green, like a khaki green. It is wonderful. I absolutely love it.
It's green meets yellow. Really, really beautiful and very, very different indeed. There we are, look. So it's gold and green and a bit of yellow in there as well. Very distinctively different. $6.99, 16 sheets. They're all available. And if you multi-order, of course, different colourways, you only pay the P&P once. And if you've already done that today, you can forget about the P&P until tomorrow. POHD 42, and that is your holly green. Okay, we've got enough time for maybe one more last demo, if that's all right.
Wonderful.
What about 10 or 11? Oh, no, we've got 20 minutes left. Yeah, 20 minutes.
Loads of time.
Loads of time.
Okay, so we're going to make a little bit of we call it like a diorama card for this one. So what we are going to do is, I just, again, need to just double check my measurements. I'm sure it's 2, but you know when you're just not 100% sure. We're going to score this at 2 inches. And then we're going to score at 3. And then I'm going to flip it around and do the same at this side. So 2 and 3. And then I'm going to get a white sheet, just plain white ink me. It can be anything because you don't really see much of this. This is going to be the back.
Okay.
So we're just going to go plain white for this. Again, 2.
Now, the big adorable scoreboard is out of stock, but the smaller version is in stock. Is that the small one or large one? That's the small one.
This one's the smaller one, yeah, the 8x8 one.
So that one's in stock.
Yeah, it is available. Okay, so then we're going to trim both of these down. So let's just double check. This is 5 3/4. So 5 3/4 for that one, and 5 3/4 for that one. Okay, and then I'm going to take some of this fabulous foiled pink, and I'm just going to pop like a panel of it into this white section here. So let me just double check the size of this one. So it is, 5 3/4. I should have known that because I cut everything square. 5 3.
It's near the end of the day.
We'll just come.
Oh, by the way, the scoreboard, the smaller one, the large one we sold out of, the smaller one, we've got a few and only a few of them left at the moment. So if you want that small scoreboard, treat yourself because there aren't many left at all. It's on the screen there. It's $19.99 and it's the award winner.
It is, absolutely. So we'll just bring that down ever so slightly so it's not quite square because obviously we've got those scores, and once you fold your scores up, you will find that you have a little less space here in this panel anyway. So just making that ever so slightly smaller will help that there. And then the way that this works is you kind of fold those two so they sit like that, but then you fold these two so they sit the opposite way. So this goes on to the front, that's on the back, and you can see you create that kind of diorama box shape there. Yep. It's a great way of using cardstock that's got the kind of two borders down the side. It just gives a really cool effect, especially when you've got a nice large topper that kind of fits perfectly square in the middle.
Tips like this, to be fair, and ideas like this that you're going to get in the magazine.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So again, we're going to use all of these frames on here. So we're going to take this first one, because this is the one that's going to create our aperture into this diorama. So just snipping along there. And we're going to pop this on flats because we are going to cut around it. So let's just get, is our wide tape going to be too wide? I think we can just get away with that one. So just taking that around all four sides so that we can stick this in place and then cut out the centre. So if you had a die that was the right size, you could do that as well. You can put it on, put it in place, draw a pencil line and then cut it out. But we're just going to go straight in and stick this down and then trim it. So doesn't matter which way it goes. Yeah, it does. So I was just making sure where the hearts go then. That is the right way.
I'm just thinking, if you're buying the magazine today for $9.99 with the card kit and the embossing folder, how many cards could you make out of a kit that's got 4 topper sheets, 4 eights?
Well, because it's 8 pieces of card, we'd say 8 cards. But
and for cards like this, you'd be charging probably £3.50 each.
Oh, definitely.
If not more.
Yeah.
And you could get more, I would say, because of the quality of Hunky-Dory. So, yeah, I mean, if you make cards to raise funds for charity, which I know lots of you do, and good on you for doing it, what a small price to pay, $9.99, to get you started or to replenish your stock. And who doesn't love animal cards?
Oh, perfect for animal charities, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so we've got that aperture there, and then this second frame here is going to go like in the middle of this diorama. So let's just snip the actual topper out itself first. So what we're going to do is to create the sort of middle section, we're going to use some acetate. So let's grab this and trim this to the right size. So we need to go 5 3/4. And then that is going to kind of sandwich between these two layers to give us that part there. So we can we're still kind of looking through that card, and that is going to sit in the center. So to get this in place, what we're going to do is we're going to start sticking it together just on one side. Okay. We can stick the whole thing together, but then we'll have trouble getting in to get the back sort of together. So we're going to kind of stick it in sections as we go. So
if you need acetate, if that's the sort of thing you're looking for, that will be on the website as well. There's snowfall acetate, ordinary plain acetate, all sorts on the website under Hunky-Dory. And don't forget, even when Anne-Marie and Natalie and Pauline aren't here on air, their brand shop is active on our website 24/7. So if you wake up in the middle of the night and you think, oh, I've run out of this, I've run out of that, you could just go to the website, go to the brand shop Hunky-Dory and order it. If it's in stock, it will be with you in a matter of days. You don't have to wait for it to be on TV.
No, absolutely not. Okay, so we've got the acetate kind of sandwich between the white back and the pink front, so we can get that in place first. And then what you do is you kind of bring this acetate and make it kind of tight, so the acetate doesn't need to be as long as the other two pieces, and it's kind of like a bit of a guessing game, kind of tightening those two, the front and the back up, so it gives you like kind of right angles there, and then just kind of snipping at the edge there just to mark where that needs to cut. So let me just go in, because if you do it to the full length, obviously it's going to end up being flat, and if you pull it too tight, you're going to end up with your box going a little bit funky like that. So you want to kind of just get it right. So let's start putting other things in now. So we're going to put the hearts in next in the back. So let's get this trimmed and taped up and ready to go in.
I mean, this is a really different type of card, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who'd have thought it came from one sheet of A4?
Yeah, it is really fun. It's something a little bit different, and it's great when you've got those kind of toppers that have got like a real feature kind of in a frame like this one does.
And this is the foiled love hearts that we've got, of course, in the foiled card collection. 16 sheets, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So then we'll go on with this one. Let me just see if I've got a skinnier tape. I think this one just has enough on.
Now, our Miri colour that's in the lead is peacock blue.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Isn't it
very,
interesting?
very much out there in the lead at the moment.
Okay, so let's get this middle one in place now. This little bit of tape's been a little bit pesky. Doesn't want to come off. There we go. So what we need to do now is kind of get this in place and just kind of drop that in there. So what you could do is you could kind of use your construction glue.
That'll give you a bit of wiggle time then.
It will give you that little bit of wiggle room. Now I just need to, I can probably do it off the camera actually. Just make sure that that's kind of straight in the middle there.
I mean, you'd stand over it.
I would completely stand over it, yeah, but you don't want to see the top of my head. It's not that much fun. No, I know you don't. So then, we're going to kind of, what we'll do, I know we don't have these in stock just yet. They are on the way.
Are they?
They're on the way.
Okay.
They'll be here soon, I promise.
We're going to have a busy day when they are.
Oh, yeah.
The stick that goes on purple and dries clear.
It does, but it also, again, gives us that wiggle room. So we can kind of put that in place, pull these and just have a little look to see if that's sitting right in the centre there. So that's about right. And obviously that tape does give us that wiggle room to do that. Exactly.
Yeah, cats and boxes, you can't keep them out.
They love them, don't they? My mum's cat is, he's a ginger cat. Do they have a name? Just ginger cat?
Toms?
Ginger Tom, that's him. Yeah, Ginger Tom, yeah. And he's called Boris, and he's massive. He's such an enormous cat. And he will get into the tiniest little box. He's absolutely hilarious.
Tell you what, putting our Christmas tree away on, when did we do it? On Sunday? I think it was Monday. Nightmare. Couldn't get the cat out of the box, trying to get the Christmas tree back in it. As soon as you turn your back, she was back in it again.
They're so funny, aren't they?
Yeah.
So funny.
You can buy the most expensive toys for them.
Oh, they're not
Cardboard boxes, all
interested.
of them.
Cardboard boxes, yeah. Definitely.
And then I almost locked her in the garden shed. She followed me and I didn't see her. I locked it and where's the cat gone?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, just line that one up. Trim this off. Like that. Just bring those edges in, and then I just brought the whole topper sheet basically because I just thought I just don't really know which sentiment I want to use. This border as well is just adorable. It says best human ever. So if you're sending like a card from the cat,
well,
it's
brilliant.
just too cute, isn't it? So let's get.
Oh yeah, a card from the cat. How great is that?
Isn't it cute?
I think a lot of people do that. I mean, my
Oh,
mum
definitely.
and dad used to do it. Send
Yeah.
a cat card.
It's very cute, isn't it? So we're going to add a little strip.
They're a big part of the family. They need to be included.
Oh,
in things.
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They haven't got a clue what's going on probably, but anyway.
So that can go across there, and then we can put our, just to say, up here as well.
And there's some great plays on words in these
Oh, there's
collections as
so
well.
many. You can tell that this is Alan, who's featured in the magazine. This is one of his collections because
Right.
he is like the king of puns.
Right.
He really is. When you get one of our kits and there's lots of puns, that's...
Look at that.
Isn't it cute?
Really, Really sweet.
I love that kind of diorama effect you get as well. It's brilliant, isn't
So
it?
how many sheets of A4 did that take? Was that 2?
One from the collection, yeah, and then one white one.
One white one.
Yeah.
Okay. YXHD62, what is that product number all about? Well, it's all about one of the best deals. Let's have another little look. I'll tell you what, do you want to have a pick and flick through the magazine?
Oh, yes, definitely.
I'll show you the magazine first. You get that, okay, which Anne-Marie on the overhead will give you a little flick through, and I'll show you quickly the card kit you get, featuring, of course, the Puddy Cat. Now, the card kit is a 4x4x4 configuration. You get 4 sheets of toppers, and there's a good, 2, sometimes 3 or 4 toppers on each sheet, so 4 of those. You then get 4 printed and foiled cardstock sheets of A4 as well. And then in addition to that, you get 4 double-sided sheets as well of paper, designer paper. So that is the card kit, and that card kit features in the magazine, which Anne-Marie will show you in a second. Now, if you got that and the magazine for £9.99, happy days, bargain. But you also get the embossing folder with the balls of wool. Now, I don't know anywhere that you could get an embossing folder like that for less than £7 or £8. So to get it for £9.99, all of it, with the magazine showing you how to use the kit if you're a novice, or giving you lots of new ideas. So if you're kind of sitting there thinking, I don't know what to do with the toppers, I don't know what design to make, you know, like what we've just shown you with Anne-Marie, those sort of ideas are in the magazine right now, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And look ahead to some other new things to come.
Sneaky peeks.
Yeah.
There's lots of sneaky peeks in here. It is rather fabulous. So we have got a little welcome letter from Anne, who is the editor and mum. Then you're going to get this. I love as well. This is like our little crafty chat, so you can send in letters, send in your makes, things like that.
Cool.
And then here you can see all of the wonderful bits and pieces you're going to get in your gift, your Meow to You. And it tells you what else you're going to need as well, you know, some of the other bits and pieces that we've used, so you know before you kind of sit down and get started exactly what you need to have in your stash.
Yeah.
And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cards made with that collection featured in here. So that's 13 cards that you can make
And if
with
you get
that
£3.50 each.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
think about that.
I mean, even if you only get £1 each.
Yeah, it's only cost you £9.99.
Yeah.
You get more than £1
Oh,
for any of these cards.
definitely.
Massively more.
Definitely. We've got our Dan Spills the Beans with all his news. One of our favourite things, though, is that our scissors are back in stock. So they went out of stock at the end of last year. So they are back, which is very exciting. And he tells you about all sorts of sneaky peeks as well.
I love to see behind the scenes. I love to meet the people behind the company that maybe I've been a fan of for years. Maybe you've been using Hunky-Dory card kits for years, but you didn't know the boss, you didn't know his mum who edits the magazine. Well, get the magazine, you'll know all about them. Well, not all about them, but a lot.
Yeah. All sorts of cards you made using our heartfelt occasions.
That we had earlier on, yeah.
Yeah, then we've got our Moonstone dies, stitched essentials and patches. So difficult
Easy for you to say.
So tricksy. So we brought you those later last year. This is some of that fabulous Miri card that we brought you last year as well. This is our, I think it's called Butterfly Kaleidoscopes, I want to say, but that's featured in the, oh, whoa. New things.
Don't give too much away.
It's gone, it's fine, it's gone. We've got our Stamp Your Own calendar that you can download off our website. We've got Meet our Alan, Meet the Designer, another new things. It might have been a dinosaur.
Okay. Now, don't forget, not only can you make your own calendar in that magazine, but there's also the Hobby Maker calendar. If you didn't know, it's out now. There's only a limited edition of 1,000 of them, £9.99. It's on the website. We'll get it to you straight away. And you'll have a 20% discount voucher promo code on the calendar. So think about how much that's going to save you if you're buying maybe a machine, like a Gemini machine or a Cricut machine or something like that.
Definitely.
So that is on each calendar, okay? So it's on the website if you want to have a look for it. When we've sold 1,000, that's it. We won't do any more until this time next year, basically. We've got a minute and a half left.
Okay, let's go quick. More new things. This is coming on Sunday. So on Sunday with Pauline, she's going to be bringing you our For the Love of Stamps Stamper Tag Garden Flowers. So there's some lovely cards featuring that. More new things. New. Well, you can't see the florals, Laura.
It's too much away.
Stop it.
You've got to buy it to read all about it and look forward to those wonderful collections coming in the near future as well. So it goes back a bit, goes forward a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What to
and
do
everything
with
in
what you're buying
between.
right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's just fabulous.
Brilliant. Do you know when you're back?
I'm back on Tuesday.
Okay, Pauline's here Sunday. Pauline's here Sunday, isn't she?
Yes,
Yeah.
she
So that's going to be
is.
amazing. So that's another new launch for Hunky-Dory on Sunday.
A new launch on Sunday, new launch on Tuesday. It's just very, very exciting, Dave.
Lots going on. A Hunky-Dory New Year, that's what I reckon.
Yeah.
Now, let me just quickly show you. There is the calendar in case you wanted to see it. I didn't know it was here in the studio, but here it is. And it's got the Post-it notes on the front there as well, all these little kind of see-through reminders. You've got all of your removable months as well, all the birthdays you can mark on there, and it folds flat. It's a great thing. And you have got, remember, your 20% off with the discount code there. We've covered that up so you can't see it. You need to buy the calendar to get it. It's $9.99 if you would like it. All yours now, because in a couple of days they'll be gone and there will be no more for another year.
We've got ours.
Got yours?
Me and Nat, yeah.
Got mine. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Good to see you.
You too.
And I'll be back tomorrow morning for Wake Up with Hobby Maker. Have a nice night.